Groove promotion. So I guess that's you.
Well, I'm going to be focusing on 2 traffic strategies with 2 to 3 different funnels. So one I'm not mentioning because that's unique and it's mine, and I'm not willing to share the strategy. Plus, I have a partner, and I feel it would be kind of a jerk move to share our plan. But I will share the other 2. So I'm creating a large funnel where basically I'm giving the funnel away to those that visit the funnel. And the monetization, basically there's either nothing or very little for sale. And the monetization is strictly affiliate stuff. And the primary affiliate promotion will be Groove. It converts incredibly well right now. So that funnel, I will be building almost solely through Traffic for Me solo ads. That is my intention. If it performs really well, once I get basic numbers in, the numbers will be dictating how I run traffic, because what I would like to do is advertise that solo by itself on Facebook. However, I have to make sure that I'm able to acquire a sale for the right amount of money. If it costs me too much to generate a sale, I then cannot use Facebook for traffic. And once again, I will look at my numbers, and if they are good enough, I will go to Google as well. I may even do native ads through taboola.com. So it depends on how good the numbers are. If the numbers are good enough, I'll buy traffic everywhere I can.
You know, and something huge that I feel like you've touched on, which I don't know if people understand listening, is you said that you're creating a few different funnels for it, which means he's not directly promoting GrooveFunnels or GroovePages. He's basically creating his own value and then recommending it through that. As it might be, I know one that you and I are kind of, I wouldn't say working on together, but that I've encouraged you to do, which is like, you know, how to make money in affiliate marketing. And P.S. we'd like you to end up buying traffic from, you know, from us, right? So and we've seen this work for other companies already. So we know that strategy works, which is build your own funnel with you as the authority and teaching people how to make money online. You know, I'll just oversimplify it. And step 1 would be go get Groove, right? And you don't even have to tell them to get the upgrade yet, because they don't need the upgrade right away. You just tell them to go join Groove. And now those people are I was going to use the word pixeled, cookied to you. And because once they sign up, whenever they upgrade, they're yours. So they're yours. It's your commission. But let's go ahead and move on to the next one. But that, to me, that's one of the biggest takeaways that you. I'm not just talking about Groove. I'm talking about any affiliate marketing you do. Like, I have people at my traffic company that will come to me and they want to promote stuff as, you know, as an affiliate. It's really tough. If you don't treat it like your own company, meaning you make your own funnel, you build your own list, and then dish out the affiliate recommendations from there. And maybe that affiliate recommendation, not maybe, but that affiliate recommendation should come on the thank you page, the first one. But then now you've built a list and you're able to give content, give value, recommend, you know, and truly, you know, whatever, be of value and service. I genuinely or genuinely, both, I guess, won't take a customer that's just promoting somebody else's thing directly. We really recommend against it. We say at least have a landing page that you're getting people to opt into you first before going to somebody else's business.
Where you could go to Traffic for Me, buy the traffic and drive it through your affiliate link and actually make money. It literally 1 in 1,000 where that would actually work. I would strongly recommend against it.
So Michelle asked, I'm just starting, where would you start? So Michelle, you know, it depends on you a little bit. You know, you can start with, you know, your own area of expertise. If you feel like you've got, you know, nothing, or if we're just talking about promoting Groove, which I don't know that that's your question, I would do what I said, which is set up a landing page where you're building a list for Michelle Williams, and then send people, and then on the thank you page you can encourage them to join Groove. And I believe Groove has 5 or 6 different landing pages that you can start with, but you need to be you just need to be thinking about building your own business and your own expertise.
Well, it also becomes a question of whether you're an upgraded member or not, because If you're an upgraded member, I believe GrooveMail is now released their autoresponder, so you can build a list with nothing but Groove. So use the template and pop in your code for an email form, and then simply start telling your story and talking to people, and absolutely ask them questions, interact with them, find out where their sticking points are. If I were in your shoes, I would not try to come from a guru perspective, because you're not. I would try to come from like I'm just like you. This is my journey to becoming a solid internet marketer, and I'm going to share my story with you, and I'm going to help you along the way so you don't make any of the mistakes I may have made. And just
that's how that's how I started.
Yeah.
We
came as a guru because I had spent a year selling stuff online before I ever tried to teach anyone anything. And I felt that I was some internet genius when there were people that knew way more than I did. I mean, you're limited by your own view of the field, I guess. But, 15 years.
I started by interviewing. I started by interviewing, internet marketing gurus on teleseminars.
Sure.
And I never said that. I never pretended to know what the hell I was talking about. But after that, I was able to say I knew what I was talking. Here's a way that I succeeded.
Yeah.
So you just have to go on your journey, and and nowadays especially, people really reward you for being authentic and transparent.
Even
so the next question,
I was that way 15 years ago when that was not the case, and I was still rewarded for it. I mean, the internet didn't force that standard upon me. It was just kind of how I functioned and thought and acted. But I was rewarded for it. I mean, I've done pretty well, or I wouldn't be here 15 years later. So
this is a funny question for you in particular. I think. Can you? It's like, does this person know you from the past? Can you talk about your personality type, temperament, and how it affects your business? I'm like, well, Ross used to be quite a strong personality. He's really calmed down quite a bit. I wonder if Trendy knows you.
You got to wonder. Harris forced me to keep this story short because I could talk for the rest of the time. I'm a disabled veteran, and when I first came online, I made my first $1,000 in profit while comatose. I was overdosed on military vaccines is the short explanation. So when I got home, I was in a wheelchair, had to relearn how to walk. I still have some fairly major gastric stuff, nerve damage, that kind of issues. I am not a cripple. I used to be. I actually do CrossFit, so I'm getting in shape.
Hold on. We couldn't see your arms. Did you do that again for us? Oh, there we go. Okay, much better.
So I came home in a wheelchair and spent 18 hours a day in front of a computer. That's how I learned. That's how I did all of this. And while I was doing that, my first year, I got robbed by a vendor and had to shut down my 6-figure mattress and sleep store because I got robbed. And I had to work with people to get their money back and ended up $30,000 in debt. Then I started doing service work and ended up doing the wrong service for the wrong people. And that wasn't working for me. I was miserable. So I started doing the guru thing. And primarily, I was in the warrior forum. Now, I don't know if any of you have been here long enough, but the warrior forum was filled with a couple of geniuses and thousands of morons. So I used to fight with the morons all day. And I enjoyed it. I was very angry because I was in pain. And that anger came out as passion. And I was very passionate about helping people and about protecting people from thieves and sharks and liars, people trying to say that this is going to work and that it doesn't. I used to call those people out all day long. One of my biggest fights with somebody was with someone who called Mike Filsaime bad names. And I blew them up. I destroyed them. And Mike was like, Ross, don't do that. You don't need to do that. So for many years, I would go to events and I was just a fireball. I mean, multiple occasions, I nearly got into fist fights. Just a bad form. So I let that go years ago. I went through a fairly ugly divorce. Forgive me, my dogs are climbing on me and stuff. Went through a fairly ugly divorce and it was awful and it sucked and blah, blah, blah. But I let the anger, the rage go. And I'm much more calm. I'm a lot less high strung, I'm not really angry anymore. I'm human. I get angry, but yeah, I let that go. So my entire business for many years, the first years that I was in business, was driven by rage. And that came out in my personality. That came out in the personality that I put forth to others. I'm very blunt. I still am very blunt and very to the point. Either something works or it does not. And I will absolutely tell you that does not work. Or that only works for this very tiny little portion of people, because most things will work for somebody, most strategies. Safe lists don't work for the user. They work for the owner. However, I digress. So personality type, temperament, and how it affects your business, it should be the core of your business. Your values drive who you are as a person, and they should drive who you are as a company and what you are trying to do. However, you are not limited by really anything. You can make a decision and be somebody completely new, because this is the internet. And most of these people don't know you. However, if you're inauthentic, that comes out. That becomes visible. If you're telling people things that you don't believe in, they can see that. Not all of them. You'll be able to fool some people, but do you really want to fool people into wanting to do business with you? I mean, after all, you have to be able to sleep at night. So generally, I would strongly recommend against going against your personality type. I would even go as far as suggesting that you focus on traffic strategies that work for you. Excuse me, I'm getting over a cold. Based upon who you are as a person and what you're capable of. For me, I can spit out an article in 10 to 15 minutes, even on a topic I don't know. Sadly, I can't teach you guys that. I don't have time today. But on a topic I don't know, I can come up with a really good article or a blog post in 15 to let's say 15 to 30, because there is a process. So I love the written stuff, and then I become good at video. I have half a dozen different software programs to do everything from whiteboard video to cartoon type video to the videos that I like for ads, which are basically interruptive. When you're doing Facebook ads, you need to interrupt people and get them to pay attention. So for me, I can do just about everything, so I do. But you should absolutely focus on the stuff that's easiest for you first, because you'll master it faster. So I would even go as far as saying your traffic strategy should be based on your proficiencies and your personality type. So I know that was a very long answer, but I
mean, from a personality type standpoint too, like I don't have the personality type to screw around with, I guess, content marketing. I don't, I mentioned earlier, I don't really, I say I barely read as kind of an open joke. I mean, obviously I read plenty, but I'm not well read anymore. Can you hear the rain?
Yeah. I can
actually. Yeah, and I've tried to be mic'd, and it keeps disconnecting me because I'm going through OBS. So it's raining here in Barcelona. So here's the next question. I don't know what a website submitter is.
I do.
So is it like submitting to the searches?
You remember old school directory generator and stuff like that? So website submitters, the question becomes, Peter, where are you submitting them to? And what good would it do? So think about how you use the internet. A web directory submitter was helpful 12 years ago because Google would give you link credit and it would increase the authority of your website. But Google has figured out that those links have little to no value. So is there real value for search engine optimization? Can you see her little fluff ball behind me? She's angry because it's her breakfast time. It's about 10 minutes from breakfast for them. Anyway, they're going to have to get over it. Why are you yelling at me? The website submitters are generally going to be not worth much. And plus, they're expensive because they're software that has to do a job. So I would recommend against them. What I would recommend instead is focusing on putting very high quality content focused on solving problems for your audience in locations where they're already going. So you want to get a YouTube channel built and, post helpful content. Facebook page, put your videos on Facebook. Basically, you need to look at where your audience is and get in front of them. A lot of the time that can be through advertising. And depending on what kind of ad you're doing for what network, that would change your strategy. For YouTube, you need a longer, very help-focused video. But for Facebook, most of my videos are under 15 seconds. They catch your attention and tell you click for blank, and that's it. And I let the video and the ad sell the next step. That is one of my favorite things to teach. Sell the next step. Instead of trying to convince someone to buy your product in the subject line of an email, convince them to open the email. Give them a subject line good enough that they want to see what's inside of the email. And then in the email, you convince them to click the link in the email. And then when they click the link, that page will convince them that it'll be worth their while to do the next thing, whether it's to fill in a form with their email, buy an inexpensive product, or simply click a button on a page, because that has value as well. Generally, you want to keep people clicking and moving throughout a sales process as much as you can. So anyway.
I can hear you better now, which doesn't help. And I think you can hear me the same. And I hear the rain, but it's not too bad.
No, it wasn't before. I mean,
it was so loud that I couldn't hear it because I'm going through my speakers. So but I may get disconnected. Anyway. This is, I don't know if I understand this question. There's also high PR directory.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Comma opinions. I got it. Okay.
So there are a couple of directories that are worth being a part of. Generally, the high page rank ones are the ones that are worth being in. However, they're worth being in for, number one, the authority. But generally, there's not a huge amount of that anymore. None of the directories really push much authority to your website. Generally, you want to use them because if they have a high page rank, they're seen as valuable in the eyes of Google, and they should have users on their own. So putting your website in those directories can get you some people that are interested in buying the stuff that you sell. For instance, Yahoo's directory. But it'd be perfect. I've had very successful businesses that have not been submitted to any of them. So it's completely up to you. I don't see a huge amount of value in that, Peter. If you're limited with your budget, don't worry about directories. The page rank of them doesn't matter, and it doesn't pass through very much. You would be much better off being interviewed by a high page rank blog or website or your local news. Instead, do something newsworthy. Do something of value to the people. Do something of value to your audience. And get noticed through being awesome instead of getting into those directories. I would rather spend $200-300 sponsoring a little league team and get on the local news website than to get into the Yahoo directory, for example.
So there was when you were talking about your at least temporary paralysis, Peter mentioned that he had well. I don't know what
paralyzed from the chest down, I'm assuming.
Oh, I had a pal paralyzed from. I got it. I had a friend.
Yeah, I woke up, but it didn't last very long. I was walking within a couple of days.
Yeah. Somebody else said something along those lines. I am 100% and have fear of losing it. What or how did you handle that? I don't know.
I know what he's talking about, and I'll be super brief because this isn't fair to everybody else. If you are disabled through like Social Security and have 100% disability, that is based on your income, so you will lose it. I am a veteran. I cannot lose my disability. My current disability rating is only 20% for my ankles that I can't feel anymore. I've had a disability claim in forever because I want my kids to be covered. I make plenty of money. So, there have been hard times where, income plummeted and I had to figure out something new to do or whatever. But we've never had to live on the streets or anything. VA disability has nothing to do with your income. So you will not lose it. So that my suggestion is to do what you can to take care of yourself, because who knows where things are going to be 5 to 10 years from now. If you're on Social Security, I hope that it's there for all of us when we need it. But I would absolutely suggest taking care of yourself. I know where you're at. I grew up poor, and it's an awful position to be in, but you will be better off being able to take care of yourself than relying on the government. So I hope that you are able to do that. And I wish you well, real creations.
Yeah.
Here, we can move on.
Let's see. Well, I was actually going to ask Varushka a question, but I'm just being a smartass. Verushka. Hi, I see you. Wait. I just noticed your name is so unique, but were your parents fans of Willy Wonka?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's a bit of a thing because I'm South African.
Yeah.
Hi, Ross, by the way. I'm Verushka. I'm a writer here at Groove Digital.
Nice to meet you.
I'm just lurking in the background, just making sure everything is okay. So like I said, I'm South African, but I live in Australia. I'm a resident here. My father's side of his family are German/Polish, but the name is Russian, of course. Just the name that was chosen for me.
Yeah. I'm just teasing. I didn't have any questions, so I made up one of my own. So you're a writer there?
I am. I'm actually new to the Groove Digital family, so I only joined in September. We have a really nice writing team and content creation team, but my specific focus is our blog. So all of the future blog posts that will be up on Groove Digital will be me. And then we also have some exciting things coming, like the Groove magazine, working on that. And just the thing that you don't like to do, Harris, is content marketing.
Right. I need you and David Congrave and
I work
people
with
like that around me. And Ross has written content for my for the site for Traffic for Me. We don't do a lot of content anymore. We've kind of found more of what just works more directly. But yeah, unlike my headphones and StreamYard apparently. So. Thanks for popping back on.
With the earphones, quite a few.
Yeah, no, it's strange. It just doesn't. It must not like my. It's a direct plugin. It's really bizarre. It's direct line. The 3.5 millimeter. It just keeps kicking it out. But again, I don't know if it's because it's going through OBS or something. But being on my speakers and my whatever USB microphone is being used doesn't kick me off, and it's not raining as badly as it was anymore. So let's see if there's any more questions. I can talk, I should talk a little bit about, thanks, Verushka.
No worries.
I can talk a bit of anyone have a link to any of Peter's funnels. I'm just scrolling, sorry. Well, Derek's asking best way to get global exposure? Make a viral video. Okay. No, I mean,
Well, actually, what I can address this in a way that'll be helpful to everybody. A viral video makes either tons of money or none at all. Many people behind very viral videos have nothing to show for it, or they attempted to build something that had nothing to do with the viral video. So the idea of going viral, I actually had a very.
Well, he didn't say viral. I did. I'm the one that said.
But he's on the same idea. What's the best way to get global exposure? And that's not a good idea. So just give me a second. I'm not going to talk for long. I worked for a very large company for a very long time, and the CEO was dead set on becoming an influencer when he was getting 3,000 to 4,000 new leads every month and burning them off. In other words, he had way more important things he should have focused on, but because he's the CEO and has an ego problem, wants to be a guru and a superhero and help everybody everywhere, that's the wrong way of thinking. Because you will be much better off finding a very specific group of people, finding them and helping them with all of your being. You will build a business that you will be very happy with, and you will be able to cure obesity. Okay, so that's a big deal, but what I would recommend is prove it. If you've got the proof, then that's all you need. It should spread almost naturally. If you have what you're saying, just prove it, and then you'll win. That's it. Very simple, Derek. Prove it.
Yeah, I would put videos out of like actual, like real before afters and really prove it, because we're we're very suspicious now. Like as soon as I see that, I'm like, yeah, okay. I mean, I have obesity. I would love if you like, I know the cure. It's, you know, eat less and exercise, right? But if you have a faster cure for it, then sign me up, and I'll, you know, and get a bunch of authentic people, videos from authentic people who doubt you.
Yeah.
Like I challenge. I literally, like right now. I mean, like if you were on Shark Tank, Mark Cuban would be freaking out right now over, you know, you making such a strong statement like that, right? And he, you know, and if you can, right? Peter's saying prove it on a broad range of people. So I'm serious. I would love a shortcut. And you can email me. I'll put my email address up here, and I will go on video, and I will be your first person. As long as I don't die, as long as I can't die. I don't want to die. Although if I do, then you're screwed. So, you know, anyway, so let's move off of that. Oops. The claims you got it, he hates them. I don't know what that means.
Okay. Who knows?
I was just trying to click away. So here, Julian is saying, create an awesome sales page, then find 100 affiliates. That's true. But you can do that with a product that doesn't work, right, Julian?
Right.
You know, that's the thing is, you know, if you have a product that truly works, and if you have a product that truly works, that does what you said, seriously, there's not a halfway decent marketer on watching this right now, Ross and I included, that could not make you a billionaire, or at least a multimillionaire.
For you in 10 minutes, but just prove it.
Yeah, but don't sell us in chat anymore.
Yeah, there's no point.
Anyway, let's see. So let's talk about solo ads really quick so that people know what it is. And let me unclick that. And so Groove Solos is a partnership that I have with Groove Digital, and it's groovesolos.com, and it's email traffic basically. So what a solo ad is just like it sounds like. You're sending an ad out to an email list, but you're the only message that's going out on. And it's really the simplest way to get traffic, but it's not for everybody. You know, we have 4 or 5 markets. Make Money Online is one of them. So that is something you could use for your, you know, to promote Groove. Again, I said earlier, you want to put a landing page in front of it. Don't just send straight to GrooveFunnels. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by the comments. And your dog, your cute little puff of cuteness.
She's hungry, and it's 5 minutes past their breakfast time, and she has like an internal clock unlike anything I've ever seen. I don't know. Earlier when I was talking, she kept crawling up on my leg like, "Dad, feed me now."
Yeah.
Here.
So basically, what I always say is that making money on the internet is simple. It's not easy. The simplicity of it is having a website that makes you money, and sending traffic to it. So website plus traffic equals money. Now, obviously, you can send crappy traffic to it and not make any money. And what that would be is I don't know. Well, I don't even know what crappy traffic. I can't even think about crap. I mean, I guess you could actually buy email traffic that's crappy. So I'll be honest and say, you know, you could go and go to a marketplace and buy a solo ad that doesn't work. That literally is bots. It's not real people. It's just they take advantage of the fact that you're new, and that you think, oh, I got a good opt-in rate, but nobody bought. It must be my offer. Well, that's not necessarily the case. But you know, you can go search for cheap web traffic, and you'll find a bunch of stuff that doesn't, like, literally go put in Google cheap web traffic, inexpensive web traffic, and you'll get a bunch of stuff that doesn't work. But there's this attraction, this addiction almost to, and it's probably like taking advantage of some sort of human psychology trigger that we think, oh, well, maybe I'll get the one that does. Like, everybody wants to game the system somehow. And I mean, I definitely fall for it. I'm sure you have as well, where you're like, oh, well, maybe this is the one less expensive, but it really works. It's going to send me 1,000 visitors for 10.
I went all in. I bought 100,000, and I got nothing. Zero. Goose egg. My first line. Bought 100,000 visitors, and all it did was have my host angry with me.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, kind of going back to what you were saying earlier, is anything that you recommend isn't going to just like go away tomorrow. You know, and it does, you know, there's a little bit of work to it. You know, Facebook ads takes some work. I will say that solo ads doesn't take work, but if you buy from other companies or directly from other people, you may get taken advantage of. So what you want to do is, if you're going to go that route, by the way, I'm not saying only buy solo ads from Groove Solos. I would say start there and buy as much as you can, as long as it works for what you're doing. But if you're going to go out to the open market and test different lists, then just consider it a test, and you're testing it, and you look at the results from that one. I spent $100 here or $1,000 here. What did I get from it? What did I get from this one? What did I get from this one? And then this is where people, I can't believe people make, this sounds crazy to me, but they don't go back to the one that worked. In fact, what they do is they go and they say, oh, they let's say they buy 3 solo ads from 3 different vendors, and 2 of them don't work, and 1 of them does. They stop buying all solo ads. They say solo ads are bullshit. They don't work. But I literally talk to people. I have literally talked to people that were like, oh, solo ads don't work. And then I got to talking to them. I didn't know this. And they said, well, I did buy from your company once, and I did get a couple of sales. So they were buying from multiple people saying solo ads don't work. And then it turned out, you know, your company's the only one that I bought from that it did work. I'm like, well, gee, maybe you should buy again, you know? And I'm not saying, look, I am definitely not saying our traffic works 100% of the time, because no traffic works 100% of the time. You know, you may find the very best list, but you got those 200 clicks on the wrong day, or those 2,000 clicks on the the wrong, something's happening in the world. You know, there's all sorts of things that can go wrong. So anyway, that's basically what solo ads is. Essentially, is on the best of days, you can write an email, give them the email with your link in it and some money, and they'll send it. With the make money online or the biz op space, you don't even give them the email. It is because the list owner is writing the email, but they're writing sometimes they'll write a somewhat generic email saying, hey, this is a good offer, you should check it out. The reason they do that is to allow you to buy only 500 visitors, and then because they're able to send thousands of visitors a day, so then they'll rotate off of you after that. We have affordable traffic that does that, and then we also have other traffic that somebody said, what is a solo ad? But I thought I just answered that. I thought I just explained that.
You did.
Yeah, it's an email. It's basically buying email traffic.
Well, let me explain that. So back in the day, this solo ad term was coined maybe 20 years ago, maybe even more. What many companies used to do would be to send a piece of content via email and then have something like in a sidebar where there would be ads. So that's not a solo ad, because there would be multiple recommendations along the side. A solo ad would be where instead of the article, it is then replaced with the email that suggests clicking the link to go to X place, and that X place would be yours. Solo being there's only one advertiser, and it would be you. That's why it's called a solo ad.
So this question you may know the answer to. It's not about traffic. I don't know. It's a GrooveFunnel question. How many multiple accounts of Stripe, PayPal, NMI, or other payment gateway?
Customer service. I have
no. I know they have something called GroovePay, Lukman. Mr. Khan, Miss Khan. But so they have GroovePay that you're able to incorporate. I'm guessing you can incorporate that with PayPal. if I happen to know a lot about payment processing because I'm a partner in, I won't say the name of it because they have GroovePay in a payment processor. With NMI, you're able to put multiple merchant accounts in it, unlike Authorize.net, which you can only put one per account, which is, which makes it really challenging. I would also say that you don't need more than PayPal and credit card. You don't need Stripe, PayPal, NMI. It's, either do Stripe, PayPal, or PayPal, NMI. And I do recommend at least those two. Like definitely don't just do PayPal. Definitely don't just do credit card. It's really good. It depends on your market. Some markets, PayPal will get you bupkis. It won't. They'll ignore PayPal, and it might even hurt you. But if you give them an information product with information, like online marketing, internet marketing type of stuff, if that's what we're talking about, then then you want PayPal.
His framing of his question, it sounds like he's sold shady-ish things in the past. PayPal will catch you. You can have 9 different PayPal accounts, and if they catch you once, they will catch you again. I totally understand the need for shady-ish businesses. That's fine. Not my place to judge, but having 9 PayPal accounts doesn't mean that you're going to be able to, have one taken down and then throw up another immediately and have.
Well, and let's be nice here and define shady-ish. Like it's basically,
Sure.
The payment processors, PayPal, Stripe, all of these guys, they'll identify certain markets. The BizOp market can be considered shady by them, and quite frankly, for the longest time, and even now, there's some company. Well, this has literally gotten a company hurt. One of the payment processors that I work with, they were starting to turn away. First of all, there's a long history of turning away all online businesses because online businesses, you're not a real business. So it's kind of started there. They started taking them on, and then there's a company recently that was starting to want their portfolio to have more brick and mortar, and they were starting to push away just even e-commerce. And as you can imagine, that kind of backfired on them because of COVID, right? Because now you've got all these brick and mortar businesses that were falling like flies. They're not the businesses anymore because they're out of business. But these payment processors, they're all about risk. They're all about assessing the risk. So it's not when Ross says shady, he probably meant shady in the way it sounded, but also something might be just considered like health supplements. Health supplements is considered risky by them as well, whereas you all might not consider that a shady business.
Eric, we're done. It's 7 a.m.
So okay, so I'm waiting on my next person, but you can go.
Okay.
I appreciate your time. If everyone, Ross, we should ask. I'm going to ask a question that we can give away. You said you were going to talk about one more thing, or do you have to go at 7 on the dot?
No, I have to use the bathroom, but it's not that urgent.
Okay, you said there was something that would be like a 5-minute talk you had mentioned earlier.
My ad strategy. I'll make it a 1-minute thing because I have dogs to feed. But so on Facebook, what you are generally taught by a Facebook ads expert is to choose a bunch of interests, test them possibly. Some of them say test, some of them say lump them all together. And the problem with that is you can't test if you lump a bunch of interests together. You should have enough knowledge about your product to know what you should look for. However, my strategy is different, but it requires you have either traffic or an audience to start with. Okay, so what I generally do is start from the other end. So I start with retargeting, and that's where I will test my media, test my ads. Generally, you should treat the text box as a headline and a headline as kind of like a sub-headline. So your primary, the first thing your people will see on Facebook is
you're referring to Facebook ads specifically right now.
Well, and Facebook is where you should start and test anyways, because Facebook is less expensive generally. And you can do this at $5 a day. You're going to want to go to YouTube or Google and figure out how to install a Facebook pixel. It has to be on your website. And then for your web, your ad targeting, you want to select remarketing or retargeting. And when you run your ads, these will be people that already went to your website and probably didn't do anything. They didn't buy. They went and they left. So they've already raised their hand and suggested that they're interested in what you have and what you're doing. So what you'll be able to do is test your media and your ads very quickly. And then the next step after retargeting is to target your audience, your customers. You can actually upload your customer list right into Facebook. It will match it with their accounts. And then finally, once you have tested your media with your retargeting and then your customers and your database, your subscribers, then you can start testing interest. And when you do it one at a time. One interest per ad. Sometimes I will do an interest with those looking for advertising. So that's my ad strategy on a very basic, very brief level. I'm sorry that I'm not able to be hyper specific for those of you that don't understand advertising, but there we go. Now I do really need to use the bathroom. So
okay. All right. Well, thanks, Ross. I really appreciate your coming on. And if I'm on next week, we'll see you again next week.
Yes, we will.
I will ask the question to win a prize, but you don't have to be here for that. So you can go to the bathroom.
Bye,
so the prize that you
for having me.
So the prize that you guys all can win, I guess, is every hour you can win a $50 US gift card or gift certificate or whatever, however it's delivered. And the question is what was Ross's trinity of marketing, of online marketing? What were the three things that he said all worked together and amplified each other? Varushka is here. The screen just got a lot better. Looks a lot prettier now with you here.
Well, I assume that you're probably done now.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm ready to go as soon as somebody.
Yeah, the winner is selected. But while we wait for that, yeah, just want to say thanks to you, Harris, for coming on and keeping everyone entertained with your magic tricks and your guests and your lovely wife. So yeah, thanks for joining us.
Hey, we'll do one more magic trick for you.
Absolutely.
Are you familiar with the deck of cards?
Yeah.
You are? Okay. So I want you to think of any card that you want. You and I didn't work anything out ahead of time, right?
No.
Okay. No, tell the truth.
Telling the truth. Promise.
Okay. So first of all, a lot of women, the first card they think of is the Queen of Hearts. So if you're thinking of the Queen of Hearts, think of a different one.
Okay.
Okay. Any card, you're thinking of it?
Yep.
Would you be amazed if the card that you're thinking of is on the other side of this one that I'm holding up right now?
I would be amazed, yeah.
Okay, go ahead and tell everybody the card.
7 of Hearts.
7 of Hearts. That is one of my favorites. And you can see it right there on the top with the rest of the hearts there. Do you see it there? It's all the cards on one card. Thank you. There's your magic.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Oh, wait, sorry. The person that won is Greg Garrick. And Danny, you were seconds away. So Greg, if you would send an email to prizes, at groovedigital.com, and I'll let them know that you're telling the truth and that you are one of the winners. Thank you guys all for watching. I'll see you again same time tomorrow. And I believe Varushka is going to introduce our next host.
I'll bring on Angie, no worries.
Great. Kick me off.
Okay. Bye. Thanks. Okay. And so Angie, hi, I can see you there in the waiting room. I'm going to bring you on now. So there we go. So hi, I'm Varushka, by the way. Angie and I don't know each other.
Hi.
I'm I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm doing really good. Yeah.
Oh, great. I'm one of the writers here at Groove. So I just hopped on. I'm actually just in the background. But so Angie, I know you don't know me, but I have read about you. So coincidentally, I do know a little bit about you. I know that you were the first person to be appointed as a GrooveFunnels ambassador, and that you made an impressive commission off of one Facebook post.
That is true. That is true. It was not expected, but appreciated, of course. I wasn't even trying to really go after the affiliate commission. I was just trying to share the opportunity of GrooveFunnels, and then it just kind of went viral, and it's been great.
Well, that's amazing. Well, I'm going to hand off to you then, and you can take it away. Thanks, Angie.
All right. All right, guys. So you guys, I'm not sure how long you guys have been on. I want to see in the comments, how long have you guys been watching so far today? Or maybe you guys have been watching longer. Hi, Sarah, Peter. Let's see, Martin, who I'm going to bring him on not too long. Lovely ladies. Too long, Peter. Yeah. Freddie. Oh, that's great. Before I get into some teaching, what I wanted to do was just briefly tell you about myself, but then I wanted to share some of the highlights of my last week. I actually got a chance to meet some of the founders, and it was just amazing. So I thought I would start off with some fun with that, but joined at 6:30 a.m. That's good. So 4 hours. Wow. Ivy, you are committed. I love it. I wish I could just have like an earpiece for this whole Grooveathon, because there's so much awesome content. It is just quite amazing. But okay. So one of the things that people may not know is I am not employed by GrooveFunnels, but I am really close with them because of my success. And my success came out of nowhere. I was a corporate marketer for 20 years. I made my online jump from corporate to building my own online business, but it wasn't as fast as I thought it would be. You know, the whole, if you build the funnel, they will come. It doesn't work that way. But I learned a lot in the last year, and I started making some money, and it was slow to start, to say the least. But, and I'm sure you guys can probably empathize with that. Anybody else feel that way, where you were excited to go online, you built out your first funnel or your first web page or your first product, and then you hit the go button, and then it was like crickets? That was kind of me in the beginning. And then so I started to slowly gain traction because I was building relationships online. I was attending events. I was putting myself out there. And you feel the same way, Peter? Yeah, I just felt defeated, right? And so what I did was I just kept pushing and pushing and pushing. I didn't give up on my dreams. I knew I wanted to be an online entrepreneur. I just didn't know when it was going to happen. And my TV business, that's what I led with, I started to gain traction over the last year. But then what happened? Groove came out of nowhere, and how they came into my life, I'll quickly go over it, because I'll be going over more of it in the 16 hours of talking to you guys over this Grooveathon. But I decided that I needed a better funnel builder, not because I hated the other one. I'm actually a web designer, graphic designer. I can build funnels. And so for me, it wasn't like it was difficult. For me, it was difficult to help my clients and challengers have their own funnel pages without paying a lot. And so I wanted also it to be easy for them to set it up. I didn't want to have to hold their hand every step of the way with the other funnel builders. And so that's why Groove was attractive to me, because one, it was solving some pain points that I had. It was solving some pain points my clients and customers had for TV. They just wanted to showcase their TV channels and shows on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, and Apple TV. But if I were to refer this other one, and yeah, I'd get a commission, it didn't feel right to me. So Groove has solved that for me, because now I can give them a free account, and it's a win-win-win for me and for my clients and students. And so that's what attracted me initially. The second thing is that I'm paying a lot for all these different software tools, and I'm going to try, actually, tomorrow I'm going to go in deeper on the software and why I love the software so much. And I'll show you the cost savings that has already happened for me. It is actually quite astonishing. And just a sneak peek, not to leave you with a cliffhanger, but I have saved over $1,000 a month by using GrooveFunnels because of the affiliate platform and the funnel builder, because what I was using before, my volume has gone so high that it would have caused my $40 a month to go up to $750 a month. And plus I was paying for the funnel builder. So that was like $1,000 a month that now I can go, it's done. And now I'm with Groove, and you can do that for free, which is awesome, right? So I will go into that in more detail tomorrow. I'm going to read some comments. Yeah, I know, right? So, okay. But the point is that I started to love Groove because it was solving so much for me and solving a lot for other people. Another thing is I had to pay $500 to get 2 of the things to work together. And it just was another thing that I just thought, man, I wish there was a way that things were working together seamlessly under one roof. And magically, here comes GrooveFunnels. And I wasn't even going after the affiliate commission, mainly because I had dabbled in affiliate marketing. I wasn't super successful. I had made money, don't get me wrong, through the months, but it was very little and it wasn't consistent. And yeah, Todd, it was a great savings. And I'm just excited. And I hope that you guys are saving money already too. But so when I got to GrooveFunnels, I made a post, and I'm going to go over that post in a minute. But the post that I made went sort of viral. I was trying not to offend the other funnel builder, so I didn't call out GrooveFunnels in the post. I made it curiosity based. People started messaging me. Next thing you know, I, within 30 days, made $30,000 in expected commission. Within 60 days, I think somewhere around the 60 to 70K for both tier 1 and tier 2. And I'll go over that in a minute. But that's how I got into where I'm at. The company started to take notice, and being a female also helped them notice me more, because this is a very male dominated industry. And to have a female who actually is kind of nerdy and likes the software and is seeing success and kind of a newbie, that was very attractive to inspire others that, hey, if Angie Norris can put some work in, build some relationships, put some posts out there, and everything I've done so far, I still to this day have not done anything that hasn't been purely organic. And I have not paid a dime for anything yet, but I'm getting ready to. I just haven't done it yet. So like I checked the leaderboard this morning for the contest, and I hadn't put any effort in, mainly because I was traveling to Florida to see these guys. But I yesterday thought I need to put the pedal to the metal. I need to get on the board because people expect nothing less from me, right? So I was starting to rank up yesterday. I watched myself go from 21 to 18 to 14 to 10 to 9 to 8 by the time I went to bed. This morning I woke up and I think I'm number 10. Now, will I stay there? I don't know. I know there's some big players here. There's some big people with big lists and big budgets. And so I just wanted to hit the mark at one point in this contest because I feel like I owe it to you guys, my followers, and other people who are watching me and watching my journey. So let me get into some pictures. Now I quickly downloaded these, so bear with me 1 second. So let's see. I'm going to share my screen. Let's see. I am new to StreamYard. Please bear with me. Okay. So share my screen. Nothing's happening yet. Guess I have to switch up. Share screen. Here we go. Okay. So, is it flickering for you? Because it's flickering for me. Let me remove that. Let me remove that stream. Hold on. That was really weird. Let me try that again. Share screen. Okay, that's better. Okay, can you guys see this picture? So this was last Wednesday night, and I was extremely, extremely nervous to meet them in person. And this was just happened to happen. This wasn't like it was planned. I went out to Florida to visit some entrepreneur friends, and we decided to, hey, my husband and I, like, hey, let's swing by where Mike and Joe and the other founders live, and maybe we might have a chance to meet them. And they were kind enough to go out to dinner with us. We had a blast. we're all holding $1 million bill. These are fake, of course, but what we're doing here is we're just having fun and getting to know each other. What I found out is we all preconceive like what we think about people like who have success, right? We think that they're maybe they're egotistical, or they're pompous, or they have a lot of money, so they're not as down to earth. It is the furthest thing from the truth. Like these people right here in this picture, Mike and Michelle and Rosalie and Joe, are the most down to earth people that I have ever met. It was amazing. And I hope that you guys all get to meet them one day and see what I see. Let me go to the next one. Okay. So this is John Cornetta, and John is awesome. I got to meet him right in the beginning, and we jumped online onto a call, and he wanted to do a selfie with us, and that was awesome. And if you guys recognize Kathy Walls and I have been friends in the space for a while from the beginning, and we do things together. And so I brought her along with me, and we had quite the fun time. And this is Mike Long's Rolls Royce. I've never sat in a car as fancy as this, but this was amazing. He even opened the door, took this picture. And this one is me actually being pulled up on to speaking. Now, I had no idea that I was going to be even a part of this. Kathy and I thought we would be flies on the wall. We would just be sitting out, in the background. But Mike had another vision. He's like, no, I want you guys to be a part of it. Now, we were the only two people that were non-Groove people as far as employees goes. And so that was kind of cool to be a part of it. And that just shows you that they love their affiliates. They love their users, and they're going to make you feel that way. And then let's see. Oh, Matt Serralta. Oh my gosh, what a sweetie. He is just so nice, so down to earth. And he is just someone that when you meet him, you're a little bit intimidated because he's so tall. But then when you get to know him, you're like, oh, he is amazing. And so this is us. We were doing an interview with Joe, if you guys saw that, hopefully. And then this is just another screenshot. So I think that's all this is Mike Filsaime's house. They're renting this $4 million house. It's amazing. It's this awesome place, but they've opened it up for anyone to come in and go in and work. Like you can they have workstations everywhere. They have this setup. And so it's really, really cool to see that, it's not about the house for them. It was more about having an inviting place that a lot of people in this Groove community can go, and you guys can be a part of this whole thing. There's Mike Long right there. And then there's us. We're just flies on the wall. And then here's Michelle. She's amazing. She's the most awesome host. Here's Mike here. We did karaoke. We played guitar together, and we just had a lot of great conversation. And I just think that, the thing about it is like, I hope you guys all go to GrooveCon. I hope you guys go to all the events and meet these people. And when you meet them, expect them to be nothing but just, hey, nice and down to earth, because that's who they are. And I just love that. I love this picture, selfie picture. John Garcia. He is so nice. Like he works on the support team, and he goes above and beyond. He was working every minute. So that's what I wanted to show you as far as that. And then I'm going to get into some slides. So let me get back here to remove myself. Okay, so I'm going to get back to just some slides and go into some teaching. And then what we have in store today, we have 3 people coming on. We have Martin Bodeker is coming on in about 40 minutes, and he's going to be talking about the Groove 80-20 rule. So I can't wait to hear all about that. And I wanted to get him on because he was kind of inspiring me when I first came on the scene. I thought, ooh, who are these people, and who are the ones that are similar? Like they came on the scene. They weren't like super affiliates by any means, but they were doing something right, and they have their superpower that they're leaning into. And so he's good at SEO. He's good at building review sites. And so I wanted to bring him on. So he's going to be here in about 40 minutes or maybe earlier. I don't know. He might pop on for a little longer. And then next I will have Nicole Jolie. She even attended Mike and Michelle Filsaime's wedding. So she's been around this space for a long time. She's worked on the Tony Robbins team, and she has just a dynamic personality that I felt that you guys would love. And then the final one is Tuan. Tuan Nguyen is someone that is up and coming. He's on the rise. He's going to be doing Groove Digital Presents in a few months, and he has a lot to share about personal branding, and that kind of ties in to things that I do. You're nervous, Martin. Don't be nervous. I live in nervousness anymore, but it's pushing us, right? If it doesn't challenge you, it won't change you. And I wouldn't be here if I let my nervousness keep me from just putting myself out there. So I appreciate all of you too that are on, because I know that you guys have busy lives and you might not want to hear from Angie Norris, but I hope that I can give you some value. So I'm going to dive into some slides, and these slides are going to show you what I've done to get where I'm at and a little bit more about me. And I've lifted these from the Groove Digital Presents, and I'm not going to go through every slide from Groove Digital Presents. This is going to be like the shortened, very quick 20-minute version. But I'm trying to get my slides to work. I wanted to just give you a really quick baseline, because not everyone saw that on August 7th. A lot of you guys are new. You guys are probably just coming into the Groove community. You're wondering what it's all about, why Angie Norris is here, why was she at Mike Filsaime's house, and why is she the first GrooveFunnels certified ambassador. So I'm going to go through that, and I'm going to go through some teaching tips. So things that I've done, and that's what I want to show you as far as organic marketing. So let me show my screen. Here we go. Share screen. I'm new to StreamYard, but I love it. It is very cool. Let's see. Here we go. Okay. All right. So quickly, this is my family. They're my why. How many of you guys have whys, and who are they? Are they people? Are they things? Is it money? What is your why? Because to me, my why drives me. My purpose drives me. The other why that I have is people, are people like you, like people who are wanting someone to lead them, right? Like if I've had success and you guys can use my success, then you guys will be able to just take what I've done and hopefully make some wins. And I had a lot of people do that. So if I can help serve you guys, that's what I want to do. You guys are my why, and my family is my why. Next, we have, let's see if I can advance my slide. Okay, so this is Russell Brunson, and I was preparing for a layoff, and I got laid off from Hewlett-Packard Enterprise Services, had merged with Computer Sciences Corporation to make this huge company called DXC Technology. I got laid off, and I knew I was getting laid off. I went through 17 rounds of layoff. I made it all the way to the bitter end. I loved my job so much. It was 6-figure salary. It was awesome. People, awesome. I don't know. It was just something that I loved, and I didn't want to leave it. But at the same time, I was having this inner voice saying, jump, make the jump, burn the boat, go to out of corporate America and get going. So I came across a guy named Russell Brunson. I'm sure you guys know who he is. Anybody know who Russell Brunson is? And so I started watching his story and his community, and I fell in love with all the people and the tribe, and it really made me give that sense of belonging, because my whole life, and how many of you can agree that the people in your life, my husband, my family, my friends, they're like, we don't know what you do, and we don't know why you do it. And I don't know why you're trying so hard to be an entrepreneur, because you have this corporate life, right? But I had always done that. I've always wanted to be, I sold poems to little boys in like grade school to give to their girlfriends. That was my first. I had Halloween bus parties. I had worked as a lifeguard and a bartender, and I've always had a job, always. And even corporately, I had side jobs. But my point is that I knew when I watched Russell's story that I resonated with that. I'm like, wow, I felt the sense of, well, he would get me. He would understand me. And the more people that I met through this life, Myron Golden, I sat with him on a plane for 5 hours by chance. Devon Brown, who was on earlier. Let's see. Oh, and there are some pretty cool people, in this picture. There's the top affiliate for ClickFunnels, which I'm in one of his programs. So I'm going to be using a lot of his stuff for GrooveFunnels. I can't wait. And there's just a lot of people I've met. Stephen Larson, I can go on and on, right? The point is, haters going to hate, the believers. Yeah, I know, right? So, and it's not their fault. It's not their fault. We just are wired differently, and that's okay, right? We are different. We are wired differently. But when I came across GrooveFunnels, it really, oops, let me get I've got my little slider thing here. And you guys know GrooveFunnels, obviously, because you guys are here. And that's the beauty of it. When I came across GrooveFunnels, it has changed my life. Like, I loved the ClickFunnels community, but the software wasn't good for my clients and students. And I wanted to find something that would work for them. And then now that I've uncovered the whole Groove ecosystem, and there's more than this now, I made this slide 2 months ago, there's more. That has changed my life. I mean, it's changed my life in so many ways that I am all in for Groove. And that's why when they made me their first GrooveFunnels ambassador, I was so honored. And they did that because I have been in the communities talking to hundreds of people, giving all of my advice, people who aren't connected to me financially, meaning that they're not under me for Groove, but I was helping them answer questions. Sometimes I was answering questions, I guess they say, better than some of the employees. And so they were like, wow, there's this girl who's helping all of these people. We're going to make her an ambassador. She'll be our first woman. We're going to make a whole program around it. And they have several people that they've kind of plucked out for this. They've just given me that badge already. And I started rising. I was in the top 10 at one point. And this is like overall sales, which is quite amazing because if you look at like the history, I started like at the beginning of June. And so for me to be still, I'm probably somewhere in the top, 25 in top gross sales. I'm probably not in the month of October, or maybe now I am because I did a push yesterday, but I'm going to be all over the map. I've shifted a little bit to focus on the programs that I've created and making sure I serve my students, but I just love being an affiliate. The commission is great. It wasn't even my intention, but now that it's been something that's core to my life, I'm going to keep pushing that. And I want to teach all of you guys how to do that too. And so it's been really great. And I have my Groove Stars community where I just kind of pour into anyone that wants to listen to me. You are all Groove Stars. Groove Stars unite, because I want us to have that sense of belonging. When we go to GrooveCon and I'm standing on stage and speaking to you guys, I want to look out and I want to see every single person in that audience as a Groove Star to me. And when you do see me, I would love to take selfies with you and high five and hugs and just be real with each other because we get each other. And so that's what I'm building as far as the Groove Stars community. And I hope that you guys are a part of that. And then as far as commissions, I get this question all the time. That's why I'm going to show this. These are old. This is just from July. But people say this, oh, you use or you have the software and you are promoting it, but have you actually gotten paid? Yes, I have lots of payments. I mean, $10,000 months, right? And so, yes, I'm getting paid. They're paying out. They do a great job of paying out weekly. It's not always on Wednesday, but most of the time it's on a Wednesday and they pay out. So I'm sure all of you guys have been making money, right? Tuan, I know you've made money and I can't wait because he's going to be on in a couple hours telling you his story and how he has also followed kind of a similar pathway than I have, where he wasn't even intending to sell and it just came as a byproduct of loving the software. And so, yes, I have gotten paid. I hope you guys get so many payments that you guys feel the same way I do. And one of the things people like this TikTok style thing, because this is what I do when I get a sale. In those early months, I was getting a sale, I'd do a little dance. And every time I would just get so excited. And when I hit the $50,000 in expected commission mark after less than 60 days, I was doing this dance with my husband and we were just really, really excited, right? Know your slider software, please. Actually, you guys, this is PowerPoint. This is just PowerPoint animated slides. And yeah, Martin, you got 6K, I know. And I'm blanking on the name, but someone else showed a 15K payout. I mean, it's life-changing. And it really anyone, because I am just an average person, can just put some effort in. You've got to know your audience. You've got to know some things. And I'm going to teach you that in a minute. Yes, payouts are great. I know. Yeah, so this is just PowerPoint. I bought a template and I'd be happy to point you guys to where that is. And you can use it, and it's really easy to actually just change out things. So, okay. And then finally, I just want to touch before I get into the teaching is that I bought it for the software. Like I really did. Like that is the only reason why I came to Groove was because of the software. And I believe in it. I'm a software junkie. I don't go out and buy purses. I don't go out and buy things that most women do. I wear black every day and I'm low maintenance, but I buy software and I see the good deals when I come across them. And I know that one of the things that I love is like AppSumo. I'm an AppSumo junkie. I can't even go on there without wanting to buy something because I love the word lifetime. And I don't know about you. How many of you guys like the word lifetime? Anybody? And so, but what people don't understand is like this GrooveFunnels software, it's in lifetime mode right now. You can get it for life. It's like getting in before Microsoft, getting in before Google, getting in before ClickFunnels. Like you can get it for life, never have to pay another dollar again. Now, people can't really envision that in the future, right? But if you do, think about like just one software is going to save you money. And they're putting 20 and they keep adding, right? They added Chatmatic, they're adding, Proof. They've just added all these different things, plus all the bonuses, right? And it's just a lot. Lifetime is a keyword for you too. Yeah, I know. You're a lifetime sucker. That's probably what I should call myself too. I just love it. And so the reason why it's important for you to know 50 different, yeah, I know, me too. Okay. So the reason why I want you guys to see this slide is because I made this slide because I bought it for the software. I really, really did. And I think that's my driver in telling people. I don't sell to make a sale. I sell to say, hey, here's the benefits. This is why I bought it. It's going to save me money. It already has. And I am using it. I actually do have funnels. I have a lot of funnels. I have even the top converting funnel right now. If you go to Groove Marketplace. So if you go to Groove Affiliate, inside your dashboard and you click Marketplace, you can see mine is the top there. And that is great because it shows you that I do have a funnel page that I built in like less than an hour. That's how easy that they have made it for anyone. Anyone can go in there and make a funnel page within an hour and have it live and it's out to cyberspace. And I think that is what's crazy because it took me months in the other funnel builders. And I'm pretty techie. So I hope you guys have also embarked on why this lifetime deal is so important. And $13.97 is just a no-brainer. When you look at the long life of GrooveFunnels. It's going to be this long timeline, and we're just like this little tiny blip in beta. And once it goes to monthly, it is going to be just epic, right? It's going to be epic because then you can earn even more commissions. You can have everything working seamlessly under one roof. And it's going to be the game changer in the funnel industry. I believe, and I know it for sure. And that's why when they made me the certified GrooveFunnels ambassador, I believe like, it's not just that I'm trying to sell the software. I'm really not. Like if you ask anybody that's bought from me, I don't push software. I push the reason why I bought it. And I just tell my story of why I believe this is a game changer. It's going to change the funnel industry. It already has. If you have witnessed, people in the other communities are putting innovation projects in that they had never had before. They finally are going to fix or improve software. Some are doing the 40% commission plan. They didn't do that before. And so there's a lot of people who are going, whoa, this GrooveFunnels is starting to shake up the industry, and it's only going to continue and continue and continue. And I can tell you, because I've talked to these founders, that they are dumping as much time and effort to making this the best software solution out there, the best suite of software solutions under one roof. And so that's why, for me, I believe, yes, the lifetime opportunity is truly awesome. It really is. I mean, and I'm not just saying that to try to sell you. I'm trying to just show you that it's saved so much money for me already, and it's going to save me thousands long term. You'd put all your money into stock. I actually did ask Mike if I could buy stock, but it's not a public company. And so it's really funny because I believe that if we all could buy a little bit of stock now, we're going to be really, really set in the future. Pretty cool. Okay. Yes, Kevin, I won't mention that out loud. And you know what? One of the things I didn't realize about StreamYard this morning is that I can actually highlight your comments, right? Okay. So I haven't done this. I'm going to do this right now. Okay. My first one, Martin, you get to be it. So I would put all my money into buying stock. So when I talked to Mike the other day, I'm like, hey, do you guys have a stock plan? Because I think that this would be worth something in the future. And he, of course, said no. But all right. Okay. So let's go to the next slide. It's not working. Okay, here we go. And so I'm going to just show you what I did. And if it helps you, great. It's helped a lot of people. It doesn't help every single person out there, but there's no harm in putting effort in, right? Oh, Todd, I was reading his comment. Let me see. I'm going to put it up and we're going to talk about it. Okay, Todd, I've advertised on Facebook, 202 visitors in 2 days, but no signups. Does it take time? So, as far as advertising, I'm not the guru on that because I haven't done it. But I will say this, is that it really is something that you have to know your audience. That's what I speak to. So I know my audience are funnel people. I know most of the people that I've met online are all from other funnel communities, right? And so I spoke to them and their pain points. I also know that most of them are entrepreneurs that want to make money. So those are the two things that I spoke to. And I'm going to show you my post in a minute, but you have to have an engaging post. Now, as far as ads, there are some converting ads out there. There's a lot of people in the space. I know like 3 or 4, and I'm actually talking to a few about it. And maybe we can point you in the right direction to one of those experts, and they can actually give you some tips on how to tweak your message. I know like Kathy Wallace has done some Facebook advertising and she saw some results, but it did take some time. Is the slide available? I'm not sure which slide, but if it's the comparison slide, I will give you guys that comparison slide and you guys can actually change the colors. I have a whole document on that. Just message me and I'll do that for you. Okay, so best solution. Let's see, what's it? Rockstar. I'm number 8 now on the leaderboard. Yeah, I had 2 things, Dennis, that I was thinking about, is not even worrying about the contest and just kind of, worrying about the programs that we're focused on. But I decided, man, people are going to be watching me, so I really need to step it up. So yesterday I did a really big push and I was excited to see that I even made the leaderboard at all. So I hope I stay there, but we're not sure. Let's see. Oh, the slide's bigger. Yeah, I can do that. Let me see. Okay. Thank you. I will go off camera. Greg, I definitely want to make sure that you guys can see this. All right. So here we go. I'm going to go into, how do I get that off? Hi. Okay, there you go. So I'm going to go into the teaching now. Okay. So I posted on my personal Facebook profile. Now, the thing is a lot of people don't like to use their personal Facebook profile. And I get that, because when someone told me that this is the most important asset that we have right now, I told them they were nuts. At the time, it was not even a year and a half ago when I only had about 1,200 friends on Facebook, and they were all personal family, personal friends that I had actually met in person. Not a single person was really anyone I didn't even know. And I had many coaches, many people say, Angie, you have got to look at your personal Facebook profile as a tool. It is the most important asset in your Rolodex that you have. You don't even realize it. And I'm like, yeah, I don't want to sell to my friends and family. And they're like, no, that's not what I'm talking about. You need to realize the people that are on Facebook. There's a lot of people, a lot of pockets, a lot of money to be made on Facebook. And so I decided, wow, okay, maybe I should listen. And so I went to Funnel Hacking Live and I opened up my personal Facebook profile to take in some new friends. And they said to get up to 5,000 people. And I thought that's going to be really difficult. Well, it was not as difficult as I thought. And I got to 5,000 friends probably within 3 months, which was kind of crazy because it just happened so quickly. And so be forewarned that you want to be very careful who you let in. I had some kind of crazy people that were not in the funnel space and not in the entrepreneur space. And they kind of scared me and my family. And so we had to make sure that you go into it with good intentions, but knowing your kind of standards, right? Okay, do they have a profile picture? Do they actually post on Facebook? Do they match their name, match their pictures? All those kinds of things. Like, be forewarned, especially if you're a female, because as a female, you get a lot of weird people across the world. But if you do open it up, you know that you can get a lot of awesome people. I mean, I've met so many people like you guys on here on Facebook, and it's changed my world. I mean, you guys have become my friends, right? And so that's what you want to do. The second step is you want to make an engaging Facebook post, then follow up in Messenger. And so I'm going to show you what I did. And then you have the conversations. Now, I don't sell by just posting my link all over the place. That's a very, it's a strategy like throwing just a bunch of darts at the wall at the same time without having a strategy. Now, if you have a laser focused strategy, you're going to do a lot better, right? You get weird people too. Yeah, I mean, it's a kind of it's a gray area. There's some people out here who, they don't have your best intention at heart. And that's why we want to make sure that we're safe, but we're also going to open our minds up that our personal Facebook profile can be your most important asset. And for me, it has been. Now, I did spend an entire year building that, having conversations, going to events and things like that. So when I made this post, this was my post on May 28th, and I called out two things. One, I had a pattern interrupt image. Now, the image, they say, is the most important element of your post. And a lot of people, there was someone that trained on the Grooveathon earlier that was talking about the image doesn't even have to match what your message is. It really doesn't. I had this picture and it was like this car accident and it had 3 cars. One car was on its like front and it was just, I should have posted it, but it was like the weirdest looking crash you've ever seen. And it just stopped people in their tracks. And you're like, oh, I got to read this. And what was great about it is the message was about posting a pattern interrupt image. So think about that. Now, I knew that money is something that people are drawn to. So I thought, okay, people in this space want to make money. And I just made $558 yesterday. And that was my first sale. And I knew the person. And so it was someone I reached out to and just said, hey, I just bought the software. I think this could help, our partnership because we have a partnership. And so she bought it too. And it was perfect, right? So I used this and then I added an attention grabbing headline and it just said, hey, anyone want to promote a brand new game-changing software and potentially earn a commission on this? And that is when I was just saying, without saying the name GrooveFunnels, because I didn't want to offend my ClickFunnels friends. And I said, anyone want to promote this game-changing new software? And then I also called out the pain points. Hey, it's going to replace all of these softwares, right? Like it's going to replace ClickFunnels, Infusionsoft, GroovePages. I looked at the inventory of the suite of products that GrooveFunnels has, and I just went out and I researched, okay, what are the competitors? And I just added it into this little chunk right here. And it was great because I had many people that reached out and they would point out, yeah, I use Medium or I use TriInteract or I use Shopify, and it would just call those out. So do that. And then you offer the new opportunity and keep it short. I'm not the most expert at this, but this is what I just did. And it actually turned out to be good. Now, the other thing you want to make sure is like in the comments, I didn't immediately post my link. I made them go to Messenger and have a side conversation in order to be, have that conversation. Let me see. I'm going to pop up one of these comments. Okay. So Todd says, if you follow up with Messenger, will you use Chatmatic? Absolutely. I have other ones I've used as far as Messenger apps. I have like probably the most common one I have used, but I believe that if Groove is providing a service, they're providing you access to something, we as Groove people, Groove stars, should be using as much as we can. Now, yes, some are in beta, so we do have to be patient, but I actually am getting ready to have a conversation with Travis. He reached out to me in Messenger, and we're gonna jump on a conversation about that and how I can help be an evangelist for Chatmatic. And so I will be using that, and I hope that you guys will too. I haven't jumped in there yet, but tomorrow I'll be talking about a couple income opportunities that you can use Chatmatic to do. So let's see. Can Groove Legal let us know regarding checks, as I didn't think we were allowed to share what we make? Well, that's a great question, and I have no clue, but we can certainly find out who and how we would, find out about this. So let me make a note of this Laura, and we will find out, because that's a great question. And I want to follow the rules, right? If we're not allowed to show our income, this is not an MLM. GrooveFunnels is not an MLM or a network marketing company. So there's different rules. This is just a software company, and we're commission only salespeople. So it's a great question though. Okay. So this is a great question. Could you not have just created a Facebook fan page in your name instead of using your, okay. I love this question. This is exactly what I said. And the answer is no. The reason why is your Facebook fan pages or your brand pages are great. Don't get me wrong. You need those to run ads and things like that, but they do not get open rates as your personal Facebook profile does. Your personal Facebook profile will get the highest open rates. And excuse me. And so you will, if you think about it this way, do you go out and look at all your friends' fan pages? Probably not. But do you pay attention when one of your friends on Facebook or Instagram, they post something on their personal page? The open rate is like almost 90 to 100% of the people that actually see it, right? So yeah, that was something that I had a hard time with. But if you open your mind to it, you'll start seeing it. Yes, Tuan says Facebook fan pages do not get much visibility. And I agree. There's so many out there now. People just don't even really go out there, but they are important. You still need them. I'm not discounting them. Just make sure that, So let me get to the rest, because I know Martin's going to come on in 12 minutes. So let's see. Okay. I'm going to show this one just real fast, because I really do think that. So if I will bring that back to Groove and find out if they have someone that is more, expert in this area, and they can do that for you. Because I did one on being ethical, but as far as affiliate marketing legal, yeah, definitely not my space, but I definitely want to get that information to you. Okay. Okay. And then when someone said they were interested, so I had an entire message, and it did include my link in Messenger. And so Aaron, I actually offer anyone to copy that exact post with the image. And I made an image that didn't have my name in it. And I have the step 1, here's the post. Step 2, here's the follow-up in Messenger. And so if anyone wants that, just message me. I'll just message it to you. I'm not going to post it here because I don't want to draw links or anything like that. But just so you know, I did message them right into Messenger. But what happened was the way I crafted it would start a conversation. And it would be like, hey, you have any questions? And they would say, yes. Why did you buy this? What about ClickFunnels? What about this? And does it do this? And so I would answer as many questions as I could. And if you can answer more questions, then you will get more chance of the sale. And that's what I was witnessing. I didn't lead with, hey, you need to buy this. It was more like, hey, if you're interested, this is why I bought it. I bought it because it's going to save me a lot of money, a lot of headache. Okay. So I want to quickly go through, because I didn't realize I talked so long, but I'm going to, whatever I don't do today, I have an hour and a half tomorrow morning that I'm going to be talking to you guys about. And I have 16 hours of hosting, guys. So I have 4 hours today, 4 hours tomorrow, 4 hours next Saturday, and 4 hours the following Saturday or following Sunday. And so I have 16 hours total. I will be weaving in a lot of my training into all of those, but I'm bringing on experts. So I'm not going to be talking for 16 hours because no one wants to hear that. But I want you guys to get these experts that are way better than me and in their different specialties, like Martin here, who's going to be on, and Tuan and people like that. Okay, so before Martin comes on, let me just quickly, I want you guys to know the importance of knowing what a funnel actually is. How many of you guys have been to McDonald's? I mean, I'm sure you have, right? And so you go in, you have your front end offer, which is a burger. And then they try to give you an upsell of, hey, do you want fries and a Coke with that? And sometimes they used to say, super size me. And then they have the back end offer, hey, do you want a Happy Meal? And they might even do an order bump, which is something on the final order page. And it might be like, hey, do you want an apple pie? Now, we are in a funnel all the time. I went to the mall, and there's little stand that had hair straighteners. And let me tell you, they have their funnel down. And you go to Walmart. Guess what? Guess where order bumps are at Walmart? Right when you check out, there's all the candy, all the sodas, all the little knickknack things that you may not remember to get when you're inside the store, right? So there are funnels. We are in a funnel constantly. Now, if you take that online, we're in a funnel all the time online, which is great. A lot of you may have been scrolling Facebook and went, oh, wow, 10 tips to be a better funnel builder. And then it's free. You put your email address in. The next thing you know, you're getting a series of emails. You're getting a series of value. And what they're doing is they're building that know, like, and trust factor. So what I explain a funnel as is a series of steps to turn a stranger into a loyal customer. And you want to do that because when you go on a date, you don't ask the person to marry you on date one. You want them to get to know you. So in that series of dates, you're getting more and more and more and more invested, right? And that person's getting to know you before you actually ask that person to marry you. Same thing with the funnel. Like, you're not going to go in and say, hey, I have this high ticket offer for $10,000, buy it. I mean, you're not going to do that when they don't even know you. Why would they buy from you? So you've got to turn that know, like, and trust factor into wanting them to really become a raving fan of yours. And then you start with a zero or a very low ticket offer. The next funnel page, it has maybe a higher ticket and so on. And so there's a lot of things that go into a funnel. And that's the beauty of GrooveFunnels, because GrooveFunnels has all the pieces. Now, a lot of people get confused with GrooveFunnels. They say, oh, it's so confusing. GrooveFunnels, GroovePages, all these. Think of it this way. Don't compare GrooveFunnels to other funnel builders, because it's way more than that. If you're going to compare like ClickFunnels or Infusionsoft, compare GroovePages to that, okay? But when it comes to GrooveFunnels, there is so much that goes into a funnel. You need a way to pay. You need an affiliate program. You need videos. You need membership sites. You need all these different pieces, right? The webinar piece. So that's what GrooveFunnels is creating. They're creating all the different elements that you need for an entire comprehensive funnel. Now, with other builders, you have just the page builder. It may have some extra features, but you have to go out and get other softwares to work together to make the entire funnel. And so what GrooveFunnels is doing is they're changing that. They're like, why are people paying so much money when they can just go to one solution? We're going to bring that to market. Why haven't it been created before? Now, yes, there's companies like High Level who do this kind of thing, but guess what? That is for agencies. I have tried it. I'm a pretty versed technology person. It is very confusing for an average user. What GrooveFunnels is doing is that they're creating a software that's easy for people to use, easy for anyone. I jumped on the phone with Linda, who is, she's never built a web page in her life. And I just sat there, and when she got stuck, I would just talk her through it. But she created an entire page all by herself, And so I just really feel like, it's going to be something that anyone that gets into GrooveFunnels and actually tries the software is going to like it. And hey, they're improving every day. I went in there just yesterday and they have the funnel organization. I was like, oh my gosh, this is awesome. And so they're creating stuff, but they're taking your feedback too. They have a feedback loop. If you are missing a piece, if you see something wrong, tell them. They are going to add it in. I promise you, they're going to make it work because they are committed, and I've seen it witnessed. Trello Boss, let's see what she says. Let's see. Hi. Yeah, so we have a lot going on, and we are going to be bringing on some experts soon. I think Martin's going to be joining in like less than 5 minutes, and we're going to get the party started. So I'm going to go through some more slides. Let's see. Whatever I don't get through, like I said, I'll be going through over the course of the next few stuff. So there's a bunch of traffic sources out there, hundreds, and I have a list that I've made, and there's a lot of creative ones that aren't on here, but I have a lot of creative ones that I'll be using. And so just pick your traffic source. Pick the one that you are familiar with. Like if you live on Instagram, start with Instagram. If you're a TikToker, do TikTok. If it's Facebook, YouTube, whatever, start with your specialty. Like when Martin gets on, he's going to talk about his specialty. When Tuan gets on, he's going to talk about, how he's a personal brand guy. And so, you're here. Let me hold on one second, guys. I'm here as soon as you're ready. Okay. Yeah, you can jump on. I don't see you in the room, so you'll have to pop on. But okay, so let me get this person. Okay. Let me move on to the next slide while we wait. Okay, so another thing that you want to do is you want to get your personal profile in check. You want to make sure that when people come to your page, they're going to see this. So I reposted this cover image this morning or last night because I want to show that this is what you see when you get to my page. You'll see my picture, right? Yes, it's cute to have cat videos and cat pictures and your kids' pictures, but if people don't know who you are, or they can't look into your eyes, they may not buy from you. It might be a deterrent, right? So you don't want to make your whole profile business, but you definitely want to, make sure that it's inviting for people and that they can see that they're, oh, there's Martin. I see him now. Okay. And then you also want to have a catching headline, and there's hundreds out there. I even have like a whole list of them, 187 if anyone's interested. There's a bio. You want to make sure that you delete all of the stuff that doesn't matter. Like, no one needs to know where you went to college. Really, they don't if you want to sell them, right? No one needs to know where you went, where you worked 80 million places. You just want to make it very succinct, and you want to make sure that they have a call to action with a link. And then you want also a featured photo. Like, I put this on there, and this is my free funnel builder. So I'm going to stop my slides here because we have Martin in the house, and I'm going to bring him on. Let me end my show. Okay. So let me bring Martin on, add to stream. There he is. All right. I don't know if we can hear him yet. Can you test your audio? While he's getting set up, so Martin is going to introduce himself, but he was an inspiration to me when I first came on the scene. I didn't know anything really about Groove, and his website was actually one that I refer to a lot. Actually, my husband refers to it a lot now too.
Hey,
There he is. Yay, Martin. Hey, how are you doing?
Hey, yeah, doing great.
Good. Well, why don't you introduce yourself, tell everyone who you are, give the 5-minute elevator pitch, and then I'm going to pull up your slides.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Martin Bödecker. I'm from Germany, and I have a long history with Mike Filsaime. I was following for years, and I actually was fortunate enough, like in 2015, getting personal coaching from Mike Filsaime because he put out the most incredible offer I've ever seen, because he was an affiliate for Brandon Bouchard, who's well-known personal development expert. And for $1,000 course that I bought, at that point, he and Andy Jenkins, who were the co-founders of Kartra, Mike's former company, and they offered, like, if I buy Brandon's course for $1,000, he and Andy together would offer like 1 year of personal coaching. And back at that time, like, that was like at the time where Mike and Andy were already super successful. So even though I said to myself, I will not buy any high ticket offer or something like this. I just bought this course because the bonus was so amazing, and of course Brandon's course was so amazing as well. So then at that time I was working with a different company. I already left the corporate world. I'm a electrical engineer by profession, worked in the oil and gas industry, but I already quitted my job to start a company or to join a developer who developed some kind of focus software. And I used the coaching to sell this kind of software. And then during the year, it turned out that during the coaching sessions, Andy, Mike, and me and the other guy were there. We were telling him, basically the three of us, we need to do like more internet marketing techniques to sell this software. We need to sell it at higher prices. But in the end, he would not listen because he wanted to serve all people, which is a huge mistake if you're using any of these funnel techniques that Angie was talking about. And then at the end of the year, like, that was really where I hit rock bottom. Like at the beginning of the year, like my long-term relationship broke, and then in April, my father committed suicide, and then the partnership with my former partner ended as well. So I was really like at the bottom of like I cannot express that like how devastated I was. And then there was the last coaching session with Mike, and he told me like, yeah, here I'm there for you if you have any questions, if you have any help. Like I know like this contract ended, or like the offer ended, but if there's anything that you want me to do for you, like he was just there for me. And so I knew personally that I could not fail, and since then I followed everything that Mike did. And this is this was like I started from scratch, built up a new like my own software, tried to get it to market, and I basically failed. But in the process, I spent a lot of money into development, built a great app that was helping a lot of people, but I was not able to sell it. And at that point, there was I saw like the I do not know, like Russell Brunson's when they started like their challenge and their summit, and I thought like, why do not something similar? So I went out like asking why did I fail? Why did I why I wasn't able to find focus as I should have? So I set out, built a huge summit. Like I had this idea, like I could do something similar, and because I was basically nobody to all the famous people that I was able to interview or that I wanted to interview, and so I decided to make my summit, the Pareto Summit, a charity summit. So all of the money I gathered from the summit, I donated to Pencils of Promise, and that was my pitch to all these amazing people that agreed to be interviewed. So I interviewed the who is who in the industry, like all the experts that you might know from ClickFunnels. So I interviewed Jim Edwards. I interviewed a lot of people that Mike worked with. I interviewed John Lee Dumas and Mike Filsaime, AJ Roberts, who's the CEO of Kartra, and Mike Koenigs, and a lot of really famous people like in this internet market. Perry Marshall, of course, one of the favorite guys, and that's it was a crazy ride. But then even though I had all this amazing people on the summit almost failed because like my Facebook ads account got shut down, and what rescued the summit was basically Mike Filsaime mailing out for me to his list at the time. So I was at least able to get a couple of $1,000s in revenue. At the time I was already broke from spending all the money for my software, and that was the time like when I was really thinking about like what should I do next. And that's when I really started to put out a lot of really in-depth blog posts, because I used Kartra. So I started there naturally, writing really like the longest posts on Kartra, the most in-depth posts, because I was using the software like for my summit and for Fight Focus. And I got some traction there, and that was basically my plan. But then Mike launched GrooveFunnels, and GrooveFunnels like just crushed it. And I saw the potential because I knew what Mike was able to do, like with Webinar Jam before that, and with Kartra, which is an amazing system. And I knew if he already built this platform, but with GrooveFunnels it will be even better. And it was so amazing to see the journey. So I knew this was going to be big. And then I decided out and wrote like a 8,000 word blog post about like how awesome GrooveFunnels is. And then I offered all the interviews as a bonus for people who signed up with my affiliate link. And that like being really ranking high, being the first on Google like for free, basically helped me to get a lot of people, and I'm still making sales from that. So my intention was really like provide the enthusiasm I had for Mike's work and for Mike's capabilities, because I knew the software was in beta, and so I put all of this into the blog post, and with the summit interviews, I had a lot of credibility. And this is something I want to go through if we have time today. That I want to explain you why GrooveFunnels is so successful, and why I think this is such an amazing offer, because Mike already did this in the past, and what you're getting here, like he already did this like with Webinar Jam. When Webinar Jam started, now the software costs $1,000 per year if you want to use it. And when they started out, they sold a lifetime deal for $300 in the beginning as well. So Mike already did this with other successful software that is dominating the market in terms of webinars. And then Kartra was not as successful as GrooveFunnels will be, because the company politics were much more conservative than Mike liked things to be. So GrooveFunnels is making rapid progress, and I think the deal that we have right now is just incredible. So
that's awesome. I want to point out, someone posted this and you can read it, but you're a great inspiration.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And like I really do this, like, now with the success I have, I really want to give back already. Now I'm really, like, when I had this success coming in with the ranking high, and next week I will buy like a really nice cottage from my commissions from GrooveFunnels. I'm probably, like, I do not know how much I made in expected commissions, but I really like a place where when the coronavirus hit, like, I was like, my wife was at home, but all vacation was shut down. So this place was owned by my family. So I sat there, my home office, and that's actually where I wrote like all these long blog posts that made me so successful. And now I'm able to buy it from my sister, and I'm really looking forward to moving my office there, and I call it the Groove House now.
That's great. So I missed giving a giveaway last hour. So at the end of Martin's hour, we'll give 2 giveaways. The $50 gift card. Martin will give one away, and I'll give one away at the end of this hour. And every single hour, we're going to give away $50 in swag gift cards to the swag store. And so just be ready for that at the end. So make sure you pay attention to some of the stuff that Martin talks about, because the questions might be based on that. So I'm going to bring up his slides now, and I'm going to go off camera while he teaches you guys, and then I'm going to show his slides. Okay.
Okay. I do. Yeah. Okay. Let's do it like this. What I thought that we can do here in this presentation, or in my talk, is I see a lot of people, seeing all these success stories, seeing my success, seeing Angie's success, and what I want to talk about is, like, this success is not common. What you're really seeing is only the tip of the iceberg, and for most people who are just getting started, it's much harder. And what I thought about, like, doing for this talk, I just finished this book. It's Poor Charlie's Almanac. One of the best books I've ever read, and this is from Charles T. Munger, who's the partner of Warren Buffett. Like, this guy is a billionaire, and in this book he explained a lot of things that Mike already likes. That also, like, this guy Dan Ariely, like, this is one of Mike's favorites books, and it's one of my favorites as well, because I really like. I always wonder, like, how we as humans, and me especially, can be so irrational and do, like, things like against our best interests. And it comes down, like what Mike already said, is like oftentimes we are just like atoms that react to certain stimuli, and I try to understand this as much as possible so I can use this in my business and can use this to help other people. And like, if Angie can scroll down, we can have a look at the different things. And let's start with the the power of, like what I want to talk about is really, like, why GrooveFunnels is successful, and teach you at the same time how you can use this for your business. Because, like, one of the reasons, for example, like, if we start with like the if you line up different aspects and different like cognitions or irrational things that we do, then you can make a really compelling offer. For example, like in terms of GrooveFunnels, it's about the incentives. GrooveFunnels really grew from Mike's butterfly effect, and this is just a different version of the same concept, because Charles Munger called this the Lollapalooza effect. So if you have like the right incentives, and then like if I'm an engineer, and if I'm promoting GrooveFunnels to other engineers, then they're more likely to buy from me, because there's some instant trust. And this is what I want to talk about.
Can you repeat those books? People are asking if you can repeat those books.
The books, like the first one is Predictably Irrational. Like this is a must read. Like it's my favorite marketing book of all time, even though it's not a marketing book. Like this is a must read for everyone. If you want to understand like the world, like this is an absolute must read. It's my favorite book of all time, probably. And the other one is like it's the most expensive book I've ever bought. Like on Amazon, it cost like more than $100, but I think on the original website you pay like $50 or something for this. But once I went through this book, I noticed like he is talking mainly about investing advice, because that's what Berkshire Hathaway is about. Like how they grew, like they own like big chunks of Coca-Cola and Gillette and all these big companies, and like that made Warren Buffett the richest person in the world for some time. And like this is written from his partner, so this is an amazing book. And I found and one thing that he talks about in this book is like they look for amazing opportunities, like for great companies, and then put all their money into these assets. And I think you should do the same if you're still, especially if you're starting out and thinking about like what's the right opportunity for your business. So you learn, like during this Grooveathon, you learn a lot of different tactics. For example, Angie just talked about like how she uses Facebook marketing, for example. Like I tried that as well, but I decided to stop it because like it was not my highest leverage thing. But one thing that I learned from doing all these interviews with all these famous and successful marketers was that all of them really had like their business down. They knew their audience, they knew their traffic methods, and especially the ones who were not like the highest level but also super successful. For example, like I talked to one solo ads vendor, and he told me like, I'm only doing solo ads because that's what I can do. I tried a lot of different things like affiliate marketing, and of course he could use his own solo ads that he sells for marketing a software like GrooveFunnels, but that's not his business model. So he focused on just selling solo ads to other people, and that's why he got successful. And this was a common pattern that I noticed from interviewing all these people. Like I interviewed a lot of people who run agencies, with Katra, for example, and they only focused on their agency work. They were not doing a lot of affiliate marketing. And I think the most important thing that I always want to get across, like you have to start where you are. You have to really, if you do not have the skills, you have to focus on building the skills. And I think GrooveFunnels is such an amazing opportunity, because you're like they will be growing like crazy. The marketing, the demand for designing websites will grow like crazy, and they're just getting started right now. Everything is still being developed. That's why I still have most of my stuff on Katra, for example. But GrooveFunnels, they're catching up so fast, and like they moved all the timelines from 21. A lot of them, the timelines moved already to 20 to this year, because they were able to hire so many developers. And it's so amazing to see how fast they make this progress, because people do not know is that most of the software is like for example, like GrooveMail currently is in beta, and I'm so glad that this is this is available now, that so you can actually use the whole thing of GrooveFunnels. But one thing, and this is a warning, and that I want to give to everybody as well, is that you do not need all of this. Like recently, and I really loved this experience, because I bought a product for $350, like one trick to create better YouTube videos, like some black hat SEO stuff. and I paid $350, and the whole process was basically like I saw a YouTube video. There was just a link to PayPal, and the product was then delivered via Facebook personal message, and it was just a link to YouTube video basically, and there was no tech at all involved. I think they would be making 10 times more sales if they would use even the free version of GrooveFunnels, because this was an affiliate offer, and I do not. They did all the calculation basically by using Google Sheets and Trusts, and so this was a really super refreshing experience, because I like when you're starting out, the first thing is you really want to find out a product market fit, and it's so hard to find people or find out if people are really willing to pay for what you have to offer. So for example, like when I started to promoting GrooveFunnels, I did not say like, yeah, this is an amazing software. I actually built a whole bunch of really beautiful slides. I made them available for buying, like just for $10 to prove that the software actually works. So I created this value stack, because at the beginning of GrooveFunnels they had not this refined presentations and all these slides where you see how valuable GrooveFunnels is, because like the offer was just so insane. So I was the first one to create an actual value stack for Filsaime. At some point they were even thinking about using these slides as an official video on the main website of GrooveFunnels, but then things changed, and it never ended there. But because I was able to demonstrate how GrooveSell worked, that I actually made real sales. Like I made like 5 or 6 sales from the funnel slides, but that I was able to put on GrooveFunnels and on YouTube, so I could actually show that I was using the software to make sales. And this is when everything was ready. And what I really love about GrooveFunnels as well, and is that this company really walks their talk. They're using their own software to sell the software, and this makes them better. And one thing that's also so amazing to see about GrooveFunnels is that they now I lost my train of thought. That they use all of their tools, and that they just move imperfectly. Like even like this Grooveathon was like just a idea from David Lemon, and then they thought like, why not do like a 24-hour per day live stream during the whole launch. And I really appreciate that they are leading with an example there, because they launch imperfectly and they get better over time. So you have this amazing world-class attitude, but they're willing to move forward without they're just willing to fail, and there's no A/B testing when it's not available in the software. But they're just like, even the videos that Mike when he explained like how amazing the affiliate program is, it was just like a whiteboard video and nothing professional. And we, like, especially us as software junkies, we buy all this, like Angie had this amazing presentation, and we see that and we think we need this amazing presentations to make sales. But actually, what I just said, like buying this product for $350, you do not need that. If you have something that people want to buy, they do not care, because usually your product is just an obstacle to what people want to achieve. And that's something that I wanted to talk about. And if we can go a little bit doing this down the slides, as go a little bit farther down, please. So what you see in this, what Mike did and why GrooveFunnels is so successful, is that he uses a lot of like these levers from this book and from Charles Munger's book. Because, for example, like when people sign up, like, let's just take inconsistency avoidance. We are wired in a way that we want to be consistent. So if we sign up for GrooveFunnels, like for the free version, there's like we already invested, and if our business grows and we make money from it, we want to give back. And also he uses doubt avoidance. That's why lifetime deals are so popular, because like with the lifetime deal, you're just paying once, you're paying a lot of money for the software, but there's like he takes away all the doubt that this is a good investment, because you're not having this ongoing monthly payments. And they even when they launched, they tried to go to monthly payments much earlier, but they quickly moved away from this, because then people would judge the software completely different. And so we can go a little bit further down and see if there we have like then there's also like curiosity, like GrooveFunnels is completely new, and Angie used that in her post, for example, to show like this is a new software. And so it's great, creating huge buzz in the industry. So you see he's using curiosity. And then dislike tendency, there's not so much about that. Of course they now have like this healthy competition with ClickFunnels mainly. So I was facing some heat on my personal Facebook profile when I posted like GrooveFunnels is already more successful than ClickFunnels, because if you just take the user count, GrooveFunnels has more user than ClickFunnels. And then even like Russell Brunson replied to my post, and this was
okay. That post was quite astonishing, because Russell Brunson took the time to comment on your post. I mean, tell them about that. Don't call names that are like that, as far as we're not trying to start some animosity. We're just talking about how GrooveFunnels is changing the game, and so ClickFunnels is taking notice, right?
One thing, and I'm an affiliate for Kartra, and I try to be as objective as possible. And you see also that if you're reading my blog posts, is like Russell is doing an amazing job in educating people. And like you saw Mike Filsaime promoting Russell's latest book, Traffic Secrets, to his email list as well. And like Russell is an amazing teacher. But also if you do like the research about ClickFunnels, they, in terms of the technology, they were pretty super lean. They were proud of that. They only had like 5 developers, like his CTO. I do not remember his name, but they were really proud on having a really small team. And that's why they did not innovate with the software. They had all this market share, and but they were not like Mike, a technology leader. Russell Brunson's really unique ability is teaching people these concepts of funnels and putting this into amazing offers and creating amazing offers and and educating people. But I always thought like, you should take Russell Brunson's stuff, but use a different technology to implement that, because ClickFunnels is for if you just look at the technology without the tribe and all, like just like pure facts. Like I'm an engineer, I love to just look at the facts. ClickFunnels is not the best software, and there were a lot of people complaining about bugs and things like this. And at some point, ClickFunnels even realized that themselves. Like they made this huge announcement, I think about a year ago or something, when they said like, we will not develop product that we announced anymore. So they just have a really basic membership site in ClickFunnels and the affiliate program. Like they do not even use a different provider for their affiliate program. And they were not really making progress on the software side, while Mike came in with this huge vision of what GrooveFunnels can be for like what Kartra already is to some degree. But Kartra has the main disadvantage. I love this, but the pages, like the framework that Kartra was built on, and Mike goes into this detail and explained this on this Grooveathon as well. This is old 9 or 10 years old technology, and now they're using this new technology, which makes your sites load so much faster. And because the sites load faster, and this matters a lot, especially if you're running ads to funnels, they every millisecond, or like every second that your page loads longer is something that will decrease the people who will actually see your page. And this is something that I noticed for GrooveFunnels. And here's a short tip, and this was something I told the team at GrooveFunnels as well at some point. If you're designing your pages in GrooveFunnels, make sure that you optimize the images, because some people just use like one of the images or stock images from the library, and if these are like 2 megabytes, your page will load painfully slow. So make sure you optimize your images. And even when GrooveFunnels started, they had like this huge like couple of megabytes on their main landing page. So I went ahead, grabbed all the images and sent them the optimized version from this. So and this is also something that I'm trying constantly to do. If you're starting out, you want to do it like engineers and constantly provide value in the community. So that's how you stand out, and that's how you might up. If you find a unique angle that I know some people got hired by GrooveFunnels. David Lemon got hired this way, and Art Steven was hired this way because they were constantly providing value to GrooveFunnels. And I try to do that all the time, and it's paying back, because people in the community will notice you. And this has to do a lot with reciprocation. Sometimes, English is not my native language. So where if I give something away for you for free, you will more likely to give something back to me and buy my product at some point. So this is something and that GrooveFunnels uses to a big amount. They're giving away all this the software for free. Like I really had like one call when I did my my summit interviews. I went on a personal coaching call with one guy, and he told me like, I just bought Pay Kickstart for $1,000. They had some offer there, and I told him, hey, you've just bought GrooveFunnels. You can just you should ask for a refund, because Groove Affiliate, and this was even before they made GrooveSell free. But he went back and said like, I will just ask for a refund, because you're absolutely right. I do not need Pay Kickstart because GrooveSell can do this. And then they made this whole platform for free. So it's so amazing what you can do with GrooveFunnels now. You basically, if you choose like a traffic source, like YouTube, for example, you can just put a complete funnel for free in GrooveFunnels, and this is just so amazing to sell your product. And the next thing, what I think is making GrooveFunnels so successful is definitely influence from association. Like we have all those big names coming on to GrooveFunnels right now, like Bob Proctor and Mr. Long, and so all they're getting a lot of big names now switching over to GrooveFunnels, and at some point, GrooveFunnels will be the best technology available in the marketplace. So they have all this social proof basically, and pain avoiding is another like bias that we have. We do not want to have any pain of paying for the software, so they're using this as well. Another thing, so maybe we can also have like I'm just talking here. Maybe we can have some more interaction. The name of my blog is findfocus.net, and you will find that I'm reviewing a lot of information there, especially when it comes to software, mainly Kartra and GrooveFunnels, because that's also one thing that I really want to stress is if you're an affiliate, I think it's so important to do this with integrity. And I'm using all the products that I'm promoting, or at least try them, and all the courses that I'm promoting. If you're on my email list and stuff, like you have to really believe in this. And you like if you're not believing in the product, you should basically not promote it. And this is so important. And I think that's one of the things that I always found myself to be most successful when I'm just writing from the heart, if I'm just speaking from the heart. And if you do this, you will be much more successful. And that's that's something that I failed for a long time when I tried to promote Find Focus, like my own software, because I was learning all these techniques about internet marketing, about scarcity, and all these things, but they never resonated with me. So I was like not in alignment with what I did. But when I then jumped on and shut down my software to promote GrooveFunnels and Cadra, I knew how amazing this software was, how much people were paying for other softwares, like Angie said. My blog is findfocus.net. So if you Google, if you just Google for GrooveFunnels, you will find my review probably on the 3rd page or 4th page, for second or third results or something like that. So that's where I find my where you find my blog. So if you have any other questions, always feel free to post them here. I'm really glad that this can be interactive. I would like to transfer or rebuild my funnels from ClickFunnels to Groove. What would be the best way to do that? Like it depends on your goals there. Right now, I'm still one of the guys who says like, buy the lifetime version of GrooveFunnels, but wait until it's out of beta. Like it depends how much you already have in ClickFunnels, because this is also a huge bias and a huge mistake that I see people making, because in the end, the technology does not matter that much. I had people on there when Russell Brunson boosted about like how many billionaires ClickFunnels made, and one woman told me like, if you had the numbers and if he would just have taught people like how to do this on WordPress, the numbers would be roughly the same. So the technology does not matter that much. Like one thing, you just want to get it done. And even if you look how Mike Filsaime approaches things, like he had for the longest time, even though he built Cadra, he had some of his webinars on ClickFunnels as well on his office, and he was using ClickFunnels. And the technology does not matter. It's really about like what can you do to serve your customer best. And I'm still using Cadra, waiting for GrooveFunnels to get out of beta, because I know the software and I do not want like the opportunity cost for me to use GrooveFunnels and learn all this, and sometimes figuring out if this is a bug or not, or if I just not know this function in the software is pretty high. So if you have something working on ClickFunnels, I would not switch yet. But it's different if you're paying for ClickFunnels and you're not making a lot of sales there, then you can just grow into GrooveFunnels. So this is why I think for professional businesses, they should wait a little bit. They should buy GrooveFunnels, the lifetime version, because it's a lifetime version. It's basically a no-brainer. But the switch, I would just wait a little bit longer. But for beginners, you can just grow into the platform. And that's why I would recommend to beginners to use GrooveFunnels right from the start, because everything will be there. And it really comes down to what your business model ultimately is, because if you have an agency and you have really high value clients, you do not want to get them typically on into something that is in beta. So you want to have like more proven software like Cadra, but this will change really quickly, and it's amazing to see how fast GrooveFunnels make progress. And I think they will be out of beta pretty quick, but there's still a couple of months to go, and that's why you're not seeing like the huge people that are not currently promoting GrooveFunnels as well switching over. So I'm sure a lot of people bought GrooveFunnels, but they're not switching yet. So I hope that makes sense. So what has been the greatest advice you have received, and from who? My favorite interview during the summit was with Mike Koenigs, and he really talked about like going deep and it's if you take a look at information businesses, it's like you can't sell, like, for example, if you sell a weight loss program, if you sell this to executive offers, you can have the same information, and you can sell a personal coaching program for like $20,000 or $50,000 if you're talking to billionaires. But if you have the same information and try to sell that to some kind to someone who is unemployed, it will not make any difference. So you really have to know that like all this scaling and funnels and getting thousands of customers is great, but you can also go the opposite direction, and you do not need all of this to be successful. And because this is now we're going into philosophy, but it's really, you have to decide what you want in your life. And there's a lot of people who make this getting this successful, buying all these fancy houses and cars that you see in random YouTube ads. But that's a lot of people also get like they lose the connection to the people, and they do stuff that they do not really enjoy. So in the end, it's always a question, what do you want to optimize for? And this getting this really clear is so super important. Okay. Joseph says there's a ClickFunnels. Of course you can replace GrooveFunnels with ClickFunnels. I think they have this import function already, but I have to admit I want my talk as well here, and I'm not moving everything to GrooveFunnels, but I have like a slot for Groove Digital Presents in January that I'm now working on, like building something huge. I told you about the offer that Mike Filsaime did, and I try to create something similar in January, and I'm really excited about that.
Yeah, I want to just give my 2 cents on the import. So I have imported some ClickFunnels into GrooveFunnels. If you use the secret import feature, there's a workaround. It doesn't come in completely, and you actually have to rework it, and it takes a lot of time. What I found is you can actually download all of the assets on your page using Internet Explorer. There's a save all the media assets into a folder, and then you just recreate it from scratch. You can do it so much faster than the import feature right now, but they are working on a way to get the import feature to where it comes in a little nicer. So just be patient with that. Like Martin said, if you guys have a lot in ClickFunnels, you might want to wait. But if there's a major funnel you want to get over, you can recreate it almost quicker. And actually it'll be cleaner. And the reason why is, like, if you import in like the text, say, it may come in, but it has like some extra coding to it that may add a little more frustration on getting the sizing. But if you actually if you drag and drop the text box by itself, you can recreate it because it's made in GrooveFunnels. So there's 3 different things, and just know that whichever version you do, there's going to be some frustrations with it. But going from scratch, you're going to learn GrooveFunnels faster. You're going to love and appreciate it, like I do. I mean, it's much easier than ClickFunnels, and everything is laid out in the right spot. They keep adding cool stuff. The templates they make it easy, and they're providing you all of the pages that GrooveFunnels uses and has created for their own products. They are putting it into the template library for the platinum people. You can use those. So they are not only what Martin said, they are walking the walk and talking the talk. They're using their own stuff, and they're giving it to all of us to actually use too. So just be patient. Either whichever you wait or use it now. For ClickFunnels, I think it really does vary on your level of expertise when it comes to funnel building as well. So anyway, just my 2 cents.
Okay, awesome. Are there any more questions here? Because otherwise I have to make up something. One thing, and I think that's all. Good morning, Matt. And one thing that I see, like I recently did a post in the GrooveFunnels Facebook group giving away just free coaching calls, and I was booked out my day like within 11 minutes. So there was a record, and like this was inspired by Joe Jablonski from a call in the GrooveFunnels affiliate group. And one thing that I see a lot of people is there's so much opportunity with GrooveFunnels, and you really have to decide what you want, what your business model is, and you really want to nail this down. Because for example, I myself have not even logged into GrooveCart once, and I know it's there, but I have no idea about e-commerce, for example. So it's so important to get your business model right.
So Martin, what is the most exciting GrooveFunnels software that you're looking forward to using, and why?
One thing that I really want to build is like I will like look forward to creating like smaller scale summits. For example, I might interview you, like all the Groove affiliates, to do some kind of GrooveFunnels affiliate summit, and to see that actually working with all the sequences. Like what I'm really excited about is when everything is working together, like it does in Kartra right now, but with the so much faster spaces. So I'm a lot of biased, because like I'm a huge fan of Kartra as well, which is the software that Mike Filsaime envisioned, and everything is working really well. But the page load speed is such a huge issue if you're running paid ads. So that's, for example, like why I like for most people like who want Kartra, they probably, for example, you see a lot of people like in the ClickFunnels space, they use ClickFunnels as a front end builder and then have their back end in Kartra. And now with GrooveFunnels, you have everything in one place and having everything integrated, and then being able to do all this fancy stuff like placing a tag, how long somebody watched a video, and then triggering a sequence of there. But in the end, it's also a distraction, because like if you're building this huge funnels, it's like that's only makes sense if you really scale. Otherwise, it's really about like putting yourself out there, putting up a webinar, testing a new offer, finding this product market fit. And I'm a huge fan of creating the best product available, that and this model that Russell Brunson teaches of doing the same webinar, the same offer, like for 1 year, and then getting people in there, and then this is a concept going from 1.0 to 3.0 as fast as possible. So in the beginning, you typically want to work with people one-on-one, going on these coaching calls and serving them and getting them results. And as you get better and as you scale more, you put more of this into like some kind of a training area. And then if you scale even further, you might even hire coaches or something to fulfill your programs, like you're working with Tuan and other people. Because one thing that I also see is we're looking at Russell Brunson and all this people that we see in the ads all the time, and we do not realize that there's a whole marketing team behind this to get this amazing programs out there, and this how much work goes into a successful product launch. And you're not able to do this if you're on your own. Like even creating a really good webinar might take up to a month if you've never done it before. And I compare it a lot to learning a language. When you're getting into the marketing world, it's like learning a new language, and things will get easier. But if you switch, for example, like from affiliate marketing to e-commerce, like sure, you will get some of the skills, you can transfer them, but a lot of this will be lost. And there's also like this compound effect. When you're just keeping on one thing over and over, it will compound. And that's why I love SEO so much compared to doing your Facebook profile marketing, because in SEO you create this amazing blog post and they stay there forever. And if you create more, you create this spider web of pages, and you're getting more authority and getting all this free traffic without working from Google, which is what I benefited from in the last couple of months. I did not publish any new blog posts because I was preparing the move to the Groove house and everything, and my wife was here and the kids, and it was like a nightmare for my productivity. But I'm still like amazed that I'm still showing up in this top 15 for affiliates. And you mentioned to me that you dropped out because you were so busy with fulfilling on your program.
Yeah, so I have a question I think everyone would be interested to hear. So for all of the new affiliates people who are just new to GrooveFunnels, what is your advice on helping them? What should they do from your standpoint and your skill set to get started promoting for the fastest way to cash?
Actually, like the fastest way to cash, I think, is if you would just offer your, like, get really good at GrooveFunnels and getting really good at designing pages, rebuilding like pages that you like. That's typically how you learn web design. Recreate, like, and you see sometimes posts in the Facebook group that people recreate designs or just offer like to for other people to design it. And I personally view affiliate marketing as something for most people. It should be, especially if you're getting started, it should be a byproduct of what you're doing, because like the fastest way to make money online is to actually do work for other people. And affiliate marketing, there depends a lot of your strategy. For example, like if you have a design agency or like some kind of agency that builds web pages and funnels for other people, then you can get people like, here, I've built this for you. And you can even, like, if you're completely new, you can look up in Yellow Pages or like whatever, what companies are there, look at their website and say like, and create a website for them, or use one of the templates and say like, here, I've built this website for you, and you can have it if you buy the software. And then the website and the design work is completely free. So like, if you're just getting started, I would keep it as personalized as possible, because you will not have the experience to really to really sell this and compete with other huge affiliates. So like, if you're new to the game, you really have to add a lot more value and a lot more personalization, because you do not have the assets like My Summit or something. That's why it's so important, like, to really educate people, like, just like, if you're new to GrooveFunnels and you want to sell it, like, tell them about the concept of funnels. Basically, you educate the companies that could use GrooveFunnels, and educate them. And one thing that I that's also really what I noticed, and is that all of this GrooveFunnels internet marketing space, a lot of this is really just entertainment, because most people do not take action, and it's so hard to stand out in this crowded marketplace. But if you go like just one level deeper, and you do not target people like who want to make money online, but you actually have real businesses, they are used to paying for your services. So that's why I think like doing work for real companies is much faster way to make money and replace your current income or supplement your current income. And then you always want to think in terms of how can you create leverage for yourself, because in the end it's all about creating leverage in one way or the other. If you're James, if you're completely new, I would really think about like you need a solid business plan. Like, that's the most common mistake that I see. Like, people will not buy, like we are under the impression you just need to put up a website and people will buy from you. Typically that's not the case. Like, even GrooveFunnels right now is a huge exception, because the offer is so great, and so the offer sells itself. But this will go way later when GrooveFunnels will switch to an ongoing recurring revenue stream, like that you have to pay monthly for. But right now GrooveFunnels is basically great for everybody, but once they switch to monthly and you have to pay like $100 to $300 per month, it will not be the best solution anymore for beginners, because $300 per month or even $100 is a lot of money for a lot of people.
That's great. So we have 10 minutes left before our next speaker. I want to give away a couple prizes. I missed last hour. I just completely forgot about it. But we are giving away 2 $50 gift cards to the swag store. And if you haven't seen the swag store, it is epic. There are a lot of great things. So what question do you want to ask Martin that maybe we can give away some swag?
Okay, which is my favorite book and Mike Filsaime's favorite book? I talked about this in the beginning, and I showed it a couple of times to the camera. Anyone? Yeah, Joseph, I see him from YouTube. So I think Joseph was the first one.
Joseph. Okay, so let me show you guys. I'm going to share my screen. Oh. So this is the swag store. And you guys, there are tons of stuff out there. There's swimsuits, high tops, pillows. There's a lot of stuff, and it's really, really cool. Now, one thing I want to say is if you guys are pushing GrooveCart and you want a great example of a store, this is a great example, and you can use this and share it with your people to show, yeah, this is an actual store, and you can click on there, you can actually order things, and so that's a great thing. So did we find a winner?
Yeah, like the first one I see in the comments is Joseph with Predictably Irrational. Like this book, everyone should read it, and
right.
I highly recommend it.
Great. And then, so do you have any other one more question that you can ask for some prizes?
Let me see. Let me know my website. What is the name of my website?
That's a good one. Joseph. Okay, let's see who we have here. What's the link to the Groove store? The link to the Groove store is groovestore.groovecart.com right now. I'm sure they'll have a direct link at some point. So we have findfocus.net. Okay, so if you guys, the winners, we have First Look and we have Joseph, you're going to email prizes@groovedigital.com. I believe that's it. If not, I'll get it corrected. But all right, so why don't we end by just saying thank you so much, Martin. We're going to bring in our next guest, but this has been great. And we're going to do a follow-up session, guys. So think of your questions, and we can definitely make sure to cover those in the next session with Martin next weekend. He's going to come back on and talk to you guys a little more. But any final words, Martin, that you would like to say?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me here. And like if you're watching this, like I would highly recommend to really think about your business model, because you really want to focus on one thing and then get really good at this one thing, because then in the end you will have this compound effect. Because it will not happen if you switch from one model to the other. It's okay if you're dabbling, and that's part of every phase that everybody goes through. But just put your offer out there and listen to the market feedback, and then really think about like what are your strengths, what did you do in the past that made you successful, because you do not want to start from scratch. And if you're starting from scratch, there's like everybody has to start somewhere, but just set your expectations right, because it will typically take a lot longer than you think, and just be prepared for that. And there's no way, it's just like human nature, and there's no quick fix. And like all of us that we are successful put a lot of work into this, and you will have to do the same as well.
That's great. Yes. So let's see if there are any final questions for you. I did. I secured a neon light. I can't wait for it to be in the store for everyone. We have a lot of. Yes, I'll have someone post that. I don't have controls to do that from my end, but yes. So thank you so much, Martin. We have our next guest on, and I will see you next weekend when we jump back on for Grooveathon.
Yeah, awesome. Have a great day, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, guys. So we have another great speaker lined up for you. And I am just super excited because I've gotten to know this girl. She is going to tell you more about herself. So I'm not going to ruin that. I'm trying to hide this. I can't find it. You guys are talking. You guys are doing so good. Here we go. And I'm going to bring her on right now. And here she is. All right. This is Nicole Jolie. Let's check your audio. Can we hear you?
I hope so. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. All right. So Nicole and I met through this online space because of Groove. Groove has led us to meet each other, and we just connected. We've been talking every single week. We have these little masterminds that we do, and it's been so fun having someone in the space. I look up to her because she's been here longer than me. She's been connected with a lot of people, and so I'm excited for you guys to get to hear some of the stuff that I hear weekly.
Thank you. That's kind. Thanks, everybody. It's really great to be here. How cool is this? I've been watching this whole live stream for a couple of days now since I started, actually. And the first day was so much fun to watch because there was just like all this energy coming in, and everyone's just excited about being here. And what an incredible way to kick off and something that nobody's ever done before. Like, this has never been done before. So what a great way to kick off an amazing piece of software that's a SaaS online that people can use easily and be able to work with without having to, go in and like figure a ton of stuff out. And just, this is so much easier than having to buy a bunch of things and piece them all together. And so, what a great way to start off this whole movement, the Groove movement. It's so groovy. I really love it. I think that there's so much to be said about just the way that this is happening. It's the communication, the speakers, the knowledge that's being brought, and the small nuggets of information that you can get in order to just take your business, whatever you're doing, and create a more solid framework that you can build upon, because a lot of people, like we've spoken so many times, Angie, a lot of people, they wonder where their foundation is, and having this Groove foundation is so amazing. So you being here and highlighting this whole morning is really exponential. I love what you had to say this morning. I was in and out trying to like listen and then take the dogs out really quick and, coming back, and I was like, this is so good. So congratulations on this.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a crazy ride. It's been a fun one. I've lived in a state of overwhelm because it's just, this Groove movement is amazing. It's so much, and every turn they're adding something new, and it's so epic. And I'm meeting so many awesome people like yourself. And I'm sure like one of the questions that people are asking, do you actually use the software?
Yeah, I do use the software, and I've built I've built many pages on this software, which in the beginning, and this is something that everyone has. Not, I don't say you have to, and I shouldn't say you should either, but keep in mind that, what Mike and Joe and all of these people are building right now it's a foundation to build upon. So understand that as this morphs from beta into a full-fledged system, you haven't ever seen, I've been online since 2008. And so, I've seen a lot of things come and go. And one of the things that this is bringing to the market is a way to communicate in a streamlined fashion where you can actually communicate with people where they're at. So some people right now might be watching on their phones. Some people might be watching on their iPads. Some people might just be listening to this and having the camera off, so they don't even know, who's talking or what they look like or their background or anything. So you're meeting people where they need to be met in the conversation at the time that they need to listen to you. And understand that the way that you come off online, when Martin was talking about funnels and what they are, people don't understand a funnel. They're not really, this is a term that you use in a very microcosm of an atmosphere. And so, you know, when Angie talks, the one thing that I really love about the way that you pull everything together is you make it very simple. And with so many tools that really are making it simple, it seems overwhelming. So the communication that you bring to the table, Angie, is so tantamount to understanding the foundation of Groove. And it's been, I love the way that you presented your slides. In fact, I love your slides. Definitely would love to get those. But, you know, just to see how you're presenting is, take note, everybody, because the way people present, the way people lay things out on the foundation is so important. And today we're going to talk about that communication online, because your communication online has to be even more clear and more succinct. And the talking points always have to be created in such a way that you are making that talking point over and over and over again. It's not just one time. You know, a lot of us, and moms will know this. I'm not a mom, but I have a dog. I have two. And when I say come here, they don't listen, right? So I have to say it many times. And I know Angie has kids, and so she has to say things over and over and over again. It's the talking point, because as our brains are thinking about what we're hearing, we're still in our own mind thinking about what we were thinking about, which is probably not even anything really important, but we think it's important. So, you know what I mean? So in that communication, you're looking at things in such a way that we have to make that foundation and that talking point. And Groove is clarifying the talking point. Understand though, it's in beta. So like with the chat, I went in there last night. That thing is freaking phenomenal. I am so psyched to use that today. I'm just like, oh, this is a fun little toy for me. I'm like, yeah, this is great. You know, so understand they're bringing in a lot of different ways to discuss and to talk and to meet people where they're at the time. Some person right now could be at Zilker Park down here in Austin, walking their dogs, listening to this. All right, we don't know. So you don't. One of the things that Mike has done very well over the years, and I've watched this as he's done it, he has met people where they are at, and he's explained to them in a very simplistic way. And when you put yourself out there like we do on a daily basis, people just will, you know, they'll come at you, man. They just, bam. You know, so Mike diffuses that, and he diffuses it in a simplistic way, and he's done that so well with Groove. Now, when he first started, the first day he was on camera, he's like, does it make sense to come into a big industry like this as a competitor? And he had made this comment about, if you have a kid and you tell that kid, oh, don't compete, don't, just go into the world and do whatever they tell you to do, then how are we ever going to evolve online? You know, if somebody had not hired, what's his name, Elon Musk, when he was you know, they didn't hire him when he was at Netscape or wherever he was sitting in the lobby of one of these big, you know, tech firms, he would have never come up with SpaceX. So this would have never been built had Mike never thought about, what's the simplicity of the message and how can I incorporate everything in that message? Can I do it? And he, you know, he's forged on. He's gone through, I'm sure he's taken his hits, man, because that's what this is all about. So beware of how you're coming to people with your message. And that's what we're going to talk about, because that message needs to be so clear. And the mastering the art of communicating online is, and thank you, Angie, for bringing that up, is really, really important, because you're really thinking about how are you communicating and expecting people to communicate back with you. We all have this like crux in front of us. We're like, oh man, you know, the rejection. And it's constant, you know, I get it every day. Don't think that I don't, but understand that, you know, even as Mike gets it every day and all of these major players get rejected every single day, in their rejection, they also learn how to clarify their message. So I didn't mean to get on the rampage with that or diatribe there, but that's really where we're going with this. That's what we're going to present on.
That's great. Yeah, I totally agree. They're going to be communicating in a way that reaches not just one place. Like, we all communicate in different ways. Some people are audio, some people are visual, some people love chats, messenger, things like that. And mine's evolved because I used to be a messenger person, and now I'm like, no messenger. I get too many emails and messages. And so we've got to reach people where they're at the time that they need to hear the message. So she's going to go over that with us today. I'm excited.
Thanks. Well, and here's another thing too, you guys, that I've learned being online for so many years. You're going to have your ups and downs. You're going to have your roller coaster ride, and it's just put your seatbelt on, because it's not an easy ride. It's not for the faint of heart. And one of the things that I've learned, and I talked to a very, very an amazing man yesterday, and Angie, you would have loved this conversation. And it was about how we deal with communication. And it's what sparked this, when you asked me to be on today, I was like, how do we talk to each other? And this is so important. So Angie and I started talking to each other, about a month ago, or a little bit longer. And we have just, it's like every time we communicate, it's so much more fun because we come up with great ideas. So understand that mastering the art of communication online is all about testing the waters and understanding where you're going to go with people and how to create a better indication of what your communication is with that person. How are you going to communicate? So kind of piggybacking on Martin and saying, how he's, being irrational in your message is not an understatement. You need to be irrational in your message. So, so I'll get into it because I'm kind of like, I need to see that next slide. I'm actually doing this over. So I'm putting it on a slide over here. But I'm like, okay, where's my slide? So this is a little bit about me. Oh, wait, I like the other one better. You can skip by this one. I mean, I've already told you a little bit about me, but I've gone in and out of different arenas helping people with their messenger bots and building messenger bots. I've done a lot of tech, and I can tell you this, that people are not, because they don't understand the technical of it, they're not going to be excited about it like you are. They're just not. So, so know that just because you can do the technical doesn't mean that they're going to get excited like you are. And they don't understand what it takes to do this. They don't understand what you're going to go through to put things together for them. So explaining it in a way that you can communicate with the top three, and let me just get to that next slide. Can I move the slides, or do you move the slides, Angie? Oh, you do. Okay. So it's a simple framework that you can use to influence and master your communication. And there are 4 parts to it that when you're sitting down and when you're writing out your funnels and when you're writing out your emails and when you're writing out your press releases and your posts, and you're really taking into consideration what your message is, we tend to, and this is where Mike has done a very good job at making things very simple. To make things simple, it's a lot of work. Trust me, anybody can confuse something. You can get confused very simply. But in order to create a simplistic way to discuss things online, you'll need 4 parts to this framework. And I'm going to go over that. It's how to use a certain specific way to speak to somebody to affect change so that they buy what you have. Now, they're not going to buy on the first click. It takes anywhere from 13 clicks, to 20 clicks for them to buy what you have. Understand that most people, and I get this all the time in LinkedIn and in a lot of the emails I send, people don't ask what you need. They assume that you're going to need a funnel. And let me tell you that not everybody needs a funnel, all right? I've seen some wicked, amazing ways to create a bond with someone that you don't know. In fact, I went through something last night that I was like, wow, this is so good. So you want to make them think about you. And this is the way you can do it. And then you want to solve their problem as you're making them think about you. And then you want to make them the hero. So that's the simple framework. And I'll go through this quickly so that I'm not taking up too much time. And thanks for the comments, by the way. Angie, can I get the, oh, thanks. So thank you for the comments. This is awesome that, to be honest, and that you are engaging, because creating a message, you guys, is that Mike didn't sit down to create a SaaS. Okay, he didn't sit down and go, I'm going to create the coolest piece of software. Okay, he sat down and said, how can I get my message to the people who are going to need what I have? And so he started with his message. He didn't start with, I'm going to get this awesome piece of software and it's going to do all these things. He started with a message. And he realized that there was a need in the marketplace for the message. And so when you're considering your, selling what you have to offer, consider your message, because it's message, market, match. It's not market, match, message. All right. It's message, market, match. And I should have put that in here, but there are a lot of big people in this space who will tell you the same. And Rich Schefren is one of them. You message first, you find your market, and then you find your match. You've got to figure out what their pain points are. So defining your narrative so they sit up and pay attention to you is super, super important, especially when you're going through this. I mean, when Angie and I started talking, we started talking about something that we both were really are very passionate about. And when we sat up and paid attention, we came through, I designed a big long notation of it, and she came up and she's literally, come up off of her seat and gone, this is so cool. This is amazing, and I've said, oh, this is great. This is amazing. And our talking points together define our message. So we went from the message, what are we doing? What are we defining, to the market? Who are we talking to the match? How will we match these people up and solve the problem? So the fastest way to affect change is defining the controlling idea. What is your controlling idea? What is your story question? All right. How are they going to answer this story question? And Sarah David says, love the simple framework to help you connect with others. Message, market, match. Thank you, Sarah David. And you know what, you guys, I am so sorry. I just moved my screen and saw beautiful messages, and thank you so much for engaging. I am so grateful. So what is the story question? The question they'll be asking themselves after they read your post, see your ad, or listen to your interview. This is so important, because if you can make them, and I don't want to say make, because you can't make anybody, but if you can give them a reason to remember what you had to say, then you're on mind. That's 90% of the battle, guys. Like, done, one and done. Okay, now you've got your story question. Now you're able to give them a reason to remember you. What is the question that they're going to keep asking? Angie has a question, and when she came out with Groove, into Groove, and she became an affiliate and her rise, it obviously she's handled this very well. Now understand that as she's asking the question, she's asking, what can I solve for you? Right? So always be solving the question for them, because they're coming to you with confusion. Your job is to clarify the confusion. Thank you, Jody Jones. Jody Jones, I'm sorry. I'm glued. I love it. That's sweet of you. So another thing to do, you guys, is agitate this problem. Okay, so one of the things that, and this is just the beginning framework. I mean, there's so much more to this, but I want to give you guys some really good value. So when you start writing your messages, when you start to create your funnels, when you start to create your, and let's keep thinking about, these are people, real problems, real lives, real issues. You know, we have 40 million plus people out of work right now. You know, my message right now is changing. My whole business is changing. I'm looking at things in a whole different way. And is it easy? Oh, no, it's not easy. It's very difficult. So I want to share with you the next slide. Can I get the next slide, Angie? And thank you for doing my slides, by the way. I'm so grateful. Understand you're going through your struggles as Mike was going through his struggles with Groove. Now, Groove didn't just like, you guys, this has been going on for years. Mike didn't just last month say, oh, I'm going to create this. He's been doing this for like, what, 5-6 years? He's been coming up with this through iterations, through Webinar Jam, through so many other pieces of SaaS that he's built. Everything is built upon each other. This is where your framework is going to get its solidified. It's going to solidify itself, and it's going to migrate. People are going to migrate towards you because they see that solidness. They see that underlying tone. And, you know, Angie didn't come into this, you know, just like, oh, I'm just going to be an affiliate. She's had multiple years of corporate experience doing this, and it's what makes her the best. I think she's one of the best trainers because she's able to simplify the process. People migrate towards problem-solving leadership that is simple to understand. So when you have an external, an internal, and a philosophical migration towards your solution, you're going to be able to get them glued, just like Jody Jones just said, you know. So funnels are difficult. The external is that funnels are difficult to put together. Oh, Oliver, thank you. Thank you, Oliver, as am I, Jody. That's awesome. So you have, oh, Kevin Cabby, thank you so much. I got to pick my job on the floor. Well, I don't know about that, but thank you so much for the compliment. The external here is funnels are difficult to put together and hard to understand, which causes delays in getting their product to market and creates confusions with customers. So this is the external problem. The external problem is they're coming to you towards, I don't know how to build a funnel. I don't know how to get my message out. I'm confused. I'm confusing my customers. And this can happen even with a taco shop, you guys. It's very, very easy to confuse people. It's not easy to simplify the process because you have to cut through all the confusion. So it's like taking a piece of marble and creating a statue out of it. The confusion is the big, huge piece of block. The simplicity is what are you going to carve underneath it? So the internal is how they're going to feel. We feel we shouldn't have to pay so much for all of this software and have to build this too, okay? We're not adept enough, and it's frustrating and it's financially draining. Understand that your expertise, whatever you're bringing to the table, is going to solve one piece of the problem. You might not solve it all, but the piece that you can solve is going to get that customer, that professional, that business, that coach, that speaker, that author to that next level. And if you can give them just even one step up, you guys, that's a big battle for them that they have just won. Okay, so every single thing that you do has an external, an internal, and a philosophical leadership that you're going to push forward for your customers. So the philosophical is we shouldn't be paying more to other people for something that we can do ourselves. How does your solution help us? All right, so can you give them a solution with Groove? Yeah, of course. Mike came at this with the external, the internal, and the philosophical. And the reason he did is because he's been doing it for so many years. Don't get me wrong. You know, Mike has a lot of years in this, and so do a lot of these other amazing professionals. So can I get the next slide as we go through? I'm going to show you the 4 talking points, and this is a worksheet. And I can share these with you guys. You can have them. But you want to define the controlling idea. Okay, you want to define what your single controlling idea is. What are you trying to prove to these people? And then what is the question that they're going to ask that they're going to ask themselves after you present it? So, for example, you know, what's the question that they're going to ask? Are they going to ask, oh, can I actually do everything in one piece of software? Well, yeah, you can. Yeah, it's possible. So understand that as you go through this, as you define your story question, what is the question that you're answering that they can keep asking themselves? That solution, that talking point. And then agitate your problem. Define the problem that you're trying to overcome. What will they be challenged with, and how will they overcome that problem? How are they going to overcome the problem of if they don't have a funnel now, or if their funnel isn't working, or if their website isn't working, or if it's not converting? How are you going to agitate that problem so that they are able to continually ask the same question that you've just posed in their mind, so you keep them top of mind? And then, who is the hero? You are not the hero. I know everybody wants to be the hero, but here's a really good indication of what a hero does. So, and you've been on these sites. My grandfather built this business, and it's been in our company for years, and we have a family-run business, and we're great, we're this, we're that, we're going to give you this, we're going to give you that, right? That's being the hero. That doesn't say anything about what they're going to solve for their customer. How are they going to solve the customer's problem? So when you start writing your site, when you start writing all of your copy, right from the point of being the guide, you're going to guide them through. Mike doesn't write the point of being the hero. He's not the hero in this. You're the hero in this. Mike is your guide. He's giving you the tools, the resources, the training, and the questions to ask, and the solutions. Oh, wow. Thanks, Chris Phelps. I've only been here for 3 minutes and already being dropped. Doing a great job. I appreciate that. I want to make sure that I get to everybody when they pop up, because I wasn't doing that before, and I appreciate that you guys are engaging. So, who's the hero in this? They're the hero in this. You're not the hero. And I know, look, I mean, as an ego, we all have them. We want to be the hero, but the hero never makes it through the whole movie. The guide makes it through the whole movie. Yoda was the guide, okay? So understand that you want to be the Yoda. You want Yoda. And so that's who you're, Sarah Browett, thank you. That's who you're talking to. You're talking to your hero. How are you going to get your hero to save the day? How are you going to get your hero to be who's the hero? Great point. Thank you, Sarah Browett. How are you going to get your hero to be the person that they need to be online, so that they are not only answering the question, but they're solving the problem in a millisecond? So here's the thing with Mike, and I'm using GrooveFunnels because obviously I'm on Grooveathon, so of course I'm going to use this. So here's the thing with Mike, and here's the thing with Michelle too. I'll tell you a funny story about Michelle. And this is Michelle, I hope you're up to hear this. Years and years ago, we were in San Diego, and we were at Social Media Marketing World, and we were upstairs in this private party, and Michelle put her purse down. And I picked the purse up because I didn't want the purse to be picked up by somebody else who didn't own the purse. So I picked the purse up, and Michelle had her phone in it, and she didn't know I had picked her purse up. So she walks off. I have her purse. I put it under my chair, and she comes running up, and she's just like, really, really upset about losing her purse. Obviously, any woman would be, okay? And this is hero and guide, okay? Hero and guide. Understand this. I was not the hero in this, but I said, calm down. I have your purse. It's right here. She was elated. She was just like, oh my God. And Michelle, she gets excited. Like, she is an excited, amazing person. And she just like, her eyes lit up, her glasses went like, if she had like little things on her glasses, like little eyelashes, they would have just been flickering all over the place. She was just so thrilled. Now, I found the purse. I had the purse. You have to be the same person in that. You've got to be that person who has their purse that they don't even know that they lost. Understand? You're the one that's finding the purse. You're the one that has that, like, here, I'm showing this to you, and they're just like, OMG. Hands down. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll never forget you. That's the kind of person you need to be with this. So when your hero is, thank you for the slides, much appreciated. You're welcome. Can I get the next slide, Angie? And thank you for doing this. You want to be the solution. So here's where I'm going with this, you guys. And I want you to understand that communication it has to be super, super simple. So 90% of the customers having a bad experience on mobile are not going to come back. And 75% of the customers say that their search results on mobile or even on the site are unhelpful. And if they can't find what they're looking for, they're not buying. Back to the purse. Back to the purse. Think about this. If 90%, great analogy, thanks, Sarah. If 90% of the customers are having a bad experience that they are on mobile and they can't find it, okay? If Michelle couldn't find her purse, oh, thanks, Sarah David. You are a great guide. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, you guys, for being so engaging. I really appreciate it. But if not, Gerald Walker, I'm a guy, I don't get the personality. Well, okay, well, if it's your wallet, let's just put it that way. Chris Phelps, love it. Love the illustration of being that hero in the background and backing them up. Yes, it's told, Chris, that's so true, because you are the hero. I mean, you are the guide and you're helping the hero. So Michelle is the hero in this story. Michelle is the one who is, if you know Michelle, anything about her and you've met her, she's like a butterfly. She goes and pollinates every single flower, you know, and then she turns into a bee and she pollinates more, and then she turns into a hummingbird and she flies off to everywhere else. You know, she morphs into this incredible piece of energy that's like this ball of fire that just keeps quarking everywhere. And when you have shine a flashlight on the problem, true, so true. Susanna Saunderson, super important slide. Deb Archie has shown us how to mobile optimize and GroovePages. Yeah, super. 3:26 a.m. I'm all yours. Kevin Cabby, I love you for 3:26 a.m. You're an awesome, gosh, you are a trooper. So be the solution, you guys, and create this space where these people who are quarking everywhere, like Michelle, who's like Miss Energy, when you give them their purse, when you give them the solution to their problem, they're just like, oh, hands down, all over. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I love you. You know, understand this. Okay, so, okay, think about this. Now, how do I? Okay. Oh, I'm actually, my phone is picking up what I'm saying. All right, Siri, you need to just stop right now. So see, Siri is now being my guide. I hope Michelle has a masterclass on that. Kevin, Chris Phelps, you know what? Michelle is so much fun. She's hilarious. And, you know, listen, when you have a team like Michelle and Mike, it's really hard not to feel the energy, the synchronicity, and here's where they're the guides. Understand this. 90% of the people are having a bad experience on their mobile device and cause them not to buy. When Mike came out with Groove, pay close attention to this, you guys, because this is where it kind of dinged for me, right? When Mike came out with Groove, it wasn't mobile optimized. It was in beta. There were still little things that had a problem. There were still little things that had some issues with it. And people they weren't interested in those little things. You know what they were interested in? I have a guide who's going to give me a solution to all of the problems that I am facing right now. And regardless of whether I have my purse in front of me or I'm looking for my purse, I am still going to go with that guide because I now have a solution to that problem. Michelle came to me and was so excited that I found her purse. I didn't find her purse. I just had the purse. Okay? So when you have something that the customer, even if it's not totally done, if the customer is capable of understanding where you're at within the framework and they can see that you're the guide, they're going to go with you, even if it's not done. Look, this is still in beta. There are a lot of things happening. They get support tickets all day. I've sent in support tickets, right? But get this, you guys, it's okay. It doesn't have to be perfect, all right? Your perfect procrastination is leading you to the poverty. Get into insatiable understanding of what you can do irrationally to make your your solution, your answer to their problem, right? So you're giving them the solution. I kind of got a little messed up there, but you're giving them that solution, and that's where it's perfect at the time. All right, so let me just get a next slide. I'm kind of going off of this. So it's 8:30, and I'm happy to take any questions or any ideas. Love to talk to Angie more about this. This is where you can find me on social media if you want to. It's the best feeling to witness it too. Yeah, Sarah, it is the best feeling to witness it, you guys. One of the things, Jody Jones, my screen print gallery is so full. All of these lives are incredibly, and then ... You know, one of the things, you guys, that all of you, yes, that's what we had me hooks and say what, no, it's for me. Yeah, Sarah, understand, you guys, that just because it's not perfect is poverty. Let's just face it, you guys. You know, if you, and I don't mean to say this in a bad or a negative way, but get out there. Don't wait for somebody to give you permission to be who you are and give your amazingness to your online community. You're going to solve a problem. Figure out how best to solve that problem simply. And that's the communication that you want to bring to the table. Bring it simple, bring it easy. Oh, thanks, Chris Phelps. I appreciate that. High five to you too. Perfect procrastination is leading you to poverty. Yes, ma'am. Sarah David, for sure. Kevin Cabby, smash us with the truth. She came in like a wrecking ball, building us up. I love it. Incredible. Jody Jones. Thanks, you guys. Groove is a game changer. I wanted it regardless, and it wasn't completed. The vision of additional development work was enough for me. I believed in Mike and knew he would deliver. Yeah, Gerald, for sure. You know, when you can, and this is for everybody, you guys. Mike didn't come at this game with, I'm going to be the savior. He didn't come to this game like, oh, check me out. He came to this game with, I have a message. I'm going to find a market, and I'm going to match that message to that market. Message, market, match. Remember, repeat your talking points. Get your question in. Make them answer the question to themselves, make them come up with the answer. Give them little pieces of, Angie says, imperfect action. Yeah, Dennis, for sure. I love the positive energy you are bringing to this. I don't want Grooveathon to end. Yeah, this is quite, and again, Chris Phelps, you bring up a great idea here. Look, Mike didn't come out of the gate saying, I'm going to create Grooveathon. This came up to him within all of the energy that everybody else is bringing to the table, all right? He brought in Deb Cole. Deb, I've known Deb Cole for years. He brought in Angie. He brought in Rich Sheffrin. He brought in amazing, I mean, there's so many amazing people in this, but understand that he didn't bring people in here to boost him up. He brought people in here to bring in value. And when you bring in value, you bring in energy. When you bring in energy, you bring in more people to listen. When you bring in more people to listen, you bring in more people to ask questions. And when you bring in more people to ask questions, then you bring in more people to understand where the concept is going. And when people can be a part of the concept as it's growing, they see the value. Bring them into the value and allow them to, be a part of the value. And that's where you bring in even more value. So when you decide, like, McDonald's didn't bring in the value years and years and years ago. They brought in a hamburger, right? But then the value came as people started lining up. The value comes when people start lining up and wanting to be a part of it. If you could have been a part of Amazon in the very beginning of Jeff Bezos selling books online, would you have done it? Hell yeah. Okay. The vision has got to be bigger because it wasn't finalized. Perfect. Mega value. Yeah, the vision is bigger, but your imperfect action is better than perfect inaction. Love it. Thank you, Carlos Prince. You guys, it's not about having the total vision. Mike didn't see this right now. He didn't see me and Angie sitting here. You know what he thought of? He thought of a bigger vision of, how do I get people involved? And that was just the bigger vision. It's like having that affirmation of, how do I get people involved in something that is so beneficial to the whole of the community. You know, when you teach, Angie, it's always about the whole of the community, right? And so knowing this that's what brings the energy in. And yes, that is a true story about Michelle, if anyone's wondering. People support what they create. Martin, I love that you're on here, and thank you so much. And I loved your, I love that book. Actually, that's in my Audible, believe it or not. And I have not downloaded it. So, or in my, in, you know, whatever that thing that you read online. So true. The Groove Nation is a wonderful community. Yeah, it is. And when you create, Susanna Saunderson, when you create a community that people can actually be a part of, and they feel like they're, you know, akin to it even more, which is why, you know, the Battleship Galactica and, you know, Star Wars, everybody was a part of it, from those little furry guys, you know, to the big Wookiee. Everybody was a part of it, and they were all different people, and they all came from different backgrounds, but they were all a part of, Mike probably found the market, found the solution, message to the market. Mike probably found the market, found the solution. Well, he found it's message, market, match. So, you know, he found his message first. He found his voice first. When you find your voice, that's when you find your message, your market. Then you find your market. Then you find your match. Grooveathon has been such a good value too. Karen Nickel. Yeah, it has. So Martin Bodeker, I hope they can keep this spirit when they get more corporate, which is inevitable. You know, Martin, that's a really good talking point, and I think Angie can talk to that point a lot more than I can.
I think that, you know, that is a great point, because it is going to get to be where they have a massive following. They have all these people. Like, I've been very blessed that I've had this interaction with the founders on a personal level, because as they grow, that'll get harder and harder. But I do know the people behind it. I've met them. I've talked to them. They are so down to earth. They are really driven by the community, and they're going to do everything they can to make sure that it doesn't go corporate. They all come from corporate backgrounds. They don't want that. They want it to have the feel of what it is today, which is just getting started. And, you know, ClickFunnels has done a great job at the community. And I do have to give them props for that. That's why what drew me in, that's what kept me here. That's what kept me going. I've met so many business besties because of it. And I think that GrooveFunnels is going to do a good job at building the community. And then there are people like me and Kathy Walls and Nicole and Martin, who are all creating these sub-communities to get people a sense of belonging, to help people thrive, we can rise together. And I think that's the whole point of community. And I love it. That's what I love. I call it friends at work. I feel like friends at work make it for me. And I want to surround myself with all the people in this community, because we're all going to be in this together, and we're going to win together. Right.
I definitely believe that that's the way that we should all think about this. You know, it's not about, Chris Phelps says, literally did a podcast episode last night on MVP. Such great information being shared here. Nicole, I like your Facebook page. Happy to see more positivity on here. Thank you so much, Chris Phelps. And I appreciate that you think that this is so positive. And, you know, one of the things that drew me to Angie, Sarah Browett says, it's been one of the most inspiring things to witness and be a part of. Yeah, for sure. One of the things that Angie and I talk about a lot on our private conversations is how are we best serving each other, like, you know, backing each other up. And we have a little community within the two of us, and, you know, we back each other up on our days when we're not, you know, feeling like all that, right? And we all have those days, but understand, you guys, that just because you're having that day, okay, and this is something I have to always consider when I talk to myself, is that, you know, we're all a part of a bigger community online, where if you went out and talked to the average business owner, they don't understand. So bringing them into this community, allowing them to feel this, allowing them to be a part of this. This is what Mike and Michelle and Angie and Rich and Deb and Donna Fox, amazing. I love her. And Joe Jablonski, so freaking cool. That guy, love him. You know, these people are, and there are so many people under, like, and I don't want to say under that, but just that names that we don't even know. who are helping us every single day. And when you consider that you can be a part of that community, that's a bigger rise to helping other people understand what you're doing. And I say going to that it's so important to have someone to bounce ideas off and talk frankly. Yeah, for sure. Angie and I are, I tell you, like besties, like in that way. And it's really been helpful because we've both been in this space of, how are we going to get our message out in the way that it's going to make sense, right? Ivy Lowe says, you are awesome in your communication and so bubbly and so lovely to listen to. Thank you, Ivy Lowe. I appreciate that. And Dennis Comstock, I believe that Mike and the Groove team are as genuine and caring people will drive the culture as a company. Yes, for sure. But understand, you know what they're doing? They look at it from the vantage point of Angie. Angie would have, she could have stayed in Click. She could have totally stayed there. But when you start to see somebody's passion, when you start to see somebody's drive, when you start to see somebody's vision, and you say, wow, that's so awesome. You just want a little piece of it because of the energy. Think about that, you guys, what you can bring to the table. Angie brings so much energy and so much consistency to the message. Remember, message, market, match. She brings that consistency to her message. She walks you from here into this. Did you see her slides this morning, everybody? Were you on? Did you see that? Okay, so I got to say I had to run out, walk the dogs, and then come back in. I was like, oh, man, I missed the best part. So thank goodness it's on live. Dean Lynn says, I've been around the block a time or two, and Groove is truly a phenomenal entity. That's true. It's true. But being a part of one of the biggest communities yet feels cozy and family small at times, laugh out loud. Yeah, Sarah, for sure. It does. And you guys, that's what everybody brings to the table. So regardless of who is on camera at the time, who you're listening to, who's Angie's going to be here for a while, then there's going to be someone else. It's always going to be a really awesome experience just to be a part of this community. So yeah, do you think this isn't going to go on again? I definitely think Mike's going to say, yeah. You know what? This was great, and this is the way that we can get more people involved for sure. Let's do it again. And it's going to be even next time. It's going to probably be even better. Like we're going to do all these little things that we find out about each other, all these little things, these quirks, these questions, these comments. It's going to only fuel the fire to even be better, you guys. And that's where you get to be a part of it. So it's exciting. And some of the members of the Groove leadership team have been very close for long. Even Donna Fox said they're like family, want to see people succeed. Yeah. So, sure, there's going to be a corporateness to it. Of course, there's got to be a system. Angie knows systems. I mean, she lived in systems for years, and even the way she goes about creating her system now is pretty diabolical. I mean, pay attention to the way that people start to present and how you can take little things from everybody so that you can have your message, your market, and your match, because not everybody is going to listen to you. Carlos Prince says, GrooveFunnels is like having a built-in mastermind group. For sure it is. And again, you're going to find people who, I've found some great people in the Groove, in the Groove group, and they're amazing. They all bring something to the table. So, Sarah Brout says, you remind me of something connected to my why message. Happy tears. Oh, that's great. And the why should make you cry, right?
Mm-hmm. They drive you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we got a couple more. I'm trying to get to everybody.
Robo replied, Donna thinks this will be a one-of-a-kind event. She is already exhausted. Yeah. Well, I mean, and here's the thing, you guys, when you put something like this on, this is epic. This has never been done before. 14 days in a row, 24 hours a day. Never been done before. Now, imagine this. When Amazon came out, never been done before. When SpaceX came out, never been done before. All right, sending a person into space, just an average person into space. Okay, when things are irrational, like Boda said, when they're irrational, they become more of a way for people to say, wow, I really want that. And I don't mean to bring this into a religious thing, because it's not at all. But think about what, if you go back into the Bible, how irrational everything was with the coming of Christ, right? So think about that. Like, that's crazy. So, you know, getting irrational in the way that you propose yourself isn't mean like going crazy. It means making your message, giving your message a market to match it with. You know, create, I cannot even imagine what version 3.0 or this Grooveathon will look like. Yeah, no doubt. Because you're creating that message to be a part of everybody wants to be a part of something. And if they can feel a part of what you're doing, then that's your market. And now you've matched that message to the market. So think about those 4 talking points, you know, create that talking point so that you have the story. So they're walking away. Okay, Dennis Comstock says, Angie's dynamic energy, her incredible slides, and ability to communicate her message is what hooked me on Groove and her Ascend program. Good job, Dennis Comstock. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah, I mean, see, and that's the thing, is that there are so many other people in Groove that have so much to offer. And when you can create a space where you're bringing people in to be a part of that team, that's what's going to be your talking point. That's what's going to be the question that's on their mind. How can they solve? You know, so going to the external, the internal, and the philosophical, and answer those questions just like Mike did. And then you become a part of a bigger situation where you're going to be, you know, a team leader within the community.
Definitely. We have a lot of different comments. I'll just highlight a few. Let's see. We have someone suggested that we do a rundown each month. FOMO. I know there's so much content in this. I actually had someone on my team take the 12-hour Grooveathon and break it down into the aha moments. And now looking at this 14-day, I'm like, man, that would be just impossible. But there is so much content here. And I know they don't want to overwhelm people, but they know that you're going to resonate with different speakers, and they're trying to bring everyone to you in this comprehensive way, 14 days, 24/7, and to launch and have the grand opening of the company. But, you know, don't get overwhelmed. Just pick out the few things that you find each hour or each day, put them on a list, and then tackle them, because each person has a different method. Each person has a different way to communicate. And just as Nicole has shown you, like, if you lead with solving the problem and your message is right, you're going to lead yourself to those sales, whether it's even affiliate sales or your own. So, you know, like, this is what Sarah said, starting with the message was so impactful. I mean, Nicole, like, do you agree with that?
Yeah. Oh, do I? Sorry. I was listening to you, and I'm like, I'm reading these comments, and I'm just like, I'm blown away. First of all, you guys, I'm blown away that you're on right now. Okay, so, and I'm honestly really, really grateful that you are engaging. Like, this is just so dynamic. Understand that there are people that have done this. And I was just in a little coaching, and I say little, 20,000 people coaching arena, where this woman had like 500 people on her live for 40 minutes. And the comments so crazy that she couldn't even, like, you couldn't even read them. They were going so fast. People are excited to engage with the right message. And so when you create, like, this is the right message right now. And when you start learning how to create that message that's so dynamic, that's so much fun, that's so much, you know, there's so much interest in it, then you're like, this is so great. You know, you really want to get involved in the excitement of it. You want to get involved in it. So create that excitement for people, create that external need to be, you know, and yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on out there. That's okay. You know, create your cosm, your cosmo, excuse me. You know, like we were talking about the quantum, right? Create your cosmo, right? Go to your cosmo. And you're welcome, Susanna Saunderson. Thank you for being here. And hi, you are blasting as a hero. Yeah, I don't want to be the hero. I just want to be the guide. But, you know, thanks, Martin. Yeah, God, you guys, it's great to have people that are engaging. No better way to start off my day. I'm pumped. You should be pumped, you guys. What other word or phrase would you recommend in addition to funnel? Oh, people need it, but they may not want it. Sarah David, such a great question. I have been learning that it's not a funnel, okay? Because people don't want to be funneled in. That means that they're just dropped in and they're like, oh, they're down here, and they're not, nothing matters. I use it as a way of explaining the conversation. Do you have a conversation with your potential customer? And how are you having that conversation online? It's a conversation. Where's your conversation starting? And that's a great question. And you know what? If there's anybody that's creative right now on here and they're thinking like, oh, I could call it this or I could call it that, put it in the chat, because you're helping everybody in this community when you start creating a space that you bring your brilliance to the table. Bring your brilliance to the table. Don't allow it to be like, oh, I don't want to tell anybody because I'm afraid. Yeah, you know what? Do you think Mike's not been afraid? Do you think, how many hits has he taken, right? He could go there, but he's not going to go there. He's going to say, you know what? I know for a fact that people need this. And I'm going to forge ahead and I'm going to listen to the people who are behind me and I'm going to be a part of the solution, not defining the problem. Let's be a part of a conversation website. Love it. Martin Bodeker, conversation website. There you go. Sarah, you can capitalize on this, you guys. You rocked it, my friend. I absolutely love your energy. Thank you, Twan. That's so sweet. I love it. You guys, think about the Kevin Cabby warrior energy. Think about what you're bringing to the table. When do you think Angie came to the table and said, I'm going to bring all this great stuff to the table? She was kind of like, okay, well, I know I can help you. And you know what she did? She jumped in. She just started helping. Now, granted, I could probably do the same and like show looms of all of the craziness that I went through building on Groove. Okay, so like I have a 38-page, and contact me. Feel free to DM me. But I have a 38-page funnel that I built through Groove. Now, granted, that thing took me forever, and then it's here, and I didn't know what. Okay, let me think about this. Did I go through like my struggles and my overwhelm? Of course I did, for sure. But you guys, think about it in the way that it's Groove Plantation. I love it, Matt Brown. Instead of funnel page, use client attraction page or magnetic landing page. Yeah, Susanna, great idea. Think about what you guys can bring to the table and bring your brilliance into the group. The more you bring, you can't overgive. You can't outgive. You just can't. It's just not possible. So bring your brilliance. Everything you have to say, even if you think it's stupid, it's not stupid. It's not. If Mike thought he was stupid, we wouldn't be here right now. Seriously. So think about that and pull in from where you guys are literally understanding what you can bring to the table, and just say, here's my brilliance. That's what Angie does every day. Here's my brilliance.
I have imposter syndrome pretty much all the time because I'm still kind of new, right? I'm still kind of new to this space. But what I do is I look at what my audience needs, and then I rise to the occasion to be that person they need me to be. Because if I can bring my expertise, and I believe that every single person on this call, every single person on this planet has a skill, a knowledge, a know-how, expertise, something in their inventory that if they shared it with the world, the impact that they would have, even if it's just one person they impacted with their knowledge, that can cause the butterfly effect. And, it's just so amazing. I think that's what I love about this community, the Groove community. Every single person is saying, you know what, I might have imposter syndrome. I might have this perfectionism that I don't want to step forward. I might not be courageous enough. But man, if you just take that one step and you push out your skills, you're going to help other people. And that's what I did. And it just keeps getting bigger and better because people are coming to me and asking me a question, and then I'm answering it. And then more people see that. And then they're continuing, like Dr. Sarah David, like she's been going out helping people, like Twan, who's getting ready to come on in a minute. I've helped him. He's helped other people. They're helping. And it's just paying it forward. And it's just amazing. Asking nothing in return. And that's the beauty of it, right?
Yeah, and that's, like David Lemon, he's lemonade. I love it. And here's the thing, you guys, is that you're by bringing your brilliance to the table. And sorry that I'm like in this bad lighting, but that's what it is. But bringing your brilliance to the table means that you're going to be helping the people that are already leading the charge. So when you can be, look, if you could have helped Jeff Bezos in the very beginning, would you have done it? Would you have done it? Of course. So, you would have been there for that. And would you help Elon Musk? Sure, if you're an Elon Musk fan, sure, you would have helped him. When he was sleeping on the couch, when he couldn't pay his rent, when he couldn't pay his bills, would you have helped him? You know what I mean? So understand, just because somebody is down, just because they're here, doesn't mean that their brilliance isn't there. Okay? Your brilliance isn't synonymous with the bank account. Okay? It's not about, if Henry Ford was so brilliant and had to have a bank account to go with it, we wouldn't have had cars. Okay, so you wouldn't have seen what's going on behind me, right? So what if it's a skill that you don't recognize yourself that you have one? You know what, Janice Hood, that's a great question. And here's the thing, is that we have so many ways to figure out our skills, but yet we are so inundated with imposter syndrome or comparison syndrome, and we all go through this. Okay, it's part of your message market match. And as Mike will tell you, and I'm sure, I pretty much guarantee you get alone in a room and he'll tell you, hey, I went through that imposter syndrome. Hey, I went through the doubts. Hey, I went through the fears. Hey, I went through this. All right, I went through the having nothing, or having very little, or having to scrape by, or whatever. We've all gone through it. And it's, to shame somebody or to feel ashamed because of it, it's not cool. Groove make people feel like you belong to a family, so others don't hesitate to help others. Yeah, of course, Byron, of course. And that's the thing, is that do not shame yourself for having brilliance in something that you think that other people don't have, that don't want. Okay, because you aren't, stop speaking for other people. Speak for yourself and bring your brilliance to the table. And once you can do that, I have to tell myself that every day. You should see, if you saw my walls of all the affirmations, I mean, there are yellow post-it, those big yellow post-it everywhere with affirmations. Like, Louise Hay is all over the place. So I gotta say to you guys, as we close this out, and I know I only have a few minutes before Tuan gets on, and thank you very much for engaging. First of all, I sincerely appreciate it. It's just like from my heart, I can tell you that means so much to me. Thank you, Angie, for having me on. Thank you for considering having me on. And I love this. It's just, I love the energy that these people bring. Thanks to Mike and Michelle, Joe, Donna, Deb, all of these amazing people. What was that 3M phrase? Message market match. Chris Phelps, I love you. Message market match, you guys. Create that specific message to go to the market to match that market. Angie has said that one of the main things that has contributed to her success is having a personal conversation with someone to help them and answer their questions, not sell Groove. Yeah, the selling part will come, you guys, and I have to remind myself of that every day. Yeah, we all want to sell it. We all want to be a part of it. We all want to be in the top 10 affiliates. So empowered. Kevin Cabby, thank you so much. And you too. Kathy Walls, you've done a great job, Nicole. Thank you, Kathy. Deanlin, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Kevin Cabby, beyond grateful. Wow. We appreciate you, Nicole, so much. Oh, that's great. Oh my gosh. Wow.
I know. Okay. So before Tawan enters the room, we are going to do a giveaway. So if you guys can put on your thinking caps. Nicole, we're going to give away a $50 gift card to the swag store. And if you can think of a question, you can put in here into the chat, what would it be? And we will hit go.
Ooh, okay. Well, let's think. Wow, on the spot. What was in my slides? What are the top 3 things? All right. Isn't message market match the top 3 things you have to think of when you're creating your message? What are the top 3 things that you have to think of? It's not message market match. It's before that. What are the 3 things that you're thinking of? Thank you, Jeffrey Fullerton. Love the passion. Be the guide. Almost. Thank you. Forever grateful. Thank you, Jody Jones. Excellent job, Nicole. Sarah Day, Dr. Sarah, thank you so much. Janice said, thank you, Nicole. Have enjoyed listening to you too. Thank you both, Michael. Can you give a sample for a good message? Oh, Shakur, yeah, in my slides, there is a sample of a good message. So you can definitely get those there. So you guys, if I'm going to give you a cheat, it's external, Kevin Cabby, internal, external, and philosophical. You rock the house. Kevin Cabby wins.
Good job. You barely beat the other people like Chris and Shakar. But so, Kevin, send a message to prizes@groovedigital.com and they will take care of you. If that email address is the wrong one, because I can't remember it completely, message me and I'll make sure. But we're going to bring Tuan on, and I want to just say thank you so much, Nicole. Like, seriously, like, I love our chats that we do every week, and I can't wait to see what the future holds for us. We have a lot of projects that we're working on, but I love that, I have actually gone in and she has shown me her funnel, and it does have 38 pages. It is the most comprehensive funnel I've ever seen. She's put a lot of work into it, a lot of heart into it. She has this amazing chatbot that she uses because she was on the Tony Robbins chatbot team. But she also, what I love about her is that she's got this drive, because she used to train triathletes, which I think is amazing. I just need someone to walk by me and knock food out of my hand. I mean, that's what I need. But triathlon, that's pretty hardcore. So I just appreciate you. And if you want to say some final words just to the group, I'm sure they'd love to hear some.
Oh, you guys, I am so grateful to be here. And if you guys have any questions or anything, I'll get into the Groove chat now, or into the Groove group in Facebook, and just say thank you for everybody being here and being a part of this. Make yourself available to the people that want you, because there are people that want you. So be a part of that. And I'm going to do the same, take my own words and just be the same. So really, thank you so much, Angie. This has been so lovely. It's been an amazing morning for me. I'm so grateful to be here. And Tuan, I can't wait to hear what you have to say. Martin Bodeker, thank you so much for being on with us. I really appreciate you, all of you, for commenting. You don't even know how much that brings to me. And thank you. If there's anything I can do to help, I'm here.
Bye, Nicole.
Bye, you guys.
All right. That was amazing. She had a lot of stuff. If you want her slides, I'm sure she'll connect with you in the chat. But we have another guest. This guy means a lot to me. He has been what I call my Groove bestie from the beginning, because he has been along to listen to my woes and listen to my successes. And I just value him so much, because he came into this the same as I did. We both bought the software. We had no intention of selling as an affiliate. And then what happened? Bam, this opportunity hits us anyway, and you have to roll with it. And he has made significant amount of money too. And I want him to just kind of give you guys a rundown of who he is while I pull up his slides.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? It's so good to be on the call with you, Angie. I have a really interesting story on how I even joined GrooveFunnels. And so I'll share that real quick. I know that we're on a time frame, but I really want to make this all about you guys. I really want to share with you the secrets of how I crushed my first month and literally made over 20K in commissions just through organic marketing, just through organic outreach, and just really understanding the Facebook algorithm, because that's how I started off. And then from there, I kind of tapped into Facebook ads too, but I love the organic outreach because it's essential. I mean, I believe that connecting is essential in everything in life, because it increases your influence in every single situation. So I started off as a leadership speaker, coach, and trainer for the John Maxwell team. And I'll kind of share with you as we go through the slides, because I have a pretty cool testimony. I don't know how much of it I'll share with you guys, but I'll share this with you guys. Affiliate marketing was never on my radar. And let me share with you why. I have met some really... let's just be real. I've met some really bad affiliate marketers in my life. And so I had this perspective that every affiliate marketer was really spammy, and it was all about making sales, and it wasn't about the just really connecting. It was all about just making money. And so that was kind of like the bad taste I had in my mouth when affiliate marketing came into the picture. And then I think it was in June when GrooveFunnels came around, and I started meeting some really cool people in the marketplace that were high ticket affiliate marketers. And they just kept on adding value. They added value. They didn't ask for anything in return. They didn't send me a link trying to get me to buy a product. And I was like, man, it made me really intrigued on like, what is it that you actually do? And I started seeing the results. And then that's when I really just took the jump in and said, you know what, I'm going to join Groove, because I was opted into so many different subscriptions at that time. I was a coach that was all over the place. And I want to share this with you. I started building my email list. I started building my funnel, and I was opted into so many different things. And here's what I want you guys to know, that I thought that technology was the answer, but in reality, it's just an enhancer. You guys can actually type that in the chat box if you want. Technology is just an enhancer of your overall brand and your product. What I had at that time was a branding problem. And I'll start off with this, and we'll go into the slide presentation. Is I love the quote by Amazon founder Jeff Bezos. He says that branding is what people say about you when you're not in the room. So my question to you this morning is, what are people actually saying about you? And then the next question is, what should they be saying about you? Because if they're not saying anything about you, you might have a branding problem. And if they're saying the wrong thing about you, you might have a branding problem. Here's what I've discovered. If you are seeking to do Facebook organic outreach and using that as a means to connect to become successful in affiliate marketing, is content is king, engagement is queen, but branding means everything. You like how I put that into a rhyme? So let me say that one more time. Content is king, engagement is queen, but branding means everything. And before I start, I want to just show you the secrets of Facebook or organic outreach. And let's move on to the next slide. I'm gonna just share with you the secrets of the Facebook algorithm and how you can begin accelerating in engagement, leads, and sales. So notice the animations there. I try to copy Angie Norris. So I try to deck it out with these little animations. Yeah, thank you, Angie Norris, for your inspiration in getting me to really dive into PowerPoint. Okay, so let's start off. Who is organic marketing for? I made a little quick list. I made this on the fly last night just because I want you guys to see the visual. So number one, entrepreneurs that are looking for new ways to make money online. During this pandemic, everyone is shifting to online. Why? Because there's so much money online to be made. Just think about this. There's over 2.6 billion active daily users on Facebook. 2.6 billion active daily users on Facebook. How many of those people are your potential clients? All right, consultants and course creators. By far, my biggest success was reaching out to consultants, course creators, and coaches. I have a big network of that. So that was a big reason why I was pretty successful in my first month of GrooveFunnels. Aspiring online influencers, coaches, speakers, online marketers, real estate, financial service, anyone that's frustrated with Facebook. And I'm talking about, you creating that post, you spend all this time creating this post, and then no one likes it. You create this event and you're so excited about it, and no one even likes, there's no comments on there. And last but not least, who is organic marketing for? Anyone that wants to become a GrooveFunnel affiliate. I get this question all the time. Twan, how do you have more sales than you have free signups? And I don't actually have a screen, but I actually surpassed 100 sales just the other day, and I only have 45 free signups. So if you actually look at that ratio, it's pretty crazy. But I'll be honest with you, I just go straight for the upgrade. I don't really promote the free link, and that's just my story. And I'm just sticking to what worked for me. It might not work for you, but I want to share with you the essentials of Facebook organic marketing today, because there's going to be some powerful stuff. So get your pen Ready? Of course, this is going to be on a replay, so you can watch over it. So next slide, please. All right, let's move on. So the first thing I want you to really think about is, if you can move to the next slide, Angie. All right. So I want to share with you this update from Mark Zuckerberg back in 2018. Okay. And this is the main focus. I want you to just read that highlighted portion right there. With this update, what Mark is saying is we will prioritize posts that spark conversations and meaningful interactions between people. Look, I don't know if I need to repeat this one more time, but if you don't like people, if you don't like building relationships online, organic marketing is not for you. I'm just going to keep it real. If you don't want to put the time in building relationships and connecting with strangers, organic marketing is going to be a very tough deal for you, okay? So watch this. He says, to do this, we will predict which posts you might want to interact with. All right. So let's move on to the next one. I'm going to break this down to the T, okay? So watch this. Facebook's algorithm goes on a ranking content system on the newsfeed. So if you look here, number one, it goes through this inventory. The inventory of all posts are available to be displayed. From there, what Facebook does is it goes into the signals category, and that's where Facebook will highlight what each post is, whether it's a video, whether it's whether it's just a picture with some content, maybe it's just a GIF image. Things like that matter on how you post, when you post, how you post, and then it goes into predictions. So Facebook is their AI is so crazy. It predicts how your post will do. And then from there, it goes into a final score where it starts ranking your content before it actually releases it to the public. Now, this is crazy. Some of these numbers here are need to be updated, but it's actually 2.6 billion daily active users now. I got this from an old post back in 2018, I think. 4.7 billion pieces of content shared daily. So you're looking at 300 million photos uploaded daily, 510,000 comments every single 60 seconds, and over 293 statuses every 60 seconds. Next slide, please, Angie. Now, pay attention to this. I got this from one of my mentors, Josh Cousins. He is a master in Facebook organic. What I'm going to share with you here is absolutely gold. I want you to take a look at these 10 pockets here. And I want you to imagine if you had 5,000 friends and you had pockets of 500 friends in each category. Now, based on your post, Facebook will release your content to one pocket at a time. Now, let's just look at scenario number one. Pocket number one has 500 inactive friends. Let me say that one more time. Pocket number one has 500 inactive friends. They're not really on Facebook. They are more spectators instead of engagers. Not only that, maybe you have some haters that will never even comment or like any of your success. So in pocket number one, if your content's released to them, you're more than likely not going to get any type of engagement. So then my next question is, if you're not getting any engagement from pocket number one, what's the odds of Facebook releasing your post to the next pocket number three? Very unlikely. Why? Because Facebook will look at that and say, hey, either your content really doesn't connect or your friends are not really engaging. So we're really going to limit your visibility on that particular post. Now let's look at the second scenario. Scenario number two in pocket number two is your content's released to a pocket full of engaging entrepreneurs, engaging friends, people that simply love you and comment on everything. When Facebook sees that everybody's loving and liking and commenting on your posts, what they're going to do is they're going to say, hey, man, this content or this post is really great. We're going to push it out to pocket 4. And based on pocket 4, what type of engagement there will be determined on whether we release it to pocket 8 and then pocket 10. Do you see where I'm going with this right here on why posting content that connects really matters? Now I'm giving you guys some gold here, so keep in mind, this is a process. I'm going to break this down as sharp, sweet, and simple as possible. Let's go on to the next slide. Sarah says, holy moly, right? So this is why adding friends is so important. I said this in another post. If you're not adding friends daily, if you're doing organic outreach, what's going to happen is you're going to run out of people to promote GrooveFunnels to. It's the simple, honest truth. Like when I promoted GrooveFunnels in my first couple months, I realized if I was not adding new friends to my daily network, I'm going to run out of people to promote GrooveFunnels to. So number one is, who should you add? You need to go connect with people that are in your niche, that are active on Facebook. You want people that have quality over, you want quality over quantity. Let's just do that. Like in the beginning, I was always adding new friends. I was accepting anybody into my network. And I realized I had about 4,000 something friends at that time, but I had very little engagement because I didn't vet my friends. I just accepted them. And I thought that if you had more quantity, you would have more quality. And I realized now I focus on quality over quantity. So know who you're adding. Be sure to connect with them. Make sure they're engaging and make sure they're in your niche. Like you need people that have common interest with you, or otherwise they're never going to really engage with your content. So be careful on who you accept. Okay. Look for people with a nice profile and look for their content. Look for engagement on their page as well. If they're active, make sure they're active, because here's what happens. When you add a lot of inactive friends to your network, it's going to end up hurting the Facebook algorithm. Why? Because based on our other posts I just showed you, a lot of inactive friends become dead weight. And then what Facebook recognizes is, hey, you got a bunch of inactive friends that are not engaging with you. It's going to limit your reach on the Facebook algorithm. And last but not least, should you delete? Listen, you have to delete inactive friends. I'm not saying delete everybody, but I'm saying this is something that I constantly do is I make sure people are active, because you only have 5,000 friends you can have on your friends list. And then after that, they become followers. So you really want an active, engaging friends that are interested in what you do. Right now, I only have like maybe 2,500 friends, but I have really good engagement compared to someone that might have 5,000 friends, but very little engagement. All right. So remember, friend versus foe, add, accept, and delete. Let's move on. Next slide. All right. I know Angie covered this a little bit. I'm just going to breeze through this. Is number one, look, optimize your Facebook cover. If I looked at your Facebook cover right now, it's a free billboard. What does it say about you? Remember, branding is what people say about you when you're not in the room. So when someone stops by your personal profile, does it make them want to go a little bit deeper? And does it have that like, know, and trust factor when they browse through your personal profile? All right. So number one, Facebook cover is essential. You guys can go on Fiverr and get someone to design a really nice cover for you. Optimize your profile pic. What does your profile say about you? Sometimes just keeping it short and simple is the best approach. Even with your intro, what do you do? Who do you help? Things like that. Here's an example. I'll just breeze through this real quick. It's helping entrepreneurs build their personal brands through social media. That's kind of broad. Something else that is more in depth would be, I help entrepreneurs 10x their revenue in the next 12 months by building their personal brand using social media. Bio information should be short, clean, and sweet. If you have a lot of things on your bio, that just I would make it short and sweet. Date of birth, single, married, join date, all those things are really not necessary. What is necessary is, where do you live presently, number of followers, Facebook group, or social media accounts, website links, or, you know, like a free lead magnet. Those things you want to have highlighted in your bio intro, because at the end of the day, you want people to click on something. So if you do have something that is clickable, I would suggest putting that in your intro. Okay, next slide, Angie. Okay, so this is just a quick example. Like, this is my cover photo and my personal profile photo. Notice how I've optimized my personal profile right here. Everything begins with utilizing the most important asset on Facebook. Your personal profile is a moneymaker. Can I be honest with you? I've made over probably $40,000 on my personal profile. That's just an estimate. I don't use Facebook ads. I'm not really that techie when it comes to creating funnels and all that. I literally build organic relationships, and I use my personal profile. I create content, and I create Facebook groups. I use Facebook groups as the funnel system where I do Facebook Lives. I'll show you a little bit more into that. But if you notice, there's a click button on my cover photo where it says Get Started. And if you click on that Get Started button, you'll see that I have 5 links in my cover photo. So that's, of course, that's a fake button, but most people will click on that and they'll go in there and they'll either join my Facebook group, they're going to click on my 10K mentorship link, or they'll get the GrooveFunnels free account link. And then I have some other extensions on there that you can also click on. So keep that in mind. This is the ultimate lead magnet right here. I didn't spend any money on paid traffic just to do this. I just optimized my personal profile along with my cover, and I just chose which links I wanted to share at according to that time. All right. Matt Brown says, do you recommend having 2 Facebook accounts, business and personal? You can, Matt. I just use one, and how I incorporate that is I balance lifestyle and I balance business all in one. Having multiple accounts is going to be very hard to manage. So I have my own business page that I only use for Facebook ads. But my personal profile is what we teach, because really that's what's going to get you more traction than any other page. All right. Let's go to the next page, Angie. I'm gonna break down some secrets now on really getting the most out of Facebook. Okay. All right. So I'm going to go through 10 things here on Facebook hacks for the algorithm. Okay, I put a warning here. So applying these tactics could get you too much engagement. Roy says, what have you been on Facebook for 20 years and it's either personal and animal pics and political discussions? I would slowly steer away from animal pics and political discussions if you're looking to be an affiliate for GrooveFunnels. You definitely want to you definitely want to brand yourself in a different way. So I would slowly start kind of steering away from that. But let me go into the Facebook hacks, okay? So if you want to get the most engagement on your post, I'll show you some of the posts that we teach on. Is number one, look, before you post every single day, begin engaging on your newsfeed before you post. I suggest 15 to 30 minutes. And so when you scroll down your newsfeed, start reading everyone's comments. Start hearting everything. The emojis buttons are there for a reason. Actually, hearts have more weight than if you actually hit a like. So go smash that heart button. And then comment on everyone's news feed. I mean, if you have people on your news feed and you don't read their stuff, why are they on your news feed? Go ahead and unfollow them, because what happens when you're browsing through your news feed and you're passing these people up, Facebook is recognizing that as, okay, well, are you guys really friends or not? Or you guys are just there? Browse through your messenger daily and see who's active and say hello. That really helps your algorithm too. Emojis have great weight in the algorithm. So learn how to use hearts. Smash that heart button. Show me some love when you see me. Here's another good trick. When you comment on someone's post, use 5 words or more and then spice it up with a cherry on top, meaning that add emojis. Facebook will recognize that as authentic conversation. I mean, there's a big difference when you actually write more than 5 words on a post or a comment versus just saying, hey, happy Friday. Okay. So number 5, the more relevant your comments are, the better. Be real and show some love. Number 6, do not pass up. If you skip a post or like it without reading it, you get punished. Let me explain. I had the mistake early on when I used to browse through my newsfeed, and I would just heart everything, and I would just write this really just vague comment. It would be like, "Hey, great stuff. Hello, happy Tuesday," things like that. And then I would run across like this long form content. And how many of you guys have a bunch of long form content on your newsfeed, and you really don't read it? You might read the headline, and then you put a heart, and then you put, "Oh, hey, that was a great post," but really you didn't read that long form content. Facebook actually evaluates whether you skimmed through it or you actually took the time to read those type of posts. So if you're skipping through reading that content, Facebook will recognize that and actually kind of punish you. So you'll end up getting limited visibility when it comes to your posts. Pretty crazy, right? Here's another thing. Big no. Don't post links, reshare news and other links in your description posts. What Facebook doesn't want is you using your personal profile to promote your business. I know that also sounds like a paradox, but I'm sharing this with you is if you are promoting stuff, you need to promote that in the messenger, or you need to promote that in your comments. Anytime you want to share links, don't share the link in your description. Facebook will automatically flag that because Mark Zuckerberg wants you to stay on Facebook all day. And then when you post a link that takes a person outside of Facebook, Facebook will flag that and limit your visibility because you're trying to get the person to click on a link to go off Facebook. So my suggestion there is if you want to share your link, always post it in the comments section and not in the actual post description. Avoid resharing things. Sometimes sharing things versus actually just posting new content will give you more visibility, okay? So sometimes I know you guys want to hit that share button. What I would suggest is actually just copying that content and then just making a new post. You're going to get more visibility with posting new content versus resharing someone else's content, okay? Do not post more than twice a day. You can post once in the morning and once at nighttime. The reason why is this. When you post too many times a day, your posts are going to be competing with each other. Spread your post apart to 7 to 9 hours, okay? That's the best thing I would suggest because when you create content, you want the most engagement on that particular post. And if you're just posting content all day, it's going to end up competing with each other. 9, headlines are headlines are more captivating than content. Look, get good at writing headlines. Headlines make people stop on the news feed and want to know more. Sometimes headlines are more important than your actual content because it causes people to stop and want to know what's going on here. And last but not least, number 10, respond to every single comment on your post. I know it takes a little bit of time, but if you learn how to respond to every comment, what's going to end up happening is based on your post, it will trigger it back into the news feed and more people will see it when you comment and respond to your audience. Next slide, please, Angie. Let's see how much time we got. Oh, we're good on time. Okay. I'm going to go a little bit into content creation and copywriting. We teach on this RVL method, meaning that our content is based on results, value, and lifestyle. Results, value, and lifestyle. Another piece of content I'm going to show you is one-liners or viral posts. These are quick and easy engaging posts. Lead magnet posts. I'm going to show you how easy it is to generate a bunch of leads with no paid traffic on Facebook. And then we look at long form content. This requires good copy. Look, just going back, if there was one thing I would really share with you guys is get good at writing content. Copywriting is such a valuable skill that you're going to need because people buy into words, they buy into stories, and it's just essential if you really want to level up in posting the right content. So get good at copywriting, spend time writing. You don't have to be perfect when you start. Like I was not perfect. I was not great when I started. I just started, okay? Let's see. Next up, Facebook Lives. Here's another great way to really spark the Facebook algorithm. I suggest if you do Facebook Lives, 4 to 5 minutes, longer than 4 to 5 minutes. And the reason why Facebook Lives are really cool is it shows your personality. Like, people like, know, and trust people that they get to hear from outside of just a post. I know some of you guys are probably very uncomfortable about doing Facebook Lives, but it's a game changer too if you do Facebook Lives, because it really does help in your Facebook algorithm. I'll show you some more of that post as we move on to this presentation. So all these posts have helped us generate qualifying leads and sales through organic traffic. Remember, no paid ads and no massive email list. I made my first 20K with none of those. So I'm saying that it is possible. And I'm not saying that Facebook ads don't work either. I'm saying for someone that doesn't have the money to run Facebook ads in the beginning, I want to share with you that there is power in organic marketing. Okay, next slide, Angie. Let's see here. Okay, so I'm going to show you some quick examples of one-liners and viral posts and why I do these. If you look on this first slide here, you'll see one of my mentors, Josh Cousins. You'll see that he almost has like 1,000 likes and 1,000 comments on both of these one-liners. And then I did something similar, and I used a colorful background. Now, I don't have as much engagement as my mentor, Josh, but I'm sharing this with you. Is why is this so important? Because look, people don't want to hear about your business every single day. People want a variety. Look, one of the greatest things I've learned in leadership is we have to find them before we can lead them. Many of us want to lead people without finding them. How do we find people in our network? We find them through asking engaging questions. We find them through connecting with content that connects. Like this little post I did here on the right, it says, before we change the world, we must change ourselves. I wrote that post during a time where there was so much division in our world just through politics and things like that. So I felt compelled to do engaging viral one-liners like that. And through that, I had like 347 likes and likes, and then over 200 comments. But all that did is I'm just building rapport. I'm not constantly promoting GrooveFunnels every single day. Right? So you have to find that balance. So one-liners and viral posts are great for just getting the algorithm started. You start engaging with your peeps, and then you start building that rapport. Let's go to the next slide, Angie. Okay, so here are lifestyle and value posts. It's just really simple. If you look here, my value post here in this first on the left is how to boost your engagement in less than 30 days. You notice that was a great captivating headline. So what I'm doing is I'm speaking to my audience right here. If you want to boost in your engagement in less than 30 days, you're going to click on that see more button and you're going to read. Notice how much engagement I had there, 315 comments and 331 likes. Not only that, I also had a call to action there to type in brand. And when you type in brand, I'm going to send you a link to join my free branding masterclass. Now, I didn't have enough room to actually show that, but that's what you call a value post with a call to action at the end. So it's all based on copywriting. On the right-hand side, it's just a simple, hey, Houston, we have a problem. This is a lifestyle post. This is my best friend, April Holly, where she came down to Texas. I just started off saying, hey, we started off as best friends, and then we became business partners, da-da-da-da-da. Nothing more, nothing less. It sparked 437 likes and comments and close to 300 comments and 437 likes. That's what you call a lifestyle post. And then on the first hand, it's what you call a value post, okay? So finding the balance. Next slide, please, Angie. Are you guys getting some value from what I'm sharing with you guys? Feel free to type anything in the comments. Like, I want to know that I'm connecting with you guys. David Solomon said brand. Okay, look, I made this yesterday. So this is a GrooveFunnels lead magnet. And this was when I made my first 1K day and my first 3 sales on GrooveFunnels, right? So you notice on my headline on the left, I started off writing content with a headline. It says, the life of a hustler pays off 1K days. Now watch what I write here. It says, this is the life of an entrepreneur. Some days are good, some days are terrible. And then there are days like this, right? What I'm doing is I'm showing my results, but I'm creating content behind it. I'm not really being spammy about it, but I'm saying, hey, look, come celebrate with me. Like, there is a payoff in affiliate marketing. And you notice there's nothing about Groove there, but as you read down the line, I'm going to start talking about how Groove has changed my life. You notice what I put there? I said the last time I was making 1K days was when I was selling thousands of ecstasy pills. Yes, I said that. I was formerly incarcerated for about maybe 10 years in and out, because I love using this, Angie, I think I was always in network marketing or affiliate marketing. I just always had the wrong product. Now I'm promoting GrooveFunnels. But and I'll share more about my story some other time. But on the next one, I made $1,787 this week on my iPhone. Notice what I did there. I took a picture of Angie. She's right there in my computer screen. Shout out to Angie Norris. She's the one that really got me started. But I got 281 comments just off that post with 211 likes. Do you realize that post right there was the single post that led me to a 20K month just through organic traffic? And I normally don't like sharing my income from GrooveFunnels, but I'm telling you, people buy into results. People like seeing results. People like seeing that GrooveFunnels does help. So those two posts right there really just took me to the next level in really building organic relationships and just heading into my 20K month. Let's go to the next slide. We got 9:36. We got some good time. Okay, Facebook stories. I don't know if you guys utilize Facebook stories. Learn how to utilize Facebook stories. And then when you use Facebook stories, I mean, these are all things that I created for Facebook stories, and I always share my success in Facebook stories, and I'll always have like a call to action. If you guys are not using Facebook stories, I highly suggest learn how to use Facebook stories, because results matter. And I've had a lot of people just reach out to me because I share my results on my Facebook stories. I have a call to action and they click on that button. So if you go to your Facebook stories, you can actually create a poll question. So you can share stuff like this. And here's the thing. Look, some of you might not have results in the front end. Can I tell you, when I first started, I didn't have any results. You know what I did? I said, Angie, where do I start? And Angie said, why don't you just use my 10K post? And I took her 10K post and I leveraged what Angie Norris was doing. And that's what started me off. That's what started me off. I didn't have any commission sales in the beginning when I joined GrooveFunnels. I joined GrooveFunnels because I had a pain point, and that pain point was I want to get out of all these monthly subscriptions. Like, I'm so tired of all these monthly subscriptions. And I said, Angie, what do you think about GrooveFunnels? And I remember that conversation back in June. And then June 10th was when I started. And I just took one post that Angie used, a 10K post, and that literally sparked everything. And I started learning to just leverage results since then. And so let's move on to the next post. And then I'm going to try to breeze through this and answer any questions you guys might have. Okay, Facebook Lives. If you watch this particular post right here, every single Facebook Live here that I have created has generated over 1,000 views. As a matter of fact, if I updated the one Facebook Live me and Angie did, we actually have over 2,500 views right now. This was on my personal profile. So I want you guys to really think. Imagine how many people that you can reach by doing Facebook Lives, because Facebook Lives will constantly be on your news feed. And so there's a process in all this too, is understanding the Facebook algorithm. When you do Facebook Lives, will really advance your reach. And if you really have a message, if you really want to share maybe an offer or a product, like, those things really do help. So I know not all of you guys are comfortable doing Facebook Lives, but I wanted to share with you that the Facebook organic strategies do work. And these are some of my results from doing Facebook Lives and just, adding value. I think at the end of the day, that's the key right there. We want to be people of value that add value to others. And so if you really want to be successful as a GrooveFunnels affiliate, You want to be able to add value when and where it counts and not expect anything in return. I think that's the best approach I can share with you, is when you become a person of value, people will want to be a part of what you're doing. People will want to buy from you. And that's just a skill set. I mean, look, connecting requires energy. It doesn't happen overnight. It's just like you have to be stretched. And I can't stress that enough, because if you're not willing to be stretched into this next season, especially if you're doing organic outreach, it's going to be very hard. You know, I talk to a lot of people that, you know, they want to make the 10K months, and they go straight into Facebook ads. They go into so many different areas, and they just kind of miss the mark. And I'm not saying don't invest in Facebook ads. I'm saying that in the beginning, if you can't afford it, I would suggest learning how to do organic strategies, because the only thing that it requires is just some time and effort, but it does work. And here's the thing, GrooveFunnels is not going nowhere. So you have to think about the long-term game. You know, the long-term game is, I want to get good at organic traffic, but at the same time, if I want to invest in Facebook ads and going into other arenas, then we can do that too. But I want to wrap that up with that. I think we got like 20 minutes. Angie, if we can take some questions, we can definitely go into questions. And I don't know, what did you guys think? Did you guys get some value? I mean, I wanted to breeze through it in case we had some questions.
No. So several people wanted to know about the 10K posts that I had. And actually I posted the 10K post, and it really became a 15K post in 1 week. And that was the infamous post. I do have that. That's on my Facebook profile, public, but I have a Groove Stars group, and Tuan is my chief moderator of that group. It's just called Groove Stars. And in the units, there is the step-by-step in the post. You're welcome to share it if it helps you. It's helped lots of people make money. Now, here's the disclosure. It doesn't work for everyone. It depends on your audience. It depends on your messaging. So you may have to tweak it to your genre, your industry, and so forth. But yes, I have always been one to, hey, if it's worked for me, it can work for you. Use it, please do. And I hope that you guys can get some stuff. Let's see if there's any questions here. We have, I love it. Love it. Thank you, Sarah. I'm bringing Dr. Sarah David on next weekend, and she's going to share how she went. This is just very fast, but she was an action taker. She took action. She followed some of the stuff I did. She followed some of the stuff other people are doing, and she is making some big waves. I'm so proud of her. So let's see what else we have. Give us more. They want more of you.
Here, I'll share this with you as you kind of just browse through the questions. Sure. Listen to this, okay? I got this from Jim Edwards, but this really changed my whole Facebook organic method. Is people don't buy without a strong reason why. You guys can type that in the chat box. Is people don't buy from you without a strong reason why. You have to really know the difference between a featured product versus a beneficial product. And what I'm saying here is GrooveFunnels becomes just this featured product with this link that you have. The key is, how do I translate this featured product, right, which is great at $13.97 lifetime, but how does I translate a featured product into this becoming a beneficial product for you? You have to know the pain points. I remember in the beginning, I was really excited. You know, if you guys hear me right now, I get fired up. I can really inspire and motivate people. But I would get in my Messenger inbox, and I used to send audio messages. And if you guys don't send audio messages, practice doing it. It's a big difference versus just typing something out, because people can actually hear your voice. They can feel your energy. They can hear your enthusiasm when you talk about GrooveFunnels, and it does make a difference. So add that to your arsenal. Learn how to hit the record button and send audio messages and make friends that way outside of just sending a message. That really did help me out, because when you get excited about sharing GrooveFunnels, people are like, it's kind of like this. Okay, I understand GrooveFunnels is really cool, but what does that have to do with me? You have to ask this question right here. Your audience is secretly asking 3 questions. This is number 1. and I'm going to use Janice as an example, right? Your audience is secretly asking 3 questions. Number 1 is, can Twan really help me? Number 2, can Twan be trusted? And does Twan really care about me? If you can focus on answering those 3 questions to your audience, you got a very good chance of building not only a strong friendship, but building someone to where you can actually share your link and promote GrooveFunnels. So number 1 is, can you be trusted? Can you help me? And do you really care about me, or is it just about the product? People buy into people more than they will buy into your product. I'll give you another example. The reason why I reached out to Angie, because she connected with me. Like literally, I love this statement right here, is a great leader has to connect to the heart before they can ever ask for the hand. Are you connecting to the heart before you're asking for the sale? Because most people that just ask for the sale never connect to the heart, and then you just blew it. And that's what we call a spammy affiliate marketer, and they just leave a bad taste in your mouth. So always connect to the heart before you ask for the hand or the sale. I reached out to Angie because I wanted to be on Angie's team. Like, she added value to me. She didn't try to sell me on anything. And that decision right there has literally changed my life. So are people's lives going to be changed because they sign up under you? I want to ask you that question there. Okay. Let's see.
Can you see this? How are you evaluating removing and adding friends?
So that's kind of a lengthy process. What I actually do use some software that allows me to gauge my inactive friends. So if you guys want to, I mean, you guys feel free to friend request me. I can definitely share with some more insight on that. But yeah, I would go through your friends list, and here's the thing, you can go into your friends list right now, and you can hover and go down the list. And if you don't know these people or they don't look familiar, click on their profile, see if you guys ever even talk. Look at the profile and see if you guys even have anything in common. Like if you don't have anything in common and you guys have never connected, why are they on your friends list? And if anything, just remove them, you know. But yeah, it's definitely a process. So I would go look into your friends list and just scan it and see who's active, who you actually connected with. And if not, if you guys don't have anything in common, maybe you should remove them and add somebody that has things in common. Let's see here.
We've had a lot of questions, so it just depends on which one.
Oh, okay.
This one is, can you suggest any great resource for learning more about Facebook?
If you guys reach out to me personally, what I can do is I can send you guys a free PDF guide on a personal brand funnel, which will kind of break down a lot of the stuff that I shared with you today. That'd probably be the best. If not, you guys can definitely do some search on Facebook algorithm. It doesn't go in depth as much as I did today, so you guys can always go back. But yeah, just feel free to reach out to me. Connect with me on Facebook. I can definitely send you some resources in that. Or if not, join our GrooveStars community too. If you guys have not, we do a lot of stuff in there too. So I share a lot of tips and tricks when it comes to GrooveFunnels sales and affiliates, especially organic.
Mm-hmm. All right. So for Facebook pages, do we need to sift through the members and delete as well? I think that's what he is saying.
No, I would keep everybody on Facebook pages. So Facebook pages is based on people liking your page. Now, if you're looking at your personal profile, I would just click on your friends list and I would go through that. Now, here's the thing. If you don't have a lot of friends, I wouldn't really worry about deleting a bunch of inactive friends. But if you do have a lot of friends on your list, I would definitely go in and see who I need to connect with and who I need to delete.
Here's a good one from Dennis. What do you suggest we do with our personal profile as far as branding and posting if we aren't involved, or if we are involved in another traditional business like solar, besides promoting Groove as an affiliate?
I would suggest, what's your message, Dennis? Like, personal branding is all about your messaging. Like, it's who are you, Dennis? And I know a lot of us really don't have a traditional business model, but I still believe in personal branding. And the key there is, what's your message to the world? What is that one thing that you want to communicate? And I would focus on that, Dennis. Of course, I know you're in the Groove Stars community and our Ascend program. But with that, if you're not just seeking to promote yourself as a GrooveFunnel affiliate and Groove Stars Ascend member or things like that, I would focus on, what's my message to the world? Like, people want to know what you represent, and then I would start with that. Feel free to connect with me. I can definitely help you out with that too, Dennis. I know we're good friends in the community too.
I'm going back to this one. It was a good question. That was phenomenal value, but I still heard you mention Facebook groups. So do we have to create a Facebook group?
Okay, so I know I didn't have a lot of time to really talk about Facebook groups. Facebook groups is just another arena that you guys will have to learn. The reason why is, in Facebook groups, you're able to build a community. What happens is, when you actually use your personal profile and you're going through your newsfeed every single day, you are in competition with so many people. Listen to this. Imagine you being bombarded by over 35,000 messages every single day. You got Facebook ads, you got all these other high-level coaches and all these advertisements, emails, messages all over the place. What is going to make you stick out of those 35,000 messages? And what's that message that you want to communicate? The reason why we stress creating Facebook groups is now you become the authority. Now you become that person in that group that leads it. So now you can share a lot more stuff and add value in the group versus just using your personal profile. So that would be the next step. Use your personal profile. If you can, create a community, and then from there you can nurture them. If you have some offers, especially GrooveFunnels, you can share that in the community versus using your personal profile. I hope that helps.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Sarah David, what if Groove is not your primary? How do you position on Facebook if you do something else?
Sarah, I would position yourself in, what is it that you do? You can still use Groove as another segue when you build relationships. Like, if you look at my page, you'll see that I don't promote that I'm a GrooveFunnel affiliate. I'll use my Facebook stories, and I'll go through cycles. I'll literally go through cycles where, when I meet somebody, I ask those thought-provoking questions, and you have to find them before you lead them with your product. So in your organic outreach, always ask those qualifying questions that will lead you to an opportunity to share GrooveFunnels. You don't have to post GrooveFunnels everywhere. Stick with what you really do.
All right, so we want to do a giveaway. You get to pick a question, Tuan, and you're going to ask the group, and we're going to get $50 to the swag store. I'm so excited. And you'll be able to, I'm not sure if you guys have seen the store. I'm going to pull it up while he thinks of a question. Okay,
so I got a question. What were those 3 questions that your audience is secretly asking you? Uh-oh. What were the 3 questions I said that your audience is secretly asking you? Let's see here.
See anybody? All right. I'm gonna add Jeffrey to the stream. He's up next hosting, but the reason why is because he is also someone just like us. Like, we're in this together. We actually have side conversations a lot. I've jumped on the phone with Joffrey, and it's just so amazing because if you look at all of the people here, we are just, we're here to help you guys. We're new too. Like, we're just coming, into this Groove movement. And I love that we're all here. So look at, all of us as people to guide you and help you. Let's see. We have a lot of people answering. Let's see.
Tuan, great to see you, man.
What's up? Good to finally connect with you, man.
Finally, we get to see each other. I know. And always great to see you, Angie.
Yeah, you too. All right. I think we've got someone here. Is this correct?
you got a lot of people that answered that. So the 3 questions were: Can you help me? Do you really care? And can you be trusted? I don't know who answered the first one.
It was Shakar.
Okay.
Yeah. So he wins a $50 gift card to the swag store.
Congratulations.
A lot of fun stuff, guys, out there. And I'm excited because
Ooh.
I can't wait to get my hands on some. But so I just want to end this by saying, thank you, Tuan. You are amazing. I thank you for going on this journey with me, because having someone to talk to, and I would bid every person on this call to find an accountability partner, to find a pod of people, because it really will help you have a community of people that you can go in this groove movement together. And I didn't mean to steal your thunder, Joffrey, because I know that's your word, but the groovement. But I know that it's been great having friends at work. And so I would just tell you that it's a lonely space in the entrepreneur world. And if you're going at this alone, and if you don't have people like these guys are for me, then it's going to be a little not lonely, but it's more of you need people to raise you up. And that's why this whole community, there's tons of people. Get into one of the groups and just say, hey, I'm looking for someone to buddy up with, an accountability partner or a pod of people. Let's meet once a month, once a week, whatever, and just help each other thrive. And I would just bid you guys that, because that has been awesome for me. Don't you agree, Tuan?
Absolutely. Look, here, and I'll wrap it up with this. Is as your dream and challenges escalate, the need for teamwork and accountability has to elevate.
Awesome. All right. So I'm going to say goodbye to Tuan. Thank you so much. You're amazing. Bye.
See you guys later.
And then I'm going to introduce you guys to the next host for the next 4 hours, correct? Are you the host for the next 4 hours?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
take a deep breath.
It's been actually gone quickly. Like 4 hours has gone quickly. I will be back on tomorrow, guys, from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. tomorrow. And then hosting, I have 4 awesome guests. And then I will also be on next weekend for 8 more hours. So I hope to see you guys in the comments. Thank you guys for paying attention and being interactive and being so awesome. You guys are all groove stars in my eyes. So Joffrey, here is the floor.
Awesome, Angie. Thank you so much. Take care. Have a great rest of the day, whatever you're creating.
Thanks.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, hello, everyone. This is Joffrey Fullerton with the House of Groove. And let me tell you guys something. Like, I'm super nervous, but I'm excited. And I think that the whole fact of the matter is that I think that's a lot of us. A lot of us right now are super excited about what we're creating and what we have the opportunity to experience. And, hopefully I'll be able to connect up and just kind of maneuver through this here. But what I'd love to find out is actually, where people are at in regards to their creating their business. The concept of this first hour, before I have my very first guest, and I'm going to be sharing with you some incredible dynamic guests here that are here to contribute to your groove, to basically give you the power of mindset, mission, and moves in the groove. And hence, that's the kind of the subject of my first part here in just getting engaged with you all here. And, as you heard Angie, you heard Tuan talking about some incredible mindsets, attitudes to have in really embracing this opportunity with GrooveFunnels. And by the way, if you're just tuning in right now at the 11 o'clock, it's a couple minutes to 11. And if you're just tuning in right now and you do not really know what's going on with this incredible Grooveathon, Groove Digital, what they've created with GrooveFunnels and this one-stop shop for online entrepreneurs and those aspiring to be online entrepreneurs. I mean, I'm still trying to get over the fact that, all of this is free, that we actually have this opportunity to build a business and to build a business that actually can be monetizing in very quick step. And, this whole world of this whole digital world is pretty new for me. And as Angie was saying, like all of us being new, we're finding our way just like many of you are finding your way. And so, you know, I just want to kind of give you a little bit of background with myself and how I came into the groove and how this has all kind of been unfolding as we move forward. And believe it or not, I am actually Jamaican. And I was born here in Jamaica, and actually in Jamaica right now on the north of Jamaica. And we get any shout outs. Anybody here has been to Jamaica or would love to go to Jamaica? Right? And maybe we actually have our first House of Groove mastermind in Jamaica. Wouldn't that be cool? And at one of these great, beautiful resorts or villas here, when everybody can actually be able to get on planes and fly around and stuff. But I was born here in Jamaica, and at a very young age, we moved to Canada. So hence why the accent, right? Or they call it an accent here in Jamaica that I have, but I sound normal to myself, right? But I actually grew up in Canada. And grew up in Canada, loved that experience, but I was always hungry to travel. And that travel, since probably because I was on a plane when I was 2.5 years old. And, you know, when it comes around to this whole concept I'm talking about here in this first bit about mindset, mission, and moves in the groove, the thing that actually gets you excited about yourself and about possibilities in the future are those things that I want to recommend that everybody pays attention to in really leveraging this opportunity with GrooveFunnels. And it's going to make a lot of sense in what I'm talking about as far as how you can do that, right? And I love it. There's some people here that actually have been or knows about some of my trainings in that too, which is kind of funny. So saying hello. So good to see you. Let's see, we have, hey, I'm loving this, the enthusiasm. Hey, Joffrey, you got this. Love all the awesome content and information. Hey, my pleasure. This is great. Groove Jamaica. Yeah, we got people, Bob Marley, right? Hello from Germany. We've got Real Creation 340. Hello from Germany. Julian Bach. There we go. And you know what? This is just so cool. Like all the international flavor, right? All the international flavor that is that's underway here. With the Groove Jamaica soon come. Yeah, so all my Jamaicans, all my yaddies out there, right? Saying hello to you guys out there, right? And those that are adopted Jamaicans that always want to be Jamaicans, right? So, but, you know, we had Alicia Little on here also of Jamaican descent. And so we got a lot of Jamaica in the house here, which is really, really cool. And so, you know, this whole Germany say, hey, Martin, hey, good to see you on here, Martin. And people from Malaysia, we got Martin Bodeker on here. Wow, Waterloo, Ontario saying hi. That's John Breisel and Shakur Abdul. Hello. Wow, this is fantastic. So the whole international flavor, you know, and this is kind of perfect because it works in with travel. You know, at 2.5 years old, I was on my very first plane. We flew from Montego Bay, Jamaica, to a little town called Edson, Alberta, Canada. So this is a shout out to all the Canadians, all those that are in Alberta as well. You know, in fact, another Groovester who was actually on live yesterday that rocked the house was Dex. Dex Williams, I think is the last name. And Dex is in Edmonton, the city that's about 2 hours away from the little town that I grew up in Edmonton, in Canada. And so that's where I grew up, underneath the Rocky Mountains or near the Rocky Mountains. And, you know, my desire to travel was strong from an early age. And, you know, love to travel, love to get out and experience different cultures. And which eventually took me to the States. And then, you know, I got the bug. And the bug I got is I got into the luxury cruise line industry. And I came into the luxury cruise line industry as a fine art auctioneer. I was a fine art auctioneer on those luxury cruises, those huge cruise ships. I would travel around the world on these luxury cruise ships and I would auction art, you know, contemporary artists, great masters, etc. And it was a phenomenal environment. And I'm leading to something here as far as the whole concept here of the House of Groove and the ability to actually have the mindset, mission, and move of the groove to maximize your GrooveFunnels business, and also to do the thing that most of you came to GrooveFunnels for. It wasn't to buy software. It was to expand and grow your business. And type in there, you know, share what kind of businesses that you're here with GrooveFunnels to build, right? Type it in the comments there. What type of businesses are you here to build, right? Shout out to Facebook user. Just log in there to StreamYard, and then we'll know who you are. It says another Canadian there, right? What type of business, right? What type of business are you here with GrooveFunnels to build? You know, and for me, I got the bug. I was a fine art auctioneer. I had to dress up in tuxedos. I had to do all of that stuff, and I auctioned live art. And maybe tomorrow I'll actually auction something off. Maybe we could get some swag or something, and we could do an auction, a live auction in my session tomorrow. But, you know, that transferred into something. I did that for 7 years, where I sailed the world on these luxury cruise ships, and I learned a tremendous amount about promotion, marketing, presentation. I even had my own TV channel on most of the ships that I was on. And all of this stuff, you know, when most people asked me what I did and I said I auction art on luxury cruise ships, they thought I was mad, you know, like, but it's so funny. How many of you would agree that, you know, there's certain things that you've done in your life and they may not have made sense at that time. But as you've progressed, as you've reached out, as you've tried to stretch and grow yourself, that you've managed to see how these pieces are all starting to come together. And this is exactly what I feel is happening due to actually me embracing this opportunity with GrooveFunnels, is that the pieces are starting to come together, right? We have somebody here, social agency, getting offline businesses online. That's Martin Brown, fantastic. Digital products, Gary Knight, right? Martin Bodeker says selling info products and his own software, right? Webinars, design agency, wedding DJ, live. Oh, this is cool. Right Still, saxophonist, right? Wedding DJ, live performance, right? Gavin Foster. Hey, Gavin, good to see you, my brother, from Pretoria, South Africa, part of the House of Groove team. Love to see you on here, Gavin. So Bitcoin, right? And Robo Rob, like I may have bought some fine art from you in Carnival. You know what, Robo Rob? You know what? If you were on a ship with me, I guarantee you bought art from me. So this is great. All these different businesses from all around the world, from South Africa to Germany, you name it, Kenya. I just see somebody else that actually switched to GrooveFunnels from Nairobi, Kenya. So I mean, you're seeing these on the sign up on the page, you know. All these people from around the world. So what is the groove? Like, what is attracting them, right? So this is the thing. We all have that same power and passion for sharing what we actually have to offer, whether it's Adrienne with the design agency or Gary Knight with the digital products, right? So there's some concepts I want to share with you that I learned from actually starting to put the pieces together of all these seemingly random things that I did. And I want to share it with you because I think that there's many of us that have come to Groove that have a wide variety of background, you know, kind of a distorted and odd background, kind of a lot of random stuff, you know. But I'm telling you this, if you truly align with what GrooveFunnels, Groove Digital itself as the company is actually creating, that many of the dreams and aspirations that you've had in the past can literally come to fruition. And, you know, from my experience as a fine art auctioneer on cruise ships, the next foyer movement into something was 3 years I spent as what's called a shopping guide in the cruise line industry. And as a shopping guide, I enticed people to invest in diamonds, gemstones, and fine watches, and at the different ports of call. And this was another experience of, you know, sales, marketing, promotion, right? And everything for me became very precise, precision oriented. It's like one of my mentors, the gentleman responsible for actually introducing me to GrooveFunnels is my good friend and massive, amazing mentor, Joel Bauer. And some of you, if not a lot of you, know who Joel Bauer is. If you don't, you need to check out Joel Bauer. And Joel has a saying, you know, that he shared from someone that influenced him many years ago, is that practice doesn't make perfect. Practice makes permanent. And I think practice also creates precision. And so I started to exercise that skill of precision, being precise in sharing messages and creating an environment that got people excited about themselves and their potential. You know, and so these are the kind of things that that really excite me, right? We've got some more comments here. Sunshine says Dex was excellent, right? And I agree with you. He said it was his first live. I've nicknamed him the Velvet Voice of Groove. I love that. So Dex, you're getting a shout out. And you know what? I totally agree, Sunshine. The Velvet Voice of Groove, absolutely great voice. And you know, so this is the game. There's so much talent. There's so many people with superpowers that are here to help you build your business with GrooveFunnels. And you know, so coming back to the thing I want you to be aware of here, right, is that everything makes sense when you decide it makes sense. And this opportunity in GrooveFunnels plays that part. So I, you know, promoted diamonds, gemstones, and fine watches on ships. But, you know, after a decade in that industry, I wanted a quote unquote normal life. And so I decided that I would actually move back to the country I was born in. Even though I didn't grow up here, I would move back to Jamaica. And when I moved back to Jamaica, which was in July of 2012, I only had an idea. And that idea was to take that concept of shopping, right? That shopping concept, and bring it to luxury resorts here in the Caribbean. And the only luxury resort I was aware of at the time when I moved back to Jamaica was Sandals Resorts International. And what I ended up doing is I knew somebody who knew somebody who knew somebody who knew the CEO of that organization. And I sent them an email. And 24 hours later, I got an email back asking for me to come in to meet. And I went there and I shared the concept of what I wanted to do. And here's what's really interesting. Always share your ideas with the right people. And if you're taking notes on these things, and I've been taking time, look, guys, if you knew how many pages of notes I've been taking from this Grooveathon, I mean, there are golden nuggets like coming out of like every second. So if you're not doing that, I'd highly recommend you do that, because this is information that people are sharing here that can shift and change the quality of your life. And some of you are actually experiencing that, of course, right? And so this is the kind of thing that happened, right? So I end up coming there and I share my idea. And a gentleman named Mr. Wayne Cummings says to me, you know, I love the idea, but can I tell you what we really need? We really need somebody like you to teach our people how to sell like how you're selling us right now. And in my head, I went, I don't really want to teach people to sell. I just want to sell, right? And out of my mouth, though, came, absolutely, sir. Absolutely. This is exactly what I can do for you, right? And he says, can you come back in a few weeks and share what you have? I said, absolutely. Let me tell you guys, I'm walking out of that building, Sandals Resorts head office in Montego Bay, and I'm saying to myself, Joffrey, what on earth did you just commit to, right? I had no idea how I was going to do this. But here again, the key factor is here, right? Feel the fear and do it anyways, right? You will shock yourself. And in this opportunity with GrooveFunnels, you have the opportunity to shock yourself. People have been shocking and surprising themselves since this thing got launched, right? I want to give a shout out. We got golden nuggets, agreed, exactly, throughout the whole thing. Hey, Joe Jablonski, guys, big time shout out to Joe Jablonski, caring for, loving, and helping all of these amazing affiliates. Thanks so much, Joe, for that. We have such amazing people. Last night, I had a chance to jump on with Donna Fox and Coach Deb for a few minutes, and just the incredible passion that people are sharing here. And that's my game here. My whole game since I was a kid is getting people excited about themselves, you know? And so I hope that we continue to do that, right? Martin Bodeker is saying it sounds like the Bill Gates story when he sold IBM without any code. Exactly. I had no idea, right? So guys, look what I did. And I want to recommend that you look at your history, look at your origin, right? To bring relevance to what you're doing today. And how can you actually weave that or harmonize that, or as I call it, groovetize that, you know, right now? How can you put that into your GrooveFunnels experience or GrooveFunnels business if you're an affiliate, or the harmonization or groovetization of GrooveFunnels tools into your business, whether it's a social agency, you're a therapist or whatever, right? Your origin story, your backstory is crucially important to pass on your mindset, your missions, and the moves that you've done to actually be successful in those areas. Sharing your story is so crucially important. And why I'm sharing mine with you is as example, but also more specifically to inspire you to look back at what is your origin story. What's the story that actually creates the difference, shares what the difference is with you and what you bring to the table in this House of Groove, right? So, the thing that happened, right, is that I came back 3 weeks later. Now, let me just tell you something. I had no idea. And so here is the thing that I did, which I'm sure could help many of you out there. I sat down and I looked back at my story as a shopping guide, as a fine art auctioneer in the hospitality industry on luxury cruise ships. And I basically reverse engineered what I did. I realized that I had a mindset, a particular attitude, way I communicated, a desire to transform myself and others. And all three of those things formed the foundation of what I called mindset: attitude, communication, and transformation. And if you look at the first letter of each of those words, it spells the word act. Mindset should cause one to act. And so I broke that down, right? The next thing I realized is I know that when I was out there working on the ship, middle of the ocean, right? I was on a mission. So mission was the second factor, And the mission, I realized, as someone that is passionate about a solution to problems, because that's what we're doing here, everyone. We're actually solving problems for other people. And by solving problems for other people, right, you actually are valuable. And so I realized that one of the problems I was solving for people was giving them a sense of trust, right? That they could trust the cruise line, they could trust me and my recommendations on whether it was art or whether it was a beautiful Rolex watch or a Patek Philippe watch. They knew that they could trust me. So I realized that my mission was to become the only logical source, right? And so that was the mission. And then the third thing I realized is that there were certain actions that I took, what I called moves. I made certain moves to get those results for my clients, whether it was for art or whether it was for the shopping program. So in essence, what I realized in reverse engineering, preparing to go back to sandals, was I realized that there was a mindset, there was a mission, and there were moves. And this, what's now called the M3, I arrived back at Sandals 3 weeks later, and I presented an idea called the mindset, mission, and moves of luxury travel professionals. Now that concept, they loved it right off the bat. And they said, you know what? Start with the gift shops. And I started with the gift shops. And on December the 4th of 2012, I stepped into one of their wonderful resorts in the southern part of Jamaica and shared these concepts of mindset, mission, and moves. And so what has happened is that it created a 37% increase in sales efficiency. And so far to date, over 8,000 people in 7 countries have embraced the concepts of the mindset, mission, and moves, the concepts of, attitude, communication, transformation, becoming the only logical source, and making the moves that actually make a difference for your clients and customers. And so I feel I've been quite privileged in coming back to my home country and helping people enhance their economic standing, and also helping people to enhance their reputation and their character in sharing the message that I've had over the last 8 years since I've been back here. So now, what is exciting for me is bringing this to the Groove, is helping people like you, right? And those people that I introduced this incredible, epic opportunity to actually do the same thing, to really embrace their mindset, the attitudes that they have that actually move them forward, communicating with power, precision, and presence. And then, of course, transforming themselves, others, and of course, their businesses. And then, of course, the factor of operating on a mission, choosing what that mission is, what your purpose is, why you're doing what you're doing, right? And by doing this, what you'll find is that you are going to inspire others. If somebody said, that they gave me a moniker, the Chief Inspirational Officer, right? And the CIO, I guess it is, right? But the thing is that, you know, every one of us has the power to inspire, right? And I truly believe in inspiration more so than motivation, because inspire, and you're going to find out I'm a wordologist. And, you know, in my session tomorrow, I'm going to be bringing up some words that will help, you know, empower you to act, because I truly believe that when someone does understand certain words, it creates power and it creates action. And, you know, when you think about this whole factor of groove, right, of pushing it, right, making it happen, serving your clients and your customers through your business, your creativity, right, it's a huge responsibility. And so taking your mindset, taking your mission, what is your purpose, right, and then incorporating this factor of the moves, the successful actions that you've taken, and you can transfer those on, right? And this is the groove. We have such a unique opportunity here. And if you're tuning in, my name is Joffrey Fullerton, and from the House of Groove, some super cool things that we're building behind the scenes to support everybody here, all the other Groovesters here, to help you adopt and embrace the mindset, mission, and moves for your groove. And the guest that I'm going to be having today is the first part of the opportunity to share this, the incredible wisdom that is at our fingertips here, at our camera tips here as well, when it comes to actually embracing the knowledge and wisdom that's here, leveraging the passion and enthusiasm of people diving into something that's new for many, and actually the seasoned veterans like the Mike Filsaimes and like the John Cornettas and all the amazing people at the head of this organization, and those that actually are just like you and I, other Groovesters that are here and doing a thing, doing our thing with our business. Learn from as many people as you possibly can. You can learn one of two things: what to do or what not to do. Either way, you're winning nonetheless, right? And so that's cool. Some people are vibing on the mindset, mission, and moves. Attitude, communication, and transformation equals act. Exactly. You know, so these are the kind of things that are happening in your life right now. Sharing your story is so crucially important. Sharing your story. So what happened, right? And I want to break down this whole concept that I call the House of Groove, and you know, see if this is something that can have value for you, for your business. And let me just check in with some of the comments here, because I'm getting lots of comments here. And let's see, we have Kevin Cabby or KB. I'm not sure how I pronounce it. Hope I'm not mispronouncing it. The only inspiration you need is your own breath. That is fantastic. I love that. And you know, speaking of inspiration, that word inspiration, in spirit, right? So in other words, it comes from within you and goes outwards. That's inspiration, right? Motivation is an external source coming towards you. And I think that true lasting forward momentum, right? That if there is a fourth M, which there kind of is, that would be momentum. Mindset, mission moves into momentum, right? That ability to inspire, it starts with you. And, you know, as Kevin says, you know, the only inspiration you need is your own breath, right? This is so powerful. Thank you, Robert Nelson, right? Robert Nelson is being inspired, I would hope, right? Inspire, as Robo Reply says, inspire, right? And, you know, okay, I'm going to, you know, Angie, I love Angie, right? And I love, one of the things that I loved about Angie from the very beginning, Angie Norris, I'm talking about, like one of the top affiliates in our family here, right? She talked about how she geeks out on things, right? And so I have a confession to make. I am a wordologist. Now, I made up the word. So if you've never heard that word before, that's fine. You've probably never heard of it because I made it up. Ology means the study of, and words, of course, are symbols that we use to communicate ideas and things like that, right? So a wordologist. So I'm going to show you my favorite book, okay? My favorite book. Now, this is totally geek. And you know, those of you that want to geek out with me on words and definitions of words and creating power in your presence and your, you know, how you present yourself using words, right? This is my favorite book. Okay, I don't know if you guys can see this, right? The Heron Derivation Dictionary. Now, I'm telling you this, I'm going to geek out some people right now. Literally, I can sit down to relax. Like, for example, after this 4 hours, I'm definitely going to be relaxing, okay? And for maybe a few minutes. But I could literally pick up this book, right? And derivations are the origin of words. Remember, we're talking about your origin story. What's your backstory, right? That you can actually embrace and share with your public, with your potential clients and the people through your Groove business, right? And origins of words, right? So I can look in here and yeah, Christine Best says derivation dictionary. Oh, I love it. There's somebody else geeking out with me here. Christine, you're my best friend right now. Trust me, right? This is Jerry in Colorado. Hey, Jerry, thank you so much, man. I'm loving the big ups, right? I'm loving it, man. Let me share Inspire, okay? Let's see. I still have to do my alphabet when I'm looking at words, right? So realize this. I still do A, B, C, D, E, F, G still. Okay, so inspire, right? It's a Latin word, inspirare, right? In, meaning in, and spirare, to breathe. So my boy, was it Kevin, right? Kevin Cabby, you are right on point, man. Inspirare means to breathe. To breathe. So Kevin, you're another wordologist like me, man. So, you know, I will sit down with this thing, right? And when I'm writing copy, when I'm actually creating trainings for my clients, the corporate clients in hospitality and financial services, I will sit down and I will literally come up with 3 words. And I will sit down with 3 words. I will get the meanings of the words and the origin of the words. And from that, create an entire training, create an entire sales letter, all based on true and utter understanding of words and their meanings and the impact that they create, okay? And we've got other people here saying, Martin Bodeker says, I'm lazy. I look up stuff on Google. Use it all, my brother, use it all. Neil Lawrence says, I love it. I enjoy a good etymology dictionary as well. Exactly, right? And etymology, if you don't know what it is, kind of the same thing. Derivations, origins of words, right? You know, a wordsmith, exactly, a sunshine. And what does Brian say? Brian says, likewise, longtime favorite is the OED with word etymology and 2 million quotes. Dude, you got to send me a message, man, and let me know more about what that OED is. That's Brian Abendroth, right? Kevin coming back. Yes, I came up with this when I was studying rib motion in doctor's college. Thought I was going to fail it at 4 a.m. I heard this, the double meaning and self-empowering mantra. He passed the exam. Congrats, Kevin. That's awesome. Awesome, you guys. And Joe Jablonski coming up again. Joffrey is grooving. Thanks, buddy. Thanks, man. You betcha, man. I'm telling you, I'm looking forward. Guys, here again, if you're an affiliate, and if you're just tuning in, by the way, you hear me ranting and raving here. I'm just truly passionate about what this is creating for people like myself and you. This whole concept of GrooveFunnels and the leverage that it gives us in these unusual and crazy times. And, you know, if you are one of those people out there on this broadcast that are interested in generating revenue, whether that's just a side income, or you want to actually roll into making it your focus in your business, the affiliate program headed up by Joe Jablonski. Joe is the one that actually embraces all of the affiliates. And I've got to tell you, the power and the passion of this gentleman. I mean, Joe, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to look back at one of the Facebook Messenger conversations we were having. And this is when I knew I was in the right place. I'm going to find it. I'm going to find it before my session tomorrow. And I want to share that message with everyone here that's considering being with GrooveFunnels or has already joined the family and is finding their way in how to leverage this, and as I say, how to groovetize your business with it, I want to share this message because it's such a high level and passionate and authentic message of the passion, but also the purpose that is behind people like Joe Jablonski, the Vice President of Business Development with GrooveFunnels, and the rest of the executive team, and why we all are in such a great place to be able to express ourselves and create. And that's one of the things I want to let you know, like the guests that I'm having on today and the ones I'll have tomorrow, the underlying current with all of these guests is that we create, right? And so it's a choice, it's a decision, but this is the power of creation. And GrooveFunnels gives you the tools to create on levels that, and on a span, on a range that, that you've probably never had the opportunity to do before. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity. What we're in right now, this Grooveathon, getting actually a free account. For those of you who want to jump onto a free account, then just go onto the same page. If you're on the page that actually has the Grooveathon playing and you're seeing me live here in my Prapel, right? Then probably on that same page, scrolling down, you'll see where you can actually get a free account, right? And then start your GrooveFunnels journey right now. Start creating your GrooveFunnels story right now, right? And oh, thanks, Sunshine. It's Oxford English Dictionary. That's what OED is. Great. So Oxford English Dictionary, right? Oh yeah, somebody said that. Ken, you want to see the book again? Okay. Now Amazon's going to go crazy now with everybody buying this book, probably, right? The Heron Derivation Dictionary. It's just one of my free reading books, but it is a fantastic. Hopefully you got that, Ken. I'll hold it up one more time. That's it, my brother. There you go. Right. And here we go. We're in, actually, we've got Daryl Klein. Hey, Joffrey, your knowledge and insights are being received in the British Virgin Islands. Awesome, brother. Another Caribbean, a Caribbean national. Great to have you on here, Daryl. Here's the great thing, you guys. You can be anywhere. You can be anywhere and maximize this opportunity with GrooveFunnels, right? So this is brilliant. We got British Virgin Islands. Let's see here. Okay, so here, can you give us a summary of Joe's message now? Yeah, I can, Martin. The summary of Joe's message, and those of you that are just tuning in now, I was talking about Joe Jablonski, who's the Vice President of Business Development for Groove Digital, the parent company of this amazing software, GrooveFunnels. And here's the foundational factor. I made a comment about him, he said that he's swamped with all the response from the affiliates. And he's so excited about it, right? And he says, I've got to stay up late and get up early and all this stuff. And I said to him, I made this little funny comment that, well, that's why you get paid the big bucks, right? So I just said that as kind of a humorous kind of thing, right? His response when he came back is like, you know what? Well, that's not the reason why I'm in this. That's not the reason why I'm here. I genuinely want to help people. I want to help people. I want to find the talent in people and help them draw out or bring out that talent and literally change their lives. The help flow that he gives to all the affiliates, what he did to help even Angie Norris help to flesh out some of her concepts and ideas so that she could actually fully blossom with all of her talent and solutions, the help that I'm sure he's done with other people like Martin, who actually elaborate on this, right? And other affiliates. And know this, everyone, if you are playing the affiliate game with GrooveFunnels, reach out to Joe. Share your ideas and your concepts. I've had the privilege and honor to get on a call every so often with Joe to kind of share my ideas and to hear what the needs and wants are of the whole Groove community is, so that I can do my part. And I think we all have a responsibility to do our part to help the entire group, regardless if they're in your money line or not. You see, the thing is that the better that we can create a group, to create a true group that is willing to collaborate with each other, the bigger and the faster we will grow as individuals, as our businesses, as GrooveFunnels, and the concept and the reality known as Groove Digital. So these are the kind of things, and yeah, exactly. So Martin is saying, I can attest to this all as well. Joe is amazing, absolutely, you know, and Joe is one of many people, both in the Groove Digital company, as well as those of us that are here tuned in today, taking their time, the most precious resource that we have, and your attention, which is also the most precious resource, right? But you're putting your time and your attention in to being here on this Grooveathon, to learning from others like you, right? There's no one of you out there that couldn't be doing what I'm doing right now. Every one of you has a skill, an ability, as a superpower, you know, and that is what you want to continue sharing, and share it bigger and better, right? And as Laura Cole Gonzalez is saying, I love the we attitude. Exactly. Because look, let's be real here. When COVID-19 hit, and it hit me here in Jamaica, I tell you the date, the 19th of March. Here is somebody that's contributing to the travel and tourism industry. My business, Fullerton Management Group, this is what we do. That's my sweet spot. That's my you know, my happy place, if you may. Put me on a luxury resort. I can spot 13, 15, 20 different revenue generating opportunities that are not maximized. That's my happy place, okay? 19th of March, COVID hits Jamaica here. I don't know if you realize this, but the number one or two revenue generating for the GDP for this country of Jamaica is travel and tourism. All of a sudden, no flights, no tourism, etc. My business crashed. And you, like me, probably had situations similar in a variety of different industries. My whole business crashed, okay? And I had to figure out what to do. What am I going to do? How am I going to pivot? How am I going to transition? And put in the comments there if you had a similar thing. Put a number 1 if you've had a similar challenge over the last 5-6 months since this whole COVID lockdown and all that. You know, put a number 1 if you actually had to pivot and transition. You know, this is something that is not common, not unusual to any of us, right? And so the thing is that I had to figure it out, and what a lot of people do, and I was one of those people. I go with what you know, right? So I knew about this whole hospitality. I knew about customer service, sales, leadership development, right? All of these factors. So I created a concept to help decision makers in the tourism industry, right? And so here it is. We're getting a lot of ones. Holy man, a lot of ones, right? People from all over that actually pivoted and transitioned, you know, go to what you know and start to leverage and get innovative, right? And here again, like right still saxophonist says, music here, everything went cold the same day with music. I've got a friend of mine that is a massive performer in Vegas, shut down, locked down. She ended up stepping out into her community with a microphone and singing to her neighborhood, right? She had to get it out. And you, like me, probably have a passion that you need to get out, right? And so if you were actually had to sit on your hands, not able to express yourself, not able to share your passion, your mission, your mindset, and your moves, right? Then, you know, it's a difficult thing. Think of Mike Filsaime. Think of our fearless leader, Mike Filsaime, when he had to sign that non-compete for 2 years and sit after he left Kartra, and had to sit there on his hands for 2 years. The genius that he is, the iconic marketer that he is, with, I'm sure, 1,000 ideas a day of ways and means of helping people like you and I, entrepreneurs, other fellow entrepreneurs, in ways of leveraging tools and technology and the feeling of community to build our businesses. Imagine having to sit on your hands like that for 2 years. We had a few months so far. You get me? So this is also talking about the character and the caliber of the people that have started this concept, right? And so, you know, everything went sideways, right? And it says here, look at some of the ideas. Yeah, put some of your ideas. What are some of the things that you did to help yourself pivot and transition? when you got impacted by this? Because I want to see the innovation, the creativity. I want to let you guys know creativity never ends. It's just like the groove never ends. The groove never ends, right? So Martin Bodeker is saying, COVID really allowed me to double down on promoting GrooveFunnels. Best decision ever. I would highly agree, seeing you're a massive success, Martin. What does Kevin say? Closed a private practice, brick and mortar, in person. Docs, yep. Going digital. Exactly. Telehealth, telemedicine, right, Kevin? Right? And, you know, some other people here, 4 years growth underground, then boom, right? We have Laura here saying, many of my holistic entrepreneurs and practitioners and brick and mortar got hit so hard when the world shut down. Learned affiliate skills. That's Gary Knight, right? So here again, I want everyone to realize this, right? There is a tremendous amount of creativity. It is an unlimited source. And really being in the groove is being in that house of creativity. In the house of groove is the ability to create nonstop whenever you need to, right? And this is what we're experiencing here with these comments. Real Creation 340 also has had that experience as well, you know? Robo Reply, I should say, says, I bought Groove to use. No thoughts of becoming an affiliate until COVID and Grooveathon made me reconsider. Exactly. So here again, right? You're getting messages throughout this entire time. You're getting messages, direct messages on how to leverage a software to do the thing that you came to GrooveFunnels to do, and that is to expand and grow your business, to expand and get your ideas and your solutions out to those people that need it. So whether you're a doctor, whether you're a chiropractor, whether you are a digital agency, right? Using the groove, that creativity, that creative energy from inside you, inspire, in spirit, right, is going to cause you to do dynamic and wonderful things that you may not even realize that you're able to do, right? So what do we have here? I'm going to try and help other musicians get into Groove to promote themselves. We'll create chatbots for free for musicians. I love that idea. What are some of your ideas of ways and means you can help others to get out of this, the challenges that we've been experiencing, right? What does Laura say here? Laura says, and by the way, I just want to let everybody know, you should also be looking at people to collaborate with. You know, we heard from Tuan, Angie's last guest, just before my show here, and he was talking about the power of having an accountability partner. I want to highly recommend that you look for people that are here, dedicated just like you, that are commenting, etc. Look for people to collaborate with. Collaboration, that we attitude, as someone said earlier, is exactly what we want to be creating and crafting, right? William, musician, obviously, saxophonist. I'm going to try and help other musicians, right? That's a brilliant idea. And of course, the chat bot. Remember, if you tuned in here, right, and you don't have the GrooveFunnels, if you haven't got your free account, if you haven't upgraded, my gosh, you guys, it is a no-brainer to upgrade. Listen, speaking of chatbots, with Travis and Chatmatic, you know, now you've got another tool that's been added to the Groove suite that of opportunities, so that you can literally be doing chatbots, as Wright, the saxophonist, the musician, right, is saying here. So jumping onto the Groove train here, right, into the house of Groove, is giving you that opportunity to help others. And this is Joe's message of why he's here, my message of why I'm here, and I'm sure thousands upon thousands of others like you that are tuning in to Groove. And let's see, Daryl Klein says, my pivot was promoting my sports book online throughout the Groove platform. Exactly, right? Learning new skills. This is what Sunshine's saying, internet marketing, digital marketing, right? So these are some of the amazing things. SEO, affiliate marketing, absolute beginner, but guess what? Sunshine's passion, right? And also sense of necessity, because when the necessity level increases, it's amazing what you're able to do, right? So because of the passion and this aspect of necessity is there, then what happens is things like what Sunshine is creating and will create, what Martin and others have actually managed to do. And you know what? I just saw my good buddy and collaborator. Speaking of collaborator, this is my accountability partner. and fellow House of Groove master. This is, I call him the director of the 00, and that's my good friend, Andrew Phillips. Give a shout out to Andrew Phillips. Let's see, what do you say? Let's see, Joffrey and I have some exciting announcement to make about this fire. Exactly, Andrew, because, you know, with the House of Groove, we are making some exciting announcements that are coming up. I mean, imagine if there was a place, right? Imagine if there was a place, you know, at this present time, that would be a virtual place, right? A virtual house of Groove where we incorporate and we embrace people that want to develop and strengthen that mindset, the attitude, the communication, and the ability to transform themselves and their clients. Imagine if there was a place where they could refine their mission, their purpose, why they're doing what they're doing, and be able to share that with more people. And then imagine if there was a place where the moves that were taken, that were successful and created the results, were shared freely. The mindset, mission, and move of the Groove, right? And so this place that we're creating, I mean, we're doing it right here in GrooveFunnels. And part of my help flow to the entire community, combined with great wizards like my director of the 00, Andrew Phillips, is the House of Groove. And so we invite you. We are still under construction, man. We're still under construction, but you know, you can reach out. Reach out. If you go to Facebook and look up the House of Groove in the Facebook groups, you'll find us there, building your business with GrooveFunnels. And I'm going to share with you more of a concept of what it is. And whether you're in it, join us or not, that's really not the main thing. The main thing is that you join GrooveFunnels and get on the Groove train, right? And as well as, you know, this is a groovement. Exactly. That's one of the phrases that I've been using too, that this is a groovement, a groove movement, right? And so we've got such exciting things that are happening that the company is creating, that people like you and I are contributing to, right? And so this is the magic that we're in store for, right? And so let me just share with you something here. I want to share with you, I shared with you the M3, the mindset, mission, and moves leading to momentum in your business and in your ability to empower your clients, right? This is one of the concepts in the House of Groove, right? When you're operating in the House of Groove. Here's the second thing. I call them the 5 Ps, the 5 P, P as in Paul, right? And these 5 Ps, right? Let's see, I've got some more comments here. Christine Best says video marketing and lead generation for businesses. So that's what she's using Groove for, right? And what's Laura say? Listen to Joffrey is dropping wisdom here. My accountability group of people are doing this Grooveathon on our virtual business retreat to take action and get real results, get stuff done. Laura, that is such a brilliant idea of leveraging the Grooveathon. So this is phenomenal. This is the kind of thing that actually helps build ideas, build momentum, and also build the quality of life for the people that you serve with your businesses, all leveraging Groove. So this is fantastic. And Laura, stay in touch, man, because keep us aware of what kind of results are happening from you and your team, your accountability partners, committing to spending as much time as you can on this Grooveathon and gathering the knowledge and insight and wisdom from people like ourselves here that are tuning in, right? So let me share with you very quickly the 5 Ps, because in in a few minutes' time, we are going to be at the top of the hour. We are going to be graced by a phenomenal gentleman named Dov Baron. And Dov, I've known for, my gosh, it's scary to say, but over 25 years. We've known each other for close to 30 years. And I'm going to share more about Dov and why you all are in for an amazing treat. If you are someone that wants to enhance and develop and strengthen your leadership skills. Dov is the host of the #1, Inc. magazine has recommended as the #1 podcast for Fortune 500 executives. And he's the one of the top 100 speakers in the world. And Dov is passionate, and he'll tell his story. But if you're getting nuggets from what I'm sharing with you here, you do not want to miss Dov Baron. That starts at the top of the hour. So let me give you these 5 Ps. And if I don't get through all these 5 Ps and some of the aspects of the House of Groove and how you can create your own House of Groove with your business by groovatizing your business with these amazing GrooveFunnels tools, you can create this too, right? You have the groove, you have the flexibility, you have the passion and the purpose to actually care for your clients and customers, leveraging these tools of GrooveFunnels and expanding your business, because you don't want to stay small. You do not want to stay small. You want to get big. If you truly have something of value that can help people, you want to get big. Yes, it's going to take some hard work. Yes, it's going to take some organization, right? But it's worth it, because you can actually sit absolutely fulfilled at the end of every one of your days knowing that you helped someone else, right? So here's the game, the 5 Ps. Let me give these to you quickly. The first P, people. And I don't know who's taking notes, but maybe you can drop these in the comments there, whoever is leaving some comments. And I see you guys are dropping in some of the nuggets in that, right? This is so cool and so fantastic. People are tracking. How many people here are enjoying this kind of talk? I know you've had a lot of technical stuff and demos and stuff, but this kind of mindset, attitude, and thing like this, I truly see it as the foundation to anyone's success. And let me know in the comments if you're enjoying this subject, okay? This whole aspect of mindset, attitude, and creating that foundation to be able to act. So here's the first thing. The first P is people. Thank you, Sarah David. People is the first thing. The second P is place. And I'll go over these. Second P is place. The third P is product. The third P is product. The fourth P is price. And then the next P is passion. Passion is the next P, right? And so people, place, product, price, and passion, okay? So let's see if some people can be slamming those in there, right? So people, place, product, price, and passion. And this is a shout out to another one of my mentors, Will van Egmond in the Netherlands. Will and Linda. Linda's in the groove. Linda's a brilliant brand ambassador, brand creator. And so, shout out to your dad, Will, on this, sharing with me how he shared with me some of these Ps. And so people, right? You want to actually invite or attract the people that you want to hang out with, that you feel you can create more with these people. So in creating your House of Groove, you want to be able to attract the people that can enrich your life and the people that you can enrich their lives. That's the first pointer about people. Thank you, Victor. He put the 5 Ps right in there for the House of Groove, right? Christine Best, thanks again, right? Joe coming in again strong, man. I love this. All right. Great moments. Fantastic. Gavin, my brother in South Africa, my African brother. Hell yeah. Right. So here again, right? You want to attract the people that you feel you can contribute to and enhance the quality of their lives and their businesses. You also want to attract the people that you want to embrace. You have an affinity for, right? And you want to help them. That's the first people point, right? The next people point, I've got 8 minutes before Dove is coming on here. The next point is place. You want to create an environment. And in our digital world, you want to create an experience that actually creates a place. So to create your own House of Groove, right, you want to have the people, right, that jive with you, right, that vibe with you, and you can vibe with them and add value. You want to create the place that is actually built through experience that they don't want to leave, they want to be a part of, right? The third thing is you want to create products, actual solutions, tools, create products or acquire products or introduce products, like if you're an affiliate with GrooveFunnels, right? You want to introduce solution products that solve the problems or help leverage the ability to solve problems for themselves, for their clients, for their family, for their life, for their business. So this is the aspect of product, right? And product, if you think about it, a product is something that is of high quality in the hands of the consumer, in the hands. It's not, you could create the greatest checklist, you could create the greatest product, but if you don't launch it, sell it, get something in exchange that keeps you doing more of that, and literally put it in the hands of the people that can use it, right? Then it isn't really a product, is it? So those of you that have been sitting on ideas, sitting on products for weeks, months, years, or decades, get them produced and get them out there. And it leads me to price. Because if you don't actually create something that you can get some exchange for, how are you going to continue helping people? You need to charge people. You need to charge. You need to get something in exchange for your solutions. So don't be afraid of actually asking, or what I call GTMing, getting the money, asking for the money, right? If you've truly created a product that's of high quality, that truly solves a problem for someone else, and you do get it into their hands, then you deserve compensation. It's Bob Proctor, another brilliant Groovester with Bob and Brian Proctor, another mentor of mine from years ago. You know, he said, Bob always used to mention this, you know, a professional is worth their hire, right? A professional is worth their hire. So a professional should be compensated, right? So that's the whole factor of price and the 5 Ps. And then passion. Then passion, right? Passion, okay? And so here's the thing. Your passion should come through in what you do. Now, you may not share your passion the same way how I'm sharing it, but it doesn't mean that if you're not bouncing off the walls that you're not passionate. That has nothing to do with passion, the craziness or the excitableness, right? Passion is a vibe. Passion is a feeling. Passion is a transference of emotion and spirit to something or someone. And that ability to be passionate, right, is what people are looking for. Do you think right now there are people that need to be inspired? Do you think there's people that need to be excited, made excited about living and life? Right now, more so than anything, people are looking for people to inspire them, to lead them. And if you have the desire to share your passion, right, providing products, making sure you're charging, getting the price for them that you need, so that you can continue to do more and bigger opportunities in serving people. And then to create experiences that literally create a place for people to actually enjoy and not want to leave. And then, of course, to attract those people that you'll enjoy being with and that they will be getting value from what you create. This is how you create your house of groove. And we're creating our house of groove. And if that's something that sounds exciting to you, right? To actually participate in the construction of creating a house of groove, this is the excitement, this is the power of what we're talking about here, leveraging these tools of GrooveFunnels, whether you're on the free account or you've taken the opportunity to do the upgrade, which, as I said, if you want professional income online with your business, then you need to be a professional. And you should be using professional tools. I mean, one tool that I have that I've been using, and I'll mention the name because everybody knows it. We've got a lot of people that used to use that software, ClickFunnels. I mean, I spend over $3,600 a year for the last 3.5 years, right? And, you know, for a fraction of that, for less than half of that, you've got GrooveFunnels with a plethora of tools, more tools than some of you may need now. But if you use the tools that you need right now, you grow into those other tools. So don't be concerned about, well, it's 14 plus softwares. I really only need 4 of them. I need my website, I need my sales funnel, I need my Groove Cart, you know, I need my blog, right? But these other things I don't necessarily really need right now. Don't worry about it. By embracing the tools that you have, by groovatizing your business with the tools that you can use now to create the results that you want with your business, is the way to go. And as you continue to embrace and utilize those tools in the GrooveFunnels suite, your business will potentially grow. And as it grows, you're going to find those direct and real needs for the other parts of the puzzle. Look, Mike Filsaime and his team don't just create something for the sake of creating it. You know, you look at the past softwares that he's developed and launched out there in the companies, right? They're valuable and they're relevant to the online space and what we're trying to do. So take it, embrace it, upgrade as soon as you can. There's numerous ways to do that. $13.97, that full pay, of course. And the other ways, you can do $0 today. That's what I did. I did $0 today, and at the time when I did it, three investments of $497 for 3 months. And guys, let me tell you something. In 6 days, just talking on Facebook Live, I had 3 people that decided to not just join Groove, but actually 6 people that decided to come on and actually take the opportunity to actually upgrade. And speaking of upgrade, you've been enjoying the time I've been spending here, right, with you over the last hour in the House of Groove. I am so privileged to have my good friend. And this is like homecoming, man. I'm telling you, this is like homecoming, because this gentleman here has inspired me from decades ago, still continues to inspire me. And I would consider him one of my mentors and a person that I appreciate greatly. Dove's heart is huge. And his contribution to the leadership world, predominantly in the Fortune 500 realm, is massive over the last almost 15 plus years. And his story is dynamic. His story might shock you. It might surprise you. We're going to get that and much, much more. I would highly recommend that you grab a pen and a pad, lots of paper, as we invite the great Dove Baron to the House of Groove. And Dove, all the way from Vancouver, the Dragonist Baron. Dove, great to see you, my brother, and I love it. We're both in purple.
Woo! Good to be here with MC Fullerton.
Ah, dude, I'm telling you.
MC Fullerton for me.
Awesome, my brother. I'm telling you this, Dove, first thing I got to tell you, man, is this audience today is lit.
Nice.
I mean, we're getting lots of comments. We're getting a lot of shares. We're getting, people sharing their inspiration. And, I just shared like the 5 Ps that I gave people: place, product, price, and passion, and how it's related to building your own House of Groove. And, first of all, I just want to thank you so much, because I know what your schedule's like, dude. Yeah.
It's a little crazy, bit.
Just a little schedule, I think, right? And, but, you're taking some time out on your Saturday here to share your wisdom and expertise and experience. And, I'm just so grateful, and just so grateful to have you here.
I'm excited to be here with you, Geoffrey. Always delighted to speak with you. Always a pleasure and an honor to do that. And I'm really excited to share with the audience, and hopefully they find lots of great value in it, and maybe we'll put a few people off. Who knows?
You know what? That's the thing I'm looking forward to.
Who knows?
They're going to love us or they're going to hate us, But, as another mentor of mine says, Dove, it's like you are the perfect mentor for the person that relates to you.
Exactly.
And,
years ago, one of my great teachers, I was listening to him speak, and the lady was asking questions, and she asked a question and he answered, and she said, well, I don't think that's right. And he said, that's good. That just means I'm not your teacher. And it was that simple. As teachers, we get very attached to everybody's got to agree with me. Everybody's got to be my student. No, you don't. And he just said, well, that's great. I'm just not your teacher. And that person was like, it just shuts it down. There's no argument. So I'm okay. That's fine. And I think that a lot of time we get too attached. So the thing about it is that I'm just going to tell you as the audience right now, please. I am going to piss some people off. Not because I'm intending to. That's never my intention. My intention is to uplift. My intention is to inspire you. My intention is to give you some really solid tools. But my intention is to get you to look at things you haven't looked at that are actually in the way. When I do that, your ego, not you, your ego, the back hairs will go up and you'll think, oh, this guy's too abrupt, or he's too this, or he's too that. That's okay. That's okay. I am not for everybody, and I'm good with that. And you got to do what's right for you at your pace when you're ready. But The challenge is, are you willing to step into something greater? Because until you can do that, that groove that you're looking to get into, it's not a groove, it's a rut. And a rut is simply a shallow grave.
Absolutely. And, speak of that. Here's the thing because this whole thing of confronting the things that you are hesitant about, wary about, scared about, speak about that, and even share a story of someone that really butt heads with you maybe from your message, but then eventually embraced it and blossomed.
You mean every client I've ever had?
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going on for 8 hours now.
So we'll see you in 6 weeks, folks. No, it's actually true. My greatest evangelical, by that I don't mean religion, I mean they're evangelical for me, clients are the ones who clearly disliked me and will openly say so. I've said so in videos, right? I mean, there's a guy in town here, actually in Vancouver. As you know, I work with clients around the world, but he's here and he's become a very good friend. I mean, we go to his house for dinner, vice versa. And every time he sends me a referral, the person says, "Oh yeah, he told me that he hated you when he first met you and that you fired him twice." And I said, "Yep, that's true." That's true. And he now tells everybody, because the transformation of his life is nothing will change until you do. Now, I know that that's a kind of a cliche thing, but here's the thing I want everybody to get. This is what's vital about this. Everybody wants change, but nobody wants to change. So change is what I want as long as I don't have to. Well, here's the deal. Nothing changes until you do. And every one of us, not you, me, all of us humans, we don't like it. We want to stay safe and comfy. And sometimes comfy is in our misery. Sometimes our comfy is in being able to say to other people, "Oh, woe is me, it's so terrible, and the ambulance is coming." Wah, wah, wah. We want to do that. I understand that. I've been there. I was that guy too. And it feels okay. It's kind of seductive because you don't really have to try that hard from that place. But until you can confront your own shadow, until you can look into the dark cave of your own being, nothing will ever go to where you want it to go. And you can't serve in the world while you're bitching, moaning, complaining, and playing a victim. That's it. So if you take nothing else, just take that. You cannot serve in the world while you're bitching, moaning, complaining, and playing a victim. That's it.
That is so brilliant, because it is true. It's like somebody here, Dove says, everyone wants to go to heaven. Nobody wants to die.
Exactly.
It's the same kind of concept, because the fact of the matter is that if we're here really to serve, and I truly believe, like you, that we're here to serve. If you have any skill or ability, you have a responsibility to serve.
Thank you for saying that, because I think it's so important, because this idea of servant leadership is that it's an idea. It's not real until you make it so. So a lot of people think that servant leadership is very Christian. It's not. I'm a servant leader. I'm not Christian. It's got nothing to do with religion. People may tie it to that. That's fine.
Yes.
But to actually serve means that you are going to show up no matter what. I'm going to tell you my dragon fire statement, and we'll come back to it in a circle, I'm sure. But I think it will help you to understand.
Please.
So people ask me all the time, what is your dragon fire, Dove? And my answer is this. I am here to assist others in finding their dragon fire. What's more is I'm here to serve those whose names I do not know and who will never know my name. I'm here to serve even if I don't get the applause. I'm here to serve if I don't get the check. I'm here to serve if I'm dead. The legacy, the impact that you're here to do, that's what service means. It's not about all the strings you attach and then you stick a label and it says, "Oh, I'm a servant leader." Shut up. You're not a servant leader. It's okay that you're not. And by the way, that's completely all right. You can be whatever you want. You can be a chicken with a yellow head. It's fine. But just be whatever you are and own it and claim it, because you can actually serve from that place. There are people who will be served even from that place, but you got to own it rather than trying to twist and turn and pretzel yourself into who you think you should be, because this is trendy this week. This week it's inclusion. This week it's diversity. This week it's Black Lives Matter. This week it's Donald Trump. Who cares? Why are you serving? That's what matters. Not what's going on in the world. What's going in your own heart and your own soul that you can bring forward to the world that will make a difference. That's serving.
And this is what I love. And literally the fire, the dragon fire you're talking about, right? By the way, can anyone tell why he's called the Dragonist, right? Like seriously, right? Because that is the fire, the thing that you actually are transferring to others, right? And, you know, it has to be, and I'm going to use this word, and I know this is going to really tweak you, right? Because we got a conversation about this word too.
I know exactly what word you're going to.
You already know. I'm going to use it in the most, like, you know, weepiest way. It's your authenticity. Oh, I'm so authentic, right? It's like, you know, Dove, I talked about words, right? And being a wordologist, right? I brought up my derivation dictionary. I talk about this, right? Most people are using these things, right? Like servant leader and these different things without having a true definition. It's not defined even, not even by themselves even, let alone a dictionary, right? But talk about this whole thing about authenticity. Like, and what is it really about other than some pretty trendy phrase?
Yeah. So
that we're using.
Of course, it's the, I mean, you and I had this conversation about how I had my team go through my site and remove the word authentic from everything. Because literally every page, take it off. I don't want it in there in anything. Find a way, remove it all. It cost me a lot of money. Have my team go in and find it. And people are like, why would you do that? You're so authentic. Yeah, I am. But now every man and his dog uses that word, and most of them don't know what it means. By the way, this is an authentic coffee cup. This is an authentic microphone.
Mm-hmm.
This is an authentic phone. So what? Who cares? It doesn't mean anything. Authentic means it is what it is. That's what Donald Trump said when they asked him about 200,000 people dying. It is what it is. All right. So the point I'm trying to get you to understand is authentic is not about, so people will say I'm very authentic, you know, and I know I'm a bit of a douche, but I'm authentic about it. No, you're just committed to not growing.
That's right.
So authenticity in the truth of who you are is just that. It means going to the truth of who you are. It means being willing to be vulnerable about that. It means being willing to step into what is massively uncomfortable. It's not about staying comfortable. It's about stepping into what's uncomfortable and then owning it and claiming it and saying, okay, listen, if I'm going to use the word in a real context, I'll say I'm going to be absolutely authentic with this, which means I'm going to be transparent. And I'm going to tell you, which is another word that's getting difficult to use.
Yep.
But I'm just going to tell you, here's what's going on for me. Here's what's difficult. This morning, as I'm with you, my son and my granddaughter have arrived. They get here early on a Saturday morning. And there is an internal pull between me being here with you to serve and me being with them because I love spending time with them. But my commitment is this is a block of time I can be with you. And that means I will authentically, totally show up, and I will not allow my mind to go anywhere else. And if it does, I will tell you. I will actually say, you know what? I'm not really present, or I drifted off there. That's authenticity. It's deeply embedded in first your vulnerability, and then below that in why you are here to serve. And that thing will get you out of bed every single morning and get you doing what you need to do no matter what's going on.
Absolutely. See, this is, you know, like Dove, when you think about this, right, you think about the position that many of the people that are viewing and listening to this right now, many people are new in this world of business, and you deal with Fortune 500 executives all the time that are running massive organizations, right?
Yep.
Take your concept of you know, the dragon fire, take your concept of what true authenticity is. What would you recommend to somebody, and I don't want to use this term because I don't think it's real, a newbie, because that is not real. Everybody brings something to the table, no matter if the experience is going to be a first time. What would
Thank you for saying that? That's really good.
How would you look at this in a way like to take this dragon fire and to apply it to this opportunity that we're experiencing here?
Thank you for bringing that up, because I think it's really important. Everybody loves to shove things in boxes and categories. Well, I'm not as good as them, and I haven't done this, and I haven't run an organization, and I haven't been speaking for 35 years like you, Dove, and I'm not as handsome as Joffrey, and my head's not as well polished as his is. And Really, I mean, because there are what I call dog fart excuses.
Yes.
I can't do it because the dog farted. Right? They're all nonsense.
Okay, first of all, somebody's got to type that into the comments there. The classic Doug fart excuses, right?
That's right. I mean, that's what it is. It's just nonsense. So here's the thing. I actually just did a training on this. You can find out about it in my Patreon channel. If you go to patreon.com/Del Baron, you'll find about it. I just did a training, and it's called, surprise, surprise, Finding Your Genius Blind Spot. And what it is exactly what you just mentioned there, Joffrey. It's this understanding that you have enormous amounts of value, you have enormous amounts of experience that you can bring to the world. In 2008, there was a recession. Obviously, we all remember that. It was pretty devastating because people who'd worked for companies for 10, 15, 20 years, they dedicated and committed themselves to those companies. And the company went, bye. And they threw them away. Right? And as a result, people don't trust organizations. I wrote a book about it called Fiercely Loyal, about how companies can't keep people. Now, here's what happened as a result of that. The entrepreneurial world exploded. People went, okay, I can't rely on the companies. I got to do my own thing. But I'm not qualified, and I don't have any experience, and I don't have a certification, and I don't have a PhD, and I don't have a polished head like Joffrey. There's a million things. Always got excuses. All of that. So now, what's happening now? We have a pandemic. In 2020, as we record this, there's a pandemic. Companies have laid people off. People have been furloughed. The entrepreneurial world is going to explode. So when people say to me, what can I do? You have to look at where are your genius blind spots. Number one, write a list of every skill you've ever learned. And I'm talking about from making the bed to anything you can do for a living that has made you money. It doesn't matter if it's made you money or not. You write down all skills. Skills are things you do well. That's it. Doesn't matter. Riding a bicycle. I don't care what it is. Write them all down. Next thing you do is you write down what you perceive and what your friends perceive as your strengths. So the things that you're really good at that. You really have a great strength of dealing with that, whatever that is. You make a list of that. The next thing you do is you make a list of everything you know. Now, here's what you put it in categories. Now, this is, for me, this is the biggest one, and I'll tell you why. Nobody is objective in their subjective reality. What does that mean? It means a fish cannot describe water. You have to take the fish out of the water to have it look at it in order to describe the water. That's not going to be good for the fish. So you probably need help from somebody who can tell you what it is you know. So here's how you find out. You say to the people around you, what is it that I know that I just take for granted? Or what is it that I know that I drive you mad with, that I'm always talking about? What is it you notice that when it comes on the TV or if there's a documentary or a movie about it, I can't help but watch it? What is it that if somebody's over there at the party talking and I'm over here talking to somebody else and I hear that, I have to go to it? What are those subjects? Because you have a massive amount of knowledge in your base that you don't even think about, that you have no value in, but is actually extremely valuable. People want that knowledge. So that's the first part. You've got to tap into all your hidden genius blind spots that are there in your skills, in your strengths, and in your knowledge. That's number one. Number two, now we can put that to one side. I'm giving you all the thing here. This is a full workshop. So this is
great, man. This is perfect.
So the next piece is this. Here's what I want you to do. Now what I want you to do is I want you to think about, and this is going to be interesting for you, I want you to think about what's pissed you off for as long as you can remember. What has rubbed you the wrong way? What's irritated you for as long as you can possibly remember? Now, don't say Donald Trump, because that's not as long as you can remember. That's contemporary. Don't say the liberals. Don't say the Democratic Party. Don't say anything that's contemporary. Right. Think about what's bothered you for as long as you can possibly remember. In fact, it probably bothered you as a child. Think about what that is. Think about what people get sick of hearing you gripe about. And the reason is because you are like, why doesn't somebody fix this? That's part of your language. It's about time. In this day and age, you think people have done, you think they would have done something about this. Now, here's where you start to tap into your own dragon fire. Because here's the thing. You are they. You may not solve the problem, but you are part of the solution. Let me say that again. You may not solve the problem, so don't let that dishearten you, but you have to be part of the solution. So most people go, well, I can't fix world peace. No, but you can be part of the solution. So you might not be able to fix the problem, but you can be part of the solution. So you now take all those strengths, you take all that knowledge, take all those skills, and you pair that up with what's bothered you for as long as you can remember. It really bothers me that people are reliant on companies and then something happens and then their jobs are gone. Okay, what can you do about that? It really bothers me. It's bothered me since I was a little kid that children go hungry. Okay, what can you do about that? You start thinking about the things that have bothered you for as long as you can, and you pair them up with these other things. And that's where you start to tap into the financial impact of your unique value set. Your unique value is all the things I just talked about that are hidden in what I call your genius blind spot. And if you learn to drive, if you go to drive, if you learn to drive and you went on your driving test, you can fail in the first meter before you pull out. And that's very simple. You didn't shoulder check.
Yes.
Why? Because if you don't shoulder check, it's fatal. Well, it means because there's a blind spot. You can't see it. That's where all this unique value is that I just gave you the skills to look into to shoulder check your own genius. So by doing that, you start to find all these skills. You start to find all these tools. You start to find all the things that you've taken for granted. And then you apply them to the thing that's bothered you. If you do that, that gives you the fire. So all the skills and tools now seen are a pull. And the fire on your ass is the problem that you want to get in the world and change. And you accept, I may not shift the world in this, but I will start that ball rolling. I will add to that. I will put gasoline on that fire. I will impact the lives of those who do not know my name and whose name I may never know.
Wow. Dude, this is what is super exciting about this, because in essence, this genius blind spot concept, imagine if everyone here, like I talked about accountability partners, right?
Yes.
Imagine if everybody here right now on this call with the different comments here found somebody, anybody, right? To actually keep them accountable, but also right now, the next action step, that they actually reached out to somebody that they know or knows them. Because that, starting this process off, would create such a powerful foundation for someone to look at their business from a clear perspective and really see if they're aligned with what they're doing for their business. And that's the scary part for some people, isn't it?
And that's what I was saying before about I'll piss some people off. Because I will say to people, so as an example, I work with these high-level executives.
Yeah.
And I remember working with this team. We were working with a team. We were actually in France working with a global team. They'd flown the team in. And I privately work one-on-one with the CEO of the organization. We've been brought in to work with the company. And at the end of the training, 5-day training, he and I were having dinner. And he said, what we're sort of breaking down what happened and giving him the insights and all the rest of it. And I said, the guy in sales? And he said, yeah. I said, you need to let him go. And he goes, he's an amazing salesman. I go, he is. He goes, well, why would I let him go? I said, you need to ask him to train people in what he's doing and how to do it. And you need to give him a package to let him go. And he goes, but why? I said, because he wants to be a restaurateur. That's his life's blood. It's been in with him. He lets it slip in every conversation how much he loves cooking, and he loves cooking for other people. And for him, it's about community, and it's about how he didn't have community because he was an immigrant to the UK and he didn't have a community. So his mom built community around cooking. He learned to build community around cooking, and it's like what sets him on fire. And the reason he's so good at sales is because it's about community for him. He's a community guy, and his best form of community is in restaurateur. Graham said, no, obviously I'm not going to let him go. And I go, okay, that's fine. Don't. 3-4 years later, guess what?
The guy quit.
He left on short notice and opened a restaurant.
Unbelievable.
So they lost because it was short notice. They lost. If it had been a long notice, they said, listen, we're going to give you a year. We're going to give you a nice package at the end of the year. Here's what I need you to do. You're great at what you do. Just train our people to be the best, and you can have a nice transition out. But because he felt like uncomfortable, and this is what happens in people's jobs, they They stay in jobs. They stay in jobs like they stay in marriages. People stay, write that down in case you didn't hear it. People stay in jobs the way they stay in marriages. Way too long in the wrong one.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean? It means you have to say, what do I really want? What do I really want? And you've got to be willing to walk away when it isn't what you really want. Joffrey and I have known each other for almost 30 years. You know that, mate?
Easy.
Almost 30 years, right? When we both had a lot more hair.
We had a lot
was a lot darker. Well, I had less on my back, but that's a different subject. We've known each other a long time. And in that time, we've watched each other evolve and grow and change. And back then, you knew the relationships I was in. I knew the relationships you were in. And the bottom line is, I've been married now for almost 25 years to the woman of my
anniversary was just recently. Was just recent, wasn't it? Anniversary a week or two ago, right?
Yeah. It was our anniversary. And in case you don't know, that's why I said MC Joffrey, MC Fullerton. Joffrey was the MC at my wedding. And by the way, you probably don't know, but he can sing. I'll never find.
I think I was singing some Lou Rawls at the time. Yeah.
Lou Rawls. I mean, Lou Rawls. That's right.
Now, you know what? I'm going to say this now before you do, because it may come out anyways, is that now this is a little bit of TMI, but I'm going to say it before Dove says it so I can put it in context. Is that Dove, myself, and another good friend of ours decided to craft a role play of Dove and his lovely wife, right, Renuka, and how they met. I think we had
a blind date.
Yeah. So since Dove's wife is the beautiful shade of me as well, right, I decided to play the wife. So just before Dove says anything, I did it solely as an MC, dressed in a beautiful purple dress to replicate the envisioning of when Dove and his wife met. So saying it now, just so everybody knows, last time that will happen.
Yeah, just so you know now, and the guy playing me is about 6'4". I am not. I'm 5'8", and he drew a goatee on, which I used to have, and he did the whole thing on his knees. So saying Joffrey and I have known each other a while is an understatement. Yeah. But my point is this, that I spent a good period of time before I met my wife where I refused to date anybody. I went out on, wait for it, interviews. I knew exactly what I wanted, and I only interviewed. People don't do that with their work. They don't do that with their business. They just go, oh, people are making money doing this. I'll jump on that. Oh, here's a job. I could do that. No. Who are you? How can you serve? I don't want to, if I'm an employee, I don't want to go out into the world and say, oh, let me look for the right job and I'll slot myself in. You are trained to fit in, and that's a terrible thing to do. You don't want to fit in. You want to belong. There's a place where
oh my God, that is a huge distinction. Say that again. You don't want to fit in. You want to belong.
If I fit in, think about your closet. You've probably got a closet or a drawer that's full, and you're trying to fit something in. You got to shove shit out of the way to push it in there, and it's difficult to find afterwards. But if you belonged, that's a different story altogether. It's waiting for you. It's embracing you. You don't want to fit in. You want to belong. That's why I'm not going to fit with everybody. That's why I'm going to upset some folks. That's okay. I'm not here to fit in with you. I'm here to see if you feel like there's a connection that's a deep enough connection to belong, to listen to this, whether you do business with me or not, that I can serve you even in this time that we're together. It's the belonging. And the belonging comes by you looking into your dark place to find your dragon fire, to find out what it is that is in pain there that you need to bring forward to serve in the world, that you find your place. See, when people say, well, what is the dragonist? The dragonist is this. I show people how to look into the dark place within themselves, that dark cave, to find the disenfranchised parts of themselves that society and the world has pushed down.
Yes. To
turn inward to that, because that's where your inner fire is. That's where your dragon fire is. It's hidden behind your pain. And when you tap into that, you start to become the dragon. Dragons are born in fire. It usually happens when you go through enormous amounts of pain. I had that experience. Most of the people I know I deal with have gone through that experience. When you go through that pain, you're transformed into a dragon, but you're just a baby dragon. And dragons have got to breathe fire. The place you have to breathe fire first is onto the lies. People go, well, what lies? The lies you've been telling yourself first.
Wow.
You have to, and that means that you have to question the things you've never questioned. You have to question how you see the world. You have to question how you see yourself and breathe fire onto those lies. Once you do that, you have the ability to begin to breathe fire into the world. Dragons don't fly with pigeons. They don't even fly with eagles. They don't fly in bunches. Dragons fly in small groups of intimate groups of people they're highly connected with who are also on fire. They know how to bring it to the world. That's the distinction. And people think of dragons as scary, but here's what you need to know, because I'm a mythology guy, and Jeff.
Oh, yeah, totally.
If you go look at what dragons are, it's fascinating. It's the reason it was like, oh, yeah, I have to use this. Dragons, as you know, when they walk into rooms, not a little matchstick of flame. There's enormous power, and they have these giant wings, and they're majestic and powerful. So there's a power when they come into the room. There's even a sense of a little bit of fear that they could breathe fire onto you, because you know they don't mess about. They're going to like come with it all. But here's the thing: what most people don't know is if you read the mythology, dragons always protect the precious. They are protecting something highly valuable. So in Lord of the Rings, you see that the dragon in The Hobbit, you see that the dragon is sitting on top of gold. That's symbolic. It's not gold. It's symbolic. Sitting on top of that which has the most value, protecting that which is the most value. That's what dragons do. We protect what is most valuable. Now, here's the other thing about it. People go, dragons is pretty scary, though. They're powerful and all that, and they have all these scales. They're impenetrable. No. If you actually read the mythology, you see that this scale here, the one right above the heart, is translucent, and you can see the heart pumping. So dragons lead with fire and with heart, and they breathe that fire onto the lies because they're powered by their heart.
Wow. Dude, I'm telling you, this is so awesome, because here's the thing, right? Every one of us, right? Here's the thing that's interesting. You know how there's this saying, like, you're all special, right?
You and I made fun of that 30 years ago, mate. Special.
It's so special. You're all so special.
The precious special.
You know who I heard destroying this myth too is Dan Pena, and but in a very brutal way. But the thing is here, right, is I talk about creativity, right? And when you're talking about creativity, when you're talking about the heart and the fire of the dragon, right? You're talking about also this whole thing about the blind spots and finding out what your brilliance is, right? When you combine all these things, man, dude, I just got goosebumps, okay? When you combine all these things, do the work, right? Mm-hmm. We are not necessarily special, but we can craft something that is unique.
Yeah, and this is the thing that people need to understand. Special is, well, think about it. Let's be honest here. Special Olympics. It's not got a good connotation. Right? And I know that's not politically correct, and I'm not politically correct, and I may have just pissed a couple more people off, but that's okay. But think about it. It's not really good. It doesn't feel that great. You are one of billions of people on the planet. There's not another person like you on the planet. You are unique, but you're not special because everybody else is unique too. So you have a responsibility to bring that uniqueness to the world and add value. But you're not going to do that if you're walking around going, but I'm so special. What you're actually saying is, I'm weak. What you're saying is, I don't have enough to stand on. There's nothing about me that's special. I got 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 eyes, a mouth, all the things that most people have. Yeah, I got all that. That's not special. I got a brain. Other people have one of those. So what? I also have a whole set of circumstances and backstory that is definitely different. but it's not unique. It's not special. It's unique.
Yeah.
And it's bringing that uniqueness not from how wonderful you are. See, special implies that you're shiny and wonderful.
And
But
you can
your uniqueness doesn't come from that. It comes from your darkness. Your uniqueness comes from the dark places you've confronted and brought forward to say, I want to serve the world. Not from, oh, look at me, how shiny and special I am. Shut up. Nobody cares about your special. Nobody does. But, you know, really, we care about your unique heart and soul and the message you can bring to the world. You can lift the world up if you stop playing special and you own that you are unique and you have value to bring in the world and you're willing to do whatever it takes to do it. That's different. Because most people just so you know, most people are just chicken shit. They'll never do it. They'll talk about it. Everybody is Marlon Brando in On the Waterfront. Could have been a contender.
I'm going to be a contender.
Could have been a contender. Yeah, coulda. Coulda, woulda, shoulda is not going to get you anywhere. That and $2 will get you on the Sky Train. That's it. Nothing's happening. You have got to take the action. And that action will be painful. It will be uncomfortable. You won't want to do it. You'll want to back away. And everybody else, the people who love you, they're the worst. They'll tell you, oh, you shouldn't do this. Not because they're horrible people, but because they don't want to see you get hurt. They love you. But you have got to be willing to get hurt. If you go to the gym and you work out, the next day you will be sore. You go, oh, well, that's it. I did the workout thing. I'm sore. I'm not going again. Mm-hmm. You've got to keep pushing through. We live in a world of resistance, gravity. Everything around us is resistance. We get stronger by resistance. We become more resilient by resistance. When people got the resistance of something called the recession and they got stronger.
Yes.
When we've got a pandemic, people will get stronger. We will build a herd immunity because we get stronger through resistance. That's what, so it's confronting the resistance, not resisting the resistance, confronting it makes you stronger and allows you to bring what you've got to the world in a magnificent way, in a unique way that makes you different than the other person who seems to be doing the same thing, but they're not.
Because they had a unique experience. And I just want to bring this, the thing that you're bringing here, I'm loving this, as you know, right? Is this word of confronting, right? A lot of people think that it's an antagonistic factor. There's nothing antagonistic about confronting something. It means facing something full on. And you see, if you're side viewing something, right? At any time, it could blindside you. Speaking of blindside, right? Yep. If you are not totally looking at it, and by the way, looking at something is a much higher ability than acting on something. Because when you look at something, you see what's there. If you do use your skills of observation, which every one of us has, to see what is actually there and then act based on that, not react because of something that happened before, but actually look at what actually is there and then make decisions that move you beyond it, around it, underneath it, whatever, right? Or destroy it and go through it. And when you combine these concepts of what you're, not even the concepts, but the thought, the emotion, and the behavior of the dragon fire, of this process of observing and taking your own personal inventory of ability and greatness, right? And then getting uncomfortable, right? Getting uncomfortable with that, that's when you start to actually achieve growth. And whether that growth is you personally, from you want to lose weight to you want to build an empire through the use of what we're on this Grooveathon with a software. The software isn't going to do a damn thing for you if you don't do something with it based on a purpose and a presence and principles that you will actually design by taking that look into those darker places, drawing out that dragon's fire, and putting it out there for the world to actually enjoy it.
I really thank you for saying that, because it's so important. I get it. We all want to do what's easy.
Yeah.
People say to me, "Oh, Dragonfire is my passion, isn't it?" No, it's definitely not your passion. Really? No. Why? Your passion's easy. Your passion's easy.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Your Dragonfire is not easy. you will do okay. Maybe you'll enjoy your life of passion. People talked about passion for years. But you know what? Here's what I want you to understand. Your passion is a vehicle. It's nothing more.
Say more about that. What do you mean by that?
So if you're on this right now and you're an entrepreneur, I guarantee you've been an entrepreneur in more than one thing. I guarantee you were very excited about, I don't know, Amway, and you were passionate about it. Okay. And then you lost your passion and you went to another MLM. And you were passionate about that. And then you went, oh, I'm kind of off MLMs. And now I'm going to do ebooks. Okay. And you got passionate about that. They're just vehicles.
Yeah.
Now, oftentimes people will look at an entrepreneur and go, oh, you're flaky because you change your mind all the time. No, they're not flaky. What entrepreneurs are people who understand that they have a vehicle. The trap is that they identify with the vehicle and they get devastated when the vehicle breaks down or the vehicle runs out of fuel. It's just a vehicle. It's nothing more. So here we are right now on this platform using this technology that did not exist 10 years ago.
Yeah.
This technology will be gone in 10 years. If we get all passionate and all attached about it, we're going to keep using this technology. Meanwhile, people are riding around in a horse and buggy going, I don't think that car thing is going to take off. It's the same thing. These are vehicles, nothing more. It's what the vehicle transports that matters. And what the vehicle needs to be transporting is your dragon fire. And you will find any vehicle you possibly can to bring that to the world. So I have 2 podcasts. I have a TV show. I have an outlet on Medium where you can go and read my stuff. I have platforms everywhere, all over the place. And I will use whatever tech is available to me to get my message out there because they're all vehicles. Yes, certain vehicles seem better at any point in time. I got on Facebook before Facebook was popular, and now I barely go on Facebook because Facebook is not my vehicle anymore. Okay, people got on Instagram and got 1 million followers. They saw it coming before I did. Fantastic. Well, they can't build 1 million followers as fast as you could as little as a couple of years ago. Yeah. The vehicles change. That's okay. You can get upset that you missed the bus, or you can say, what's the next vehicle? They're just vehicles. But your dragonfire is what you're looking to transport and bring to the world. Now, in that, and coming back to what Joffrey was saying, in this piece about resistance, building resilience, which is, get it, you write that down. Resistance builds resilience. So what you need to understand about that, I want you to imagine for a moment that you and I were in South Africa, and we're going for a walk on this magnificent, beautiful beach. And we look up at a cliff that is above us, and this white sandy beach and the turquoise water lashing onto the shore. And then suddenly you and I start picking up rocks and we start throwing them in the water. And suddenly you pick up a rock that's bigger than the others. And I've got one that's almost identical. And you go, that's weird. This rock feels weird. And you throw it in the water. And I go, yeah, it does, doesn't it? Mine feels weird. I can put mine in my pocket. I put mine in my pocket. You throw yours in the water and we carry on. And, eventually we come back home and we're back home. And a couple of years later, I've been carrying my rock with me. It's kind of, I call it my lucky rock. Mm-hmm. I keep it in my pocket. It's my lucky rock. I feel like when I go on stage, I need to touch my lucky rock. I feel like when I'm going to an important meeting, I touch my lucky rock. It's just weird and it's completely, I don't know, superstitious, but I keep my rock. And then eventually I go downtown to New York and I'm with a friend of mine. And I say to a friend of mine, we're talking about things, and I say, oh, yeah, I've got this lucky rock. And he goes, let me see it. I'll show it to him. He goes, you should let my friend Abraham look at that. And I go, why is that? And he goes, well, he's down there in this area. Go look, take it to him, let him look at it. So I take it to him, and I meet with Abraham, and he says, yeah, let me look at that. And he says, I don't think this is a rock. And he goes, I go, what do you think it is? He goes, I think it's a precious jewel. And I go, no. And he goes, yeah. And he goes, I go, well, how do we find out? He goes, we have to break it open. Oh, my God, you're going to break open my lucky rock? Then I won't have my lucky rock. And at that point, I'm now left with the comfort of what I've known.
Oh, my God.
That I've called my luck. Or I have to take a risk that I could lose that, but I could get something much better. Most people will shove the rock back in their pocket and say no. But I say to Abraham, sure, let's open it up. And when he opens it up, he finds a diamond. Now, I don't know if you know what a diamond looks like in the raw, but it doesn't look like that thing you stuck on your girlfriend's finger. Not at all. So he says, it's a diamond. And I say, wow. And he goes, but guess what? And I said, what? Now we got to polish it. What does that mean? We have to push it against the hard wheel. We have to push it against the resistance to reveal what it is, to reveal the value that's within it. We have to shine it and polish it. And most people go, whoa, 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 whoa. I don't want that. Could you just do one surface? No, then it's not a diamond. It's all of the surfaces. This is your life. You came in the raw and you cling to what's familiar. And you will have to be broken open to find the diamond, to find your dragonfire. But when you find it, you will still have to be pushed against the wheel of life to reveal the magnificence of who you are. Not the specialness, the magnificence that is unique, that makes you a uniquely cut diamond, that allows you to shine into the world. That's not happening if you're going, oh, well, I just want to be comfortable because I'm special.
It ain't going to work. This is what I got to go. You know what, Dove? I've got to give you some of these comments that people are commenting because I just got another rush of goosebumps, man. I so miss you. I tell you. I so miss you, man. Fantastic. So let me, someone put in here, Laura Gonzalez, resistance builds resilience, right? Peter Buxco, nobody likes things pointed out. Try asking what can be done to change it, right? Victor Lee is on fire. Here's what Lisa says. My son and husband get mad at me for being critical, pointing out flaws, being confrontational, but when there is a boil, lance it. Identify the flaws to eliminate them to live your best life. Wow.
And I want to come back to what Lisa just said there.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. This is, again, part of a misconception about me. It happens, and I get that. I'm okay with it. Is people will say, well, I'm just not brutally honest like you. And I say, I am not brutally honest. I have no interest in being brutally honest. I want to be deeply, compassionately honest. I don't want to point out what's wrong. I want to find out what you don't want. That's vastly different. That's if I'm pointing out what's wrong, that's my judgment. I'm not here to judge you. I'm not here to judge your life. I'm not here to judge how you do anything. It's your choice. I'm not interested in being brutally honest about anything. Unless you say, be brutally honest. And then, yeah, even then I'm still resistant to that because I don't need to be brutal. There's nothing in that. I used to be that guy 40 years ago. There's no need to that. You can have love. You can have compassion in dealing with it. Can I give you another quick example?
Please.
Okay, so I'll give you a quick example that happened to me. I actually just made a video about this. Last week, we had some friends over. And it is my intent that when somebody's around me, they will always leave feeling better and uplifted. Even if they've confronted something, they will feel lifted up and inspired.
I have a similar concept too.
Right. Yep. I want that for people. But we had some friends over and we were talking about introverts and extroverts. And one of my friends said, well, what is he? She pointed to her husband. And I said this, and I said something that I delivered it in a way that I was not proud of. I didn't say it in a way, I actually feel choked up saying it. I said it in a way that felt not like my best. The morning went away. They went and did their thing. I went to work. I spent my whole day working. I had a busy day, and when I'm focused in work, nothing else crosses my mind. Yeah. But in the moments in between, it was there.
Wow.
What I'd said, how I'd been. It was always like, damn, I got to do something about this. I know I've got to do something about this. I've got to hold myself to integrity on this. I came downstairs into the home, and Ren said to me, my wife said to me, I need to talk to you. I go, I know. She goes, what? I said, I know what you want to talk to me about. I've been bugged by it all day. And she said, okay. And I said, I'm just going to call my friend now. I called him. I walked him through it. I did not make any excuses whatsoever. And I said, I sincerely apologize. And my friend was very gracious and generous and accepted my apology. And my friend said, well, I wasn't offended. I said, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I'm not apologizing because you were offended. I'm apologizing because that was not the best representation of who I am.
Who you are.
And the reason I want to say this is because when my wife approaches me My wife is a master communicator and she's a masterful leader. And when she approaches me, this is how she does it. She will say, was that the best representation of who you want to be?
Wow.
When we are critical of others, nobody wants to listen to that. But she says to me, is that how you want to be seen in the world? Is that the highest possible representation of who you are? And of course it was not.
Yeah.
That's the key. So when when Lisa's looking to make a criticism, rather than look at a criticism, look at holding people to the best, highest possible vision of them. I didn't feel shamed by my wife. I didn't feel criticized by my wife. I didn't feel embarrassed by my wife. I didn't feel like she was trying to change me. She was not telling me to do anything. She was simply asking me to check with myself. Was I playing at my highest game? And the answer, of course, was no. And that's the key. So rather than being brutally honest, which doesn't work, and it actually causes enemies and doesn't let people open to you who want to open to you, ask them, what is your highest possible vision of yourself? And does that represent it? Is this the highest possible vision of what we're doing? Does this represent it? No.
Yes.
Okay, then we need to change that. And that's coming at it from a place of love and compassion and empathy and seeing this thing as something greater than, because every one of us have done shitty things. We've all got shitty behaviors we've done. And none of us, if we're a decent human being, feel good about it. And I don't need anybody else to point that out. But I do need to be called out to it so that I can hold myself in integrity, because integrity is integrity.
Exactly.
I have to hold myself to it.
This is the thing that is, the word I use, Dove, when you're talking about actions one takes on themselves to correct their course to achieve what they desire. That definition is the word I have is the word ethics. And ethics is not something that you do to others. When you have your ethics in, you are taking actions on yourself to correct your behavior towards the things that you desire. And there's not enough of that, in my personal opinion, in the world today.
No, I think that you're right. There's not enough of it in the world today. But and I think that in many ways, people talk about being polarized, but I think in many ways we're polarized around that. There are a group of us who are very committed to that. Yeah. And yes, we may be a minority, and there is another group who are very far from that. But listen, every change in the world started with one person. Absolutely. Rosa Parks on a bus. Yep. Gandhi in India. Yep. Mandela in Africa, yep. South Africa. It's all one person. We all go, oh, well, I can't do it. I'm just one person. Well, as I talked about before, you have a unique value to bring to the world. And I don't know what it is, but if you use it, you'll catalyze others. And if you catalyze others, you're here to be a catalyst. Yeah. You're not here to do it all yourself. You're here to be a catalyst. My biggest mistake in business for years was trying to be the lone wolf, thinking I could do it all myself. It doesn't work. No. It doesn't work. I don't know if you probably know that Joffrey used to run the Tony Robbins Center in Vancouver. Yeah. And I've met Tony several times. I met Tony once at one of Joffrey's events. That's right. I met him several times. But the first time I met him was in 1989 when I had first come to North America the second time to live here. And a friend of mine said, you got to come see this guy, Tony Robbins. Tony who? Tony Rubins? Is he a Jewish guy? What, I didn't know. Right? So they go, oh yeah, you will really like him. So I'm like, okay. So I go and we go to Seattle to see him. Mm-hmm. Right. And he was there, and it was a crowd of 200 people. So it was a very small group for Tony now. Then it was big. And Tony was gracious and kind and said at the end, if you want to speak to me, you can wait. People did. I made sure I was last. I made sure I was last on purpose. Yeah. Now this is 1989, and I waited and waited, and it was a long time. But I wanted to be last because I didn't want to be interrupted. And when I got to the end, Tony said, how was it for you? I said, it was amazing. Fantastic. You were awesome. And he goes, how do you feel? And I looked at him and said, honestly? He goes, yeah. I said, pissed off. And he smiled, right? And he said, okay, I didn't expect that, so tell me why. I said, honestly? He goes, yeah. I said, because I'm at least as good as you are, and you made $11 million last year, which would be a shitty year this year, but back then, you know, made $11 million last year, and I'm standing here in a secondhand jacket. And Tony was gracious, and he looks at me and he said, who's on your team? I said, I don't play soccer anymore. I mean, that's how naive I was. And he goes, no. He said, you see that brochure in your hand? I said, yeah. He says, do you think I printed it? And I go, no. He goes, do you think I designed it? I go, maybe. He goes, no. He goes, did I take your ticket at the door? I go, no. He goes, did I put the chairs out? I said, probably not. He goes, did I do any of the PowerPoint? I said, probably not. And he goes, exactly. My team did. Who's on your team? And I went, no one. He goes, you'll never be as successful as you want until you find a team. It only took me about 12 years to learn that lesson. Do not be as dumb as me. You can't do the lone wolf thing. But don't try and bring people in who won't fully support you. So don't think, oh, I'll bring my brother in because, you know, it's cheap labor. If your brother doesn't have what it takes, you don't need him. And in a world where we are right now, in a remote world, so many people are freelance online and very reasonable price. You can get things done that you can't do, who will happily do it. And you can actually ask around for people who are passionate about what it is you're doing. You know, they want to get on that vehicle and they will help you. And not always at a high cost, oftentimes for free, because they just are part of that vision. They want to bring your Dragonfire to the world. Stop trying to do it alone. It's a fool's errand, and it's really just your ego. Get over it. It doesn't help. Believe me, nobody knows better than me. It cost me millions.
This is such a timely subject, and I'm going to speak very personally right now. I said another goose. This is okay, dude.
This is the goosey.
Four? What is going on? This is 4 times.
This is the house of Goosebump.
This is the house of Goosebumps, not the Groove, man. Seriously, man. Like, I personally just sent a WhatsApp text to my buddy who's collaborating with me on the House of Groove, Andrew Phillips out of London. I said, I want to just thank you for collaborating, for being willing to see the vision of what I have here, right? And what I see taking place to help more people, right? And I told him specifically some of the things that I appreciate. I did that with somebody else the other day. And Dove, I got to tell you something. Coming on to this broadcast here, I am fully myself. And now I'm getting a little verklempt, you know, but I'm fully myself. And because I know that there's a team that's being built and building there so that I can fully express my Dragonfire, because I've always had the passion to help a lot of people, just didn't have the team.
Yeah, you have.
To give me the ability to stand up front and be fully present, right? And just thank you so much for that story, for that experience, sharing that experience, because let me tell you something. I think it's a message that everybody, especially with the timing that we have right now with this event that we're celebrating with, you know, the things about the tools and all that jazz, it's exciting, but guess what? Operate on your Dragon's Fire. You leverage this as the vehicle, right?
Absolutely.
And truly be unique in the ability for you to find out, dig into those dark places to find those things that you can bring light to in the world, right? But do it. Don't talk about it. Actually get it done. And you know, Dove, we've got, I mean, there's so many comments that are coming here. Goosebumps, somebody's saying as well too here. Wow, eye-opening and goosebump time. Loving this conversation. Great advice. Here's Andrew. Andrew's tuning in here. Massive learnings for us all here, Dove Baron. The funny thing is he spells Dove, right? Like the soap. Here's the joke. Andrew, right? His company, digital branding company, deals with super brands. One of the brands that he's typed 1 million times that he's done work for is Dove.
Oh my God.
So the E just fell in there naturally.
Well, I'm
right?
going to come over to his house and rub myself all over him. He gets all
Here's
set.
it, Andrew. He's coming over to you, right? But the response here, Dove, and the response here is amazing. I can't thank you enough. And I got to tell you this is not the last time. I think that there is so much that, I am learning here and getting reminded of as well. And you know what it's like? I always tell people there's two reasons for studying, training, learning is one, to learn new things. And secondly, to validate what you already know, to strengthen it, and this is the power of what we're talking about here.
The three most dangerous words in the world.
Go again?
The three most dangerous words in the world. I know that. If you say I know that, your mind is already shut down and you've stopped learning. Here's the question. When you hear that in your head, you ask yourself, do I really? And if your mind says, yes, I do. That's your ego, by the way. It says, yes, I do. Then ask yourself, could I know it more? The answer is always yes. If the mind says, no, I really know that. I've got a PhD in that. Great. Next question is, am I using it? If you're not, shut up and listen. We can all learn. And most of what we need to learn, we already know. Let me say that again. Most of what you need to learn, you already know. That doesn't invalidate learning it again. In fact, it double validates it, triple validates it. A very good friend of mine, Peter Sage, again, somebody you know. Peter Sage, great speaker, great teacher, friend of mine for years and years and years. And I remember being upset that somebody wasn't learning what I wanted to teach them, and it was frustrating. And he said, have you ever tried to bang a nail into ebony? And I said, no. And I don't know why. He goes, ebony's like steel. It's really hard wood. And he goes, you have to understand it's probably going to take 50 knocks to get it into the wood. So here's the thing. We're all ebony. You might need 50 knocks of the same information over and over and over again until you can actually get it to embed. So the most of what you need to learn, you already know. Let it go deeper. I probably said some things to you where you've gone, yeah, I kind of knew that. Yeah, if you're not doing it, you don't know it.
Absolutely correct. Yes. Dove, couple of questions for you as we wrap. One, would you be willing to do something special for the House of Groove sometime in the future? I mean, I don't know when. Maybe this is PG rated. So
oh, you didn't say what?
Hey, but we're getting comments already. Look at this. Yeah.
Oh, the nippleist.
The nippleist. You've just been changed.
That's it. Changing my brand. I'm the nippleist now.
So, this is something that we're, as I said, the House of Groove is under construction, our Facebook group. And, but it would be wonderful if there's something that we've got people asking, how can we get more of you? How can we learn more about Dove? Share with us how they can be in contact with you. We also would love to coordinate something that we can do in the House of Groove with all those people that want to continue building this vibe and this their dragonist fire.
Well, first of all, thank you for all of you for being here. Thank you, Joffrey, for inviting me. But I want to thank all of you for being here. And I want to encourage you to bring other people to this because, as Joffrey said, he has always, as long as I've known him, he's had a mission to serve in the world and make a difference. And that doesn't take place on our own. We need people like you to go out there and say, listen, I was on this. It's fantastic. There was all these great speakers. Joffrey brings the best to the best. You need to do that for you. We make the difference in the world by coming together collectively, by finding people who belong to this group, to be in this groove. So that's the first thing. Thank you for your attention, for your engagement, for your commitment, and for sharing what it is you've learned with others. You can share it with me personally. You can share it with Joffrey. You can share it with your friends. I'm always glad to hear from you. You can email me, dov@dovbaron.com, dov@dovbaron.com. If you want to write to me and tell me what you got out of it and what you're going to do with it, and if there's some way I can help you, I certainly will. That's why I'm here. You can go to dovbaron.com. That's my main website. There you'll find out about both of my podcasts. You'll find out about my YouTube channel. You'll find out about all my books and all my courses. Everything's right there, dovbaron.com. Just click around. There's so much good stuff on there.
Tons of it.
It all. On top of that, you can find me on LinkedIn, on Facebook, on Twitter at @TheDoveBaron, on Instagram. I'm in all those places. I do live broadcasts, all those kinds of things. And I would be honored to come back and do something else with you, Joffrey. It's always a pleasure to be with you, my friend. Always a pleasure to serve with you.
Dove, my love and respect to you, the family. Kiss your wife for me.
I will definitely do that.
Man, I'm so glad. And I'll tell you this. I'm going to bring, before you step, I need to introduce you to someone for 30 seconds.
Absolutely.
Because you know how we've known each other for close to 30 years? Guess what? My second guest, Bradley Rapier, ironically also in Canada when we first met. He's now in Los Angeles, award-winning choreographer, worked with the directors of Hamilton, Jesus Christ Superstar, all those shows, So You Think You Can Dance, all this stuff. This is a creative genius. And for the last 25 years, Bradley has been crafting a concept called, get this, groove theory.
Nice.
So I want to bring you on here as well, Sir Bradley, to meet the Dragoness Dove
Hey,
Baron.
Bradley.
Hey, you stopped before the dance. I had the music ready. I was like, let's do this thing. Let's like, he was starting to do the whole.
We'll Colbert it.
And the tune's going. Guys,
Yeah. That was fantastic, Dove. It was great to meet you. I loved every minute of that hour. That was fantastic.
Thank you, Bradley. I'm honored. I look forward to you and I finding a way to connect.
That's it.
I
Absolutely.
look forward to that.
this is about collaboration, you guys. This is what we're doing. Dove, thank you, my brother. We'll be in contact, and my love to you as always.
Thank you, my friend. And here's the thing I want to say to everybody before you go. There is no competition. If you think there's a competition, you're wrong. There is no competition. There is only collaboration in how you can serve. So think about that. Joffrey and I are in somewhat of the same space. There is no competition. We're here to serve. Find people to collaborate with. Kill the lone wolf. You are an amazing being, but you can't do it alone. So collaborate with these guys. Listen, learn. Remember, if you aren't doing it, you don't know it. Thank you all for your time and your energy. I sincerely appreciate you all. Love you. Bye-bye.
Awesome. Love you, Dove. Take care, brother.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Wow. Wow. Wow.
I was loving that. Like,
okay, goosebumps again, for crying out loud.
When that was happening, I was playing music though. I was up because I was listening, but that just was getting me going. Dove was the dragon, man. He was bringing it straight. He said great things. You know, you don't want to fit in, you want to belong. I love that one. I love so much stuff he said. We'll get into it. But I'm
something. Pages and pages and pages of notes. If that's me as the host, I can't even imagine what everybody listening has been getting so far this morning. I mean, and boy, do we have a shift of power, and it's power nonetheless. And let me tell you something, you guys. If you loved that, we got another type of groove, and a Joe Jablonski saying Bradley in the house of groove. And you know what? Peter has coined a new term, everyone. Groove bumps. Groove bumps. It's not goosebumps. It's groove bumps.
It's also this stuff, Joff.
It's also this, right? It's the groove bump, right?
Yeah.
So this is fantastic. So let me give a proper and true introduction for the next hour. You guys, it's going to be so amazing. And if you, first of all, this is Bradley Rapier, and we're going to get the stories, lots of cool stories. And we're also going to actually have Bradley share his superpower, his genius, and how we're transferring that genius in the House of Groove and in what's called the Groove mindset. You know, we've been talking a lot about mindset today, but you know what? I think what's great about this, Bradley, having you on here is because of your experience in actually not just cultivating this. This is not a new thing.
No.
And guys, you guys that are watching right now, right? If you're watching right now, I want to welcome you to the House of Groove. I'm Joffrey Fullerton, and I'm like you, a Groovester with GrooveFunnels, embracing this software and this opportunity. Bradley Rapier, also a Groovester like you and I, right? That are fallen in love with this opportunity. We feel it's epic. We feel it's historical. What's happening right now with this Grooveathon, just playing our part in really galvanizing this family that's in this House of Groove, you know. So what I got to say is this, right? Like, so let me take you guys back, okay? I get excited about GrooveFunnels, and of course my head's starting to explode of all the people that I should connect with, right? And Bradley and I met each other, gosh, 30 years plus, probably. That's scary. But 30 years plus ago, okay?
Yeah.
Right? And no, this is not the 30-year ago friend show, right? But it sure as heck feels like it, right? And so we had missed each other many places in Los Angeles and Canada and, you know, New York, a lot of different places that we seem to be like two ships passing in the night and never really getting a chance to connect. But I got to tell you guys this. How many of you here, and put in the comments, right? How many of you have ever known someone or been around somebody or heard of someone that you just know somewhat way that you have such a strong affinity for? Like you have just, it's like a natural feeling of respect and appreciation, right? For someone, but you don't really know the person. You've been around them, you've heard about them, but there's just this overwhelming sense of like, yeah, this is someone that I have this kind of connection with, right? And I was talking to Bradley about this, and I said, this is how I want to introduce you, because from day one, man, you and also your best friend, Wayne Headley, right? These are two men that I swear to goodness, man, just the character and the presence of these people, they are genuine from day one, no matter if it's 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon. These are real people, and this is Bradley, right? So I've had this feeling from decades ago. So to my surprise, I get excited about GrooveFunnels. And I think, you know what? I got to connect with these guys. I'd seen Bradley on Facebook doing some stuff on that, you know, and I know what he does, and he's going to express to you more of what he creates, right? And here's what happens. It looks exactly like what we're looking at right now. I come on the screen, I do a Zoom call, he comes on the screen, and what is on the mantelpiece of your fireplace but the word groove? I swear to goodness, you guys, this is a true story. I call him up on a Zoom call.
That's where it lives. It's just
that's where it lives. Groove. That's the Groove House right there, right? And guys, I come up, the picture comes up, he turns his camera on, and there is Groove in the background, and I just started laughing. And he's like,
what's going on yet? I still didn't know what was happening.
That's right. You had no idea what I was calling you about. You're just like, hey, man, great. We haven't seen each other for ages. We're just going to connect. And I start laughing immediately because he has the word groove. Now, tell them what you said, Bradley, after I shared a little bit about Groove. Tell them what you said.
All right. So he starts going on and talking and telling me about this whole great, you know, everything about that you guys know, this amazing thing, all the software that's included, all the programs, all the things, you know, one-stop shopping, one roof, all connected, all working together, no having to go different places, all one store. And then he goes, and it's called GrooveFunnels. So I just start rolling. I was just like, what did you say? I said, well, so I said, they didn't call me. I'm just kidding. But I was just like, this is awesome. And what was so cool about it is that we'll get into it, but you know, I discovered and came across what I developed over the last, as you said, decades, helping people to see a groove mindset, a way of living, what I developed through groove theory, the idea of all how the groove really makes things work in an analogy and in a lifestyle for business and life that we'll get into. But what I saw, I was laughing at the idea of the name, because I was like, this is a no-brainer for me to kind of get at least check out, which then I said, I'm in. But then I think about, it's still like GrooveFunnels is like doing this. It's doing this, right? It's
Yes. Woo.
right. So right now they are creating all this stuff and this incredible software that's integrating, and they're making it go more and more. Well, from the aspect that we'll get into more, what's so important is the ability to have those things coordinate. And so what they're doing is they are bringing what we're doing in the House of Groove, and what will happen within GrooveFunnels over time is that with all these little separate things that are happening, layering on the groove to it. And that's what so much of what I do. And so the whole thing was like, not just the name, but what was happening was we laughed for like, I called my wife in. I'm like, it was just unbelievable. So anyways, yeah, phenomenal. And I really think what they're doing is phenomenal, but I also love that what we're doing and what you're doing in the House of Groove. Like I said, just having Dove on, the idea of what is going to be underneath all this.
Yes.
What's going to connect it all is the groove itself, and giving the actual life to the word groove for GrooveFunnels.
This is so true. And so you know what? And you know what's kind of funny is that in the green room, I can see Mike. I can see Mike in the green room. I so want to just like bring on Mike just for the heck of it. And if Mike gives me a thumbs up, he's like adjusting himself. He's getting ready for something, right? And I don't know if Mike can hear me, and he's on Coach Deb's thing, right?
I only know Mike like this. I know Mike like this.
Exactly. Exactly. We've been seeing the emails, right? And we know Mike like that, right? But I don't think he can hear me. So so they're adjusting something. So let me come back to you, my brother. First of all, some shout outs that you're getting here, okay? Joe Jablonski. Some people are like saying, man, they got to watch you on the replay. They've been on for 10 hours on the Grooveathon. I got to get some sleep. I love this, man. You know, your new moniker, G-Man Brad, right? G-Man Brad is your new moniker, right? The OG Brad, you know?
I'll take it.
He was in the Groove before Groove. That's what Peter's saying, right? Someone's here saying, amazing software, and so glad I've invested into this early in the game as a lifer. Yeah, exactly. Bradley Rapier, the godfather of Groove. I love this. This is brilliant, man. This is brilliant, right?
Showtime.
So you know, and Christine Best says here, the connections that are being made already within the various Groove groups and talks is just the beginning. And this is where the whole underlying thing about creativity and collaboration, right? And that's the name of the game, you know?
Actually, even right now, what's interesting?
Okay, hang on. We're getting a peace sign from Mike. Okay.
That.
I swear to goodness, I'm going to try to bring him in. Let me see if he's available to bring him in. Let's see if this happens.
Oh, there he is. Can you hear me? Oh.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us, Mike?
I can hear you guys. You should be hearing me right now.
Now we are.
Hey.
All right.
How are you, sir?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. So I didn't even know that I was in the lobby here, gentlemen. First of all, Joffrey, I've been watching you the last couple of days. Just completely amazing. Dove Barron, my good friend. I know you're not there. I'm going to give you a big hug. I know you just popped out. You and I have had some good podcasts together. We met at Armin Morin's event maybe 8 years ago now. And I hope you're still watching so you can see this. And I know that we reach out every now and then. We're kind of like a sine wave and a cosine wave on opposite lengths sometimes. So when I saw you live, I was like, look at that. We're, you know, Dove Barron is here. So Joffrey, thanks so much for rocking the boat with him. And then I see Bradley, you know, who's just like, you know, I've got the big TV on over, you know, we've got it on in every room in the house. We actually had to shut it off because it was affecting the upstream when we go live. And I'm like, oh, look at this over there, Groove. And Joe J's like, no, dude, he was Groove before there was Groove. Like, that's his thing. And I'm like, so that's good. So I'm actually here, guys. I didn't know I was in the lobby. So what you guys were seeing was me framing myself because I'm about to say, hey, JV partners and affiliates, it's Mike Filsaime, and I'm making a JV video. So I'm going to do a rough practice run. If you guys want to hear basically what I'm going to say, because I didn't know that I was on camera. I'm actually in here in my shirt, and we're framing and making sure. And then Joe comes in, he's like, they're seeing you. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm about to shoot the video. Just pop in. So here's my dry run, and this is for everybody here. This video is going to be on Groove JV tomorrow. So, dry run. Hey, JV partners and affiliates, it's Mike Filsaime here, CEO and co-founder of GrooveFunnels. As you know, we are doing a 12-day launch and a 13-day Grooveathon. And during this launch, we are announcing what GrooveFunnels is and the merging with GrooveCart and the fact that GrooveFunnels is now GroovePages, GrooveSell, Groove Affiliate, Groove Member, Groove Mail, and Groove Video. And coming soon, we're going to have Groove Funnel Mapping, Groove Pipe CRM, Groove Desk, Groove Blog, Groove Webinars for live streaming, just like we're doing with StreamYard here, Groove Calendar, Groove Survey, Groove Quiz, and Groove Blog, and opening up our SDK to developers like Shopify, WordPress, the iOS and App Store. But the exciting thing about this launch is it's happening because of our affiliates. And oh man, I should have just used this. This is too good. I hate this dry run. And so for our affiliates, what you need to do is go to groovejv.com. I'm adding some more spice to this launch. So as you know, we're giving away $150,000 worth of prizes no matter what. Come rain or shine, we don't have an asterisk there. There's no act of God clause. The number one person is going to be winning a Corvette. The number two person is going to be winning a Ford Mustang Mach-E electric. And the number three person is going to be winning a Ford Bronco, the all-new Ford Bronco that looks like a Toyota FJ Cruiser. So if you want to know what kind of cars I want to drive, my wish list items are always being given away. I win these cars by proxy just by putting them on a page. On top of that, we're giving away another $50,000 worth of Mac products that are awesome. But here's where it's going to get even better. We're going to step up the game for every single person that makes the top 10. And this is fact, no qualifiers. We are going to give a guaranteed EPC for everybody in the top 10. So that means the number one person is going to get a guaranteed $7 EPC. That's it. Unique clicks. All of these clicks have to come from emails to your list. So there's no solo ads. This is not Facebook advertising. But any emails that you send to your list as an influencer endorsing, please put a bonus package together. And we are going to give the number one person a $7 EPC. What that means is if the number one person has the influence to be able to drive 100,000 clicks, they're going to get $700,000. If they can send 50,000 clicks, they'll make $350,000. If they can send 10,000 clicks, well, they'll make $70,000. And Mike Long just told me Bob Proctor is going to be mailing Monday, and he can send 15,000 clicks just himself. Now, the number two person is not only going to be winning the Ford Mustang Mach-E crossover electric vehicle, they're also going to be getting a $6 EPC as well. The number three person, third place, that wins the Ford Bronco will be getting a guaranteed $5 EPC, and anybody else in the top 10 from 4 through 10 will be guaranteed a $4 EPC. So what that means when this launch is all said and done, we're going to look at your commissions, and then we're going to look at your clicks, and whichever is higher. If you made $6, which we believe you will, great. If you didn't, well, we're guaranteeing you 4, and that means if you brought in 40,000 clicks, well, that means we're going to send you a check for $160,000. I think my math is right there. Yeah, just like that, right?
Holy
yeah, if you sent us 10,000 clicks, we will send you a check for $40,000. And that means if you came in third place, you get $5 guaranteed, $6 guaranteed for second place. And I hear the clap there. Thank you very much. And $7 guaranteed EPC. Folks, what we are doing has never, ever, ever, ever been done before. Nobody has ever given away 3 cars. In fact, I just won from a previous launch where they said you're going to win. I don't know what it was. No, but we were the winner got to win their car, whatever it was. If their launch did, did 8 million or 4 million or whatever, like they had qualifiers on the launch. And that's the way it is. Everybody's done that before. We've done it before. This launch, we said no qualifiers. If somebody makes one sale and nobody else promoted, they'd be getting that car. Obviously, that's not going to happen, but we're stepping up the game now here even more. And any person that, and right now, by the way, a lot of people took the first week off. I'm telling you, folks, the number one person on our leaderboard right now, we love you very much, is Erwin Mayer. Erwin is doing this only with pay-per-click. I think number 2 is Jeremy Gislason, who says he's going to win this. Jeremy, if you're watching, you're going to be very happy to know he's saying he's going to win number one. Davin Michaels is going to be coming on board. Mike Long is going to be coming on board this week. Bob Proctor, we spoke with his son, Brian Proctor. They're coming on board. So we thought that we would spice this up. So that is my dry run, ladies and gentlemen. And now I have to do it all over again. Wow. Thank you. All right. So Bradley, Joffrey, what do you guys think?
That is amazing.
I've got to go. I've got to get to work.
Yeah, exactly. I'm looking forward to finish my 4 hours there, Mike. I'm looking forward to
What's that? Make that a little louder for me, guys. If you popped up their volume, I don't. We got to turn their little dial up.
Yeah, can you
wait 1 second? I'll be able to hear you a little better.
Sure. Okay.
Right. Yeah, now I can hear you.
Yeah, yep. I was saying that I'm looking forward to finish my 4 hours so that I can get to work.
That's yeah, absolutely.
You could definitely get in the top 10 easy.
So, guys, let me steal some of your show here for about 5 minutes and tell you what's going on, so that everybody that does a launch understands exactly what's going on right now. So,
perfect.
Let's see how we fix this. This should work just like that, and tighten that up. Okay, so when you do I'm looking at this camera here. So when you do a product launch, the first thing to understand is you think that everybody is on the same wavelength as you. You think that everybody is baked in as much as you. You think that they're in every single one of your company meetings. And let me tell you what actually happens during a launch. You talk to somebody a month ago and they say, yeah, I'm definitely all in. You talk to somebody 2 weeks ago, you're definitely all in. And then 3 days into your launch, you mail them and you say, hey, what's going on? And you're saying, like, what's going on? You haven't mailed yet. And they say to you, oh, nothing much. I'm just at the beach with my kids. And you're like, are you going to be supporting the launch? And they go, what are your dates again? It's in November. And you're like, November? No, dude, we're in day 3. We're running out of time. Oh, okay. Is there any way I could support you after the launch? Why? Oh, because I'm at the beach right now. Well, what are you doing tomorrow? Well, I'll be back home in my office tomorrow. This is typical of a launch. It's very important for us to understand what people care about is their own businesses. Everybody has their own businesses, and everybody wakes up going, oh man, look at my to-do list from yesterday. I didn't do anything that I was supposed to. And now I've got to take my daughter to this and that and the school and the homeschooling. Life gets in the way for everybody. For us to think that everybody is on board with our launch, that is not the case. They're not reading our emails. They're not reading everything that goes out to the affiliates. They don't know about the prizes. So we have to constantly hit them up on Facebook Messenger, Skype, email, text messages, iMessage. And in this industry, we call it dial for dollars. Donna, I see she's not pictured there right now, but I know that she's listening. She knows that yesterday I said to Joe and to Donna, I said, now is the time where in the launch, I have to do what I have to do. I have to go put on my little red dress, and I have to put on my high heels, and I have to put on my makeup, and I have to go, get the iron prod and put it in the poker for 30 minutes and get the whip, and I got to get out there and I got to start cracking because our number 1 affiliate of all time, number 2 affiliate of all time, Barry Plasko, we hit him up and he was just like, hey, what's going on? What's happening? We're a sale. So this is very important that everybody understands. It doesn't matter if you're GrooveFunnels. It doesn't matter if you're Mike Filsaime. When you're doing a launch, people are not as baked in as you think they are. There are people on our team that say, when did that happen? I wasn't even aware. The support department sometimes is the last people to know. We think on the fly, and I can tell you right now, the EPC, the $7, $6, $3 EPC, there's on my team, there's maybe 5 people that know it. Donna, Joe, and Michael over here, and I think that's it. I haven't even told my other partners yet, and they're going to have a heart attack. They're going to start doing the math. A $7 EPC has never been done before. The most guaranteed EPC that's ever been done before was 5, and we set the industry on fire. And I'm not doing this because I want to give away money. We're probably going to lose money on the $7 EPC. I'm doing it because if I can get 3 people chasing the number 1 slot, I have to look at the top affiliate as a loss leader. He's going to get basically 100% commission by the time it's said and done. And I factor in the car. But I need people chasing for 4, 5, and 6. And I need the person in 4th position to be wanting to switch with the person in 4 and 3 and everything. And if we can't create a race out there, then shame on us for, for giving away a car for somebody that makes 37 sales. When this is said and done, I believe that the number one person will have 500 sales, the number two will have 400, and the number three will have 250. But if I can't, what you need to do when you set up an affiliate program is you need to make your affiliates think that they're taking advantage of you. If they start questioning your guaranteed EPC, and I would never recommend doing 5, 6, or 7. I would recommend you do your math and see what you pay your affiliates after refunds, and then make that your guarantee. You can't be out there on a whiteboard video saying, so our affiliates are making $3 EPC. Yap, 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 blah, blah, blah. That's like telling somebody they're going to win a free iPod or a free iPhone. Nobody believes anything because we've heard all these things before. What you have to say is, I'm going to guarantee it. And then you have to say things like this. So what that means is, Bradley, Joffrey, with a guaranteed affiliate commission, I'm not going to worry about your refunds. All I need to know is that I'm verifying that you're actually sending the emails. You're not encouraging people to click. You're encouraging people to buy. You're asking me to do webinars. You're all in this webinar with me. You understand that I guarantee the EPC by you making sales. And here's the deal. 24 hours after the launch, I'm going to close my eyes, look at your number of clicks, and I'm going to wire you that money. I'm not going to make you wait 45 days. And then when I get the affiliate to go, wait a second, Mike. So you're saying, if we count the unique clicks and I send you 20,000, yes, you will, the day after the launch, you will wake up with that money in your account. There'll be no chargebacks, no refunds, everything. And then when your affiliate says something like this to you, is there any limit on how many times I have to mail? No, you can imagine if you could get an affiliate to say, is there a limit to how many times I can mail? And you can say to them, you can mail 5 times a day if you want. Oh, really? And then they say, can I team up with somebody? We might be, listen, Mike, I'm just being honest with you. We might be able to send you 30,000 clicks. I'm like, I have an affiliate that is concerned that I'd be worried that they're going to send me 30,000 clicks. Now I'm doing my jobs, but you need to really be all in. And, as they say, you have to have big cojones in order to do this. You have to be able to know your metrics, know that people love your product, know your refund rate's going to be low, and base this on past performance. And so my message to you here is, I have seen many launches fail because people are saying, hey, so how's your launch doing? Pretty good. And then nobody's mailing for them. Nobody will ever mail for launches. Our job is to be cheerleaders. We have to get out there, and we have, as I said, we have to rally the troops. We have to dial for dollars. We have to make videos. We have to do leaderboards and trash talks. And we spent the first 4 days working on this Grooveathon to create excitement. Now that the value is there and the product is there, we have to go wake up the sleeping giants. They have to get highly motivated. The last thing an affiliate needs is more money. Joe, didn't we just have an affiliate tell us, I won't do the impression because I could do the impression very, very well and we'd know who it is. So I'll see if I can try not to even invoke any of it. It was Joe, I don't need any more money. I don't need a car. I don't need a new car. My life is very, very good.
Probably knows exactly who you told.
Oh, well, don't give any clues, but
I know who it is.
Okay, so you do. Well, look, I'm not saying anything bad about him. I'm saying how wealthy he is. So I'll do the impression.
Yeah.
The truth is, Joe, I don't need another car. I do very well for myself. And I have people already that love Groove. I've been promoting Groove for a very, very long time. And I'm all in. I love Mike. I love you. But I've told my list all I can do about Groove. And I'm probably going to be sitting this one out. And so now we need that person to go, so wait a second. You're telling me if I send you 25,000 clicks, you're going to send me whatever that number is. If my math would say 250, 275,000 or whatever. But that's correct. That's correct. So that's what our job is right now, is to get our affiliates exciting. So I've crashed your stream here, guys, on a little bit of a behind the scenes of what's going on. And let me give you the last final tip. Why do I start my launches on a Tuesday and end them on a Sunday? Historically, for a number of reasons. I don't like to start my launches on a Monday because everybody wakes up on a Monday and it's Garfield. It's Monday. It's I hate Mondays. And they don't check their email until 7 o'clock at night. So you want that person to get through their Monday and go, whew, last email, 11:30 at night. Okay, I can finally have an empty inbox on Tuesday that I don't have to worry about. Monday, they're dealing with Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday's inbox and their team and their company meetings. Tuesday is their fresh day where they could actually say, okay, let me get your email out on time, and so on and so forth. Sunday's a very, very good day to close out a launch because there's not much going on in the business world. We can just get everybody focused on closing Monday at midnight Pacific time plus 2 hours. We've always done it that. And so that basically means Sunday midnight Pacific time plus 2 basically means we close Monday morning, 5 a.m. Eastern time. We're up very, very late over here. And that means we get to take advantage of the West Coast and California and a little bit of Hawaii for that midnight countdown timer effect. But the most important reason why we do these 12-day launches is because we never get any affiliate support. We never get any affiliate support in the first 5 days. Launches used to be different. People didn't have Facebook and advertising and retargeting, and the way you made money was with a launch. So you knew that if you could support somebody, they'd be there for you. And people used to pay attention, to these launches very, very much. And you would make most of your money usually on the first day. Now it's slipped. The first day is kind of like just let's get it out there and make sure that the cart's working and the funnel's working and everything's tracking. And we are going to start picking up steam. We're going to release the bar graph. So I'm going to do it from the way that you could see it. It's going to go like this. This will be Monday, like this. And this will be Tuesday. Oh, well, we start on Tuesday, like the Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then today, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And then you're going to see this. So I'm going to slide it over here. It's going to go Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then Sunday, the bar chart is going to go from here right to the ceiling. I usually have to literally copy and paste like the bar graph like that just to show you. So the final thing I'm going to leave everybody with is panic mode should never settle in the first few days of the launch. You need to expect that you're going to have light support. The difference between people that have successful launches and those that don't, unfortunately, they understand the nature of this beast of having to do dial for dollars, quote unquote, tongue in cheek. There has to be a little bit of sometimes passive aggressive texts have to go out. What I mean by that is, hey, Joffrey, did I do something to offend you? Right after I see that I sent you something in Skype 3 times and it says red, 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 and Joffrey's like, man, I know what Mike wants, man. This guy's hit me up every 3 months for a launch. Get off my back, Mike. So a little passive aggressive text. And all I've got to do is just to get Joffrey to just go, no, Mike, I've just been busy. I've got life going on. You get it. Well, good. Now that I got you, can I get you on the phone? Right? The last launch, we just took #1 for Davin Michaels and Chad Nicely. We just took #1. They just announced we took #1. It's over? It's over. We took #1. Now, we didn't mail for them for the first 3 days. Davin Michaels sent us a deserved, very, very upset message to me, John Cornetta, and Joe Jablonski in Skype. And it said, I got on the phone with you guys 3 times. I showed you this. I sent you PDF. You guys promised you'd be there for my launch. The webinar is starting tomorrow. You guys haven't mailed. And you know what I said? Hey, Davin, I don't want to get into the details, but my brother's daughter, 17, she had a sudden brain tumor and was in the hospital. I said, you're going to have to deal with Joe and with John. And then I got on the call anyway. And I said, Davin, we've got excuses. We got our launch next week. We're planning a Grooveathon. I've got personal stuff. And he said, I understand. Is there any way that you'll be able to help? And I said, you can count on us from this point out. Tell us what you need to do. Get us the links to swipe and everything we'll do. And you know what? We came in #1. Davin Michaels did what a pro does. He didn't fold and he didn't say my launch is tanking. He got on the phone and he got everyone to promote. And so that's what we're doing right now. And in order to do that, like I said, I've got to make it gorgeous. I've got to do the guaranteed EPC. I've got to get people's attention here because some people are either writing it out. So we have to say, you know, what can I do to get you excited about this launch? A guaranteed EPC, prizes aren't doing it, whatever the case is. So that's it, guys. I'm curious, some comments from you over there.
Yeah, like I've got this. The question that I have, Mike, is that first thing you said is that at the front end of your launch, it's usually low in activity, and it actually increases, right? So then right now, with someone like me that's new, I have a list that's a small, I consider it a small list, right? It's about 8,000 people, but these are people that may not be the right fit, right? Mm-hmm. So by actually just taking the swipe files, for example, that you've been sending out to us, right? Those of us that have gone into groovejv.com, right? And then mailing those and just continuing to actually stay in communication. What are the other ways outside of emailing that we should be promoting this as an affiliate to get in on this game?
So what are other ways that you would be promoting Groove, or you for your own launch? I just wanted to make sure what you're saying.
No, sorry. Yeah, me promoting Groove.
Okay, so here are some tips that anybody promoting Groove needs to know. Number one, we have a feature when you click on Groove Affiliate and you go into Groove Affiliate and you click on like the main section with all the menu items. There's something called bonuses. Okay, and what you can do is you can actually create your own page in GroovePages and give away a product for free with a download link. And then you could go into Groove Affiliate and click on bonuses, and you can create a new bonus. And then it says name that bonus and give the download URL or the page to download. You put that, and then you hit save. Now, what you do is you go down in Groove Affiliate to the bottom where it says promotions. Mm-hmm. And then you'll see all the different people that you signed up for an affiliate program for. You'll choose GrooveFunnels, and when you see over on the right side of the screen, you'll see like a little box with a ribbon. You click on that, and that is prizes. And then what you do is you can basically say for different price points, you can actually put that bonus. You can say, I want to give away a bonus when somebody buys these price points. And so what happens is now you can make a video and say, hey, everybody, I'm sure you've heard about GrooveFunnels right now, and they're giving away some great stuff with no credit card required. You get, not only are you getting GrooveFunnels, but you're getting 6 bonuses. But wouldn't it be better if you could get 1 additional bonus? And here's how it works. The only way it works is when you sign up through this link, and here's how you claim your bonus. You don't have to do anything. GrooveFunnels will automatically email you a receipt with the bonus. And that way you don't have to say, send an email to my support desk with your receipt. We automate the fulfillment of the bonuses for all of the affiliates. That's a key. The other one is Joe Jablonski's favorite, and that's go to Namecheap and get groovewithjoffrey.com, groovewithbradley.com, groovewithdove.com. Because you're going to be on doing trainings, and you don't want to be in the middle of a training and saying, so here's how you do the page. And remember, you got my bonus at, hold on just a second. Let me pull up groovesell.groovepages.xy. Oh, right? You want to be able to just constantly be able to say Groove with Bradley, groovewithjoffrey.com. And if you're on the marketer's cruise or you're at an event and somebody looks over and says, what is that you're working on? That looks gorgeous. Oh, that's GroovePages. You don't know about GrooveFunnels. You spend a half hour. At that point, what do you want to do? Say something like, do you mind if I text you my affiliate link? Or would you rather just say, yeah, just go to groovewithjoffrey.com. You could sign up at GrooveFunnels, but if you go to groovewithjoffrey.com, you'll get a six video course with me actually showing you how to use it. So that's the next key, is to get what we call a wraparound domain. And we think groovewithyourname.com is the best. Now, with thousands of people watching this stream and the fact that we've told this to a lot of different people, many of them are taken. The other day, Groove with Mike wasn't taken. Wow. Then it was. Somebody took it right there. So Michael Odita is right here, and I was telling him today that he should do it. He went and he found groovewithmichael.com, and he was able to get that. But if your name is taken, like Mike or Rob, then get Groove with Robert or Bob or that type of things. Or Joe, he's known as Joey J. So if he couldn't get Groove with Joe, he could get Groove with Joseph. He could get Groove with Joey J, or Groove with your brand, right? You might use your brand name instead of, you guys, what are you going to do? Oh, gotcha. Yeah, so that'd be another tip, is getting a wraparound domain. Here's another reason why you want to do that. It makes it easier to post your affiliate links on social media and Facebook. As you know, Facebook, they pick up on ClickBank links, Warrior Plus, JVZoo, and of course, Kartra, Deal Guardian, Infusion. So if they start knowing what these affiliate links are, so when you post it, they'll sometimes ban or block your link because they're not really crazy about you promoting affiliate links. But if you promote something like your wraparound link, like groovewithmike.com, whatever your name is, then they're more likely to allow those to go out. It's also looks better in your emails when you send it out rather than having an affiliate link. So those would be my 2 tips.
Fantastic. The good thing is I have groovewithg.com. I got that I think day 2.
Groove with G.
Groove with G. Yeah.
Oh, I like with the G logo.
Yeah,
there.
exactly.
So here's what we'd like to do right now. And so I can turn this show back over to you guys. Would you guys like to give away the coolest prize? It's probably going to make David Kavanaugh jealous because he told me that he didn't get his yet. And Donna, can you give me a thumbs up? Is the G in the store yet?
Oh, there. Oops, sorry, Donna. There you go.
She's muted.
And she's muted.
There she goes.
No. Pro, you know.
There you go.
Not yet in the store, but it will be today. We're literally talking about it just this morning. So.
All right. So if it will be in the store, then the person that wins can just wait a couple of days to buy it. We're having them made literally here in Jupiter, and we're working with the person this is artisan. These things are handmade. They're not mass produced. And we'll probably try to find somebody to mass produce them because they're damn expensive. So, Donna, any idea what this is going to retail for so that we know what to give it away?
$300 and international shipping is $50. So $300.
Okay. So $300. So I'm going to give away a $350 in case somebody's, so we can cover the shipping, coupon to be used in the Groove Gear store. So we have a new store name now. You can go to groovegear.com. We've got these things like these pillows and hoodies and sweatshirts and backpacks and leggings and flip-flops and COVID masks. Oh, I probably just got us a strike for saying COVID. And baseball caps, all these types of gear, coffee mugs, you name it. And they're not just the little G logo. Like we came up with really, really cool sayings. We went in the Facebook group and we came up. Joe's putting on the sexy shorts here. Joe, why'd you leave your pants on? Like when if you're gonna do it right. Are you in the camera there? You got to get over here.
There we go. Yeah, go on that side.
There we go. We've even got sexy groove shorts that says, "This guy loves to groove." Okay, so here we go. Let's come up with something interesting. So the first person to type the correct answer in the chat is going to get a $350 coupon made available that they could use at groovegear.com for up to $350 worth of gear. Or if they want to buy, is it showing? I don't think it's showing anymore. But I think you guys have seen there it is in the background right here, the Groove G neon light. You're going to be getting that. That is the thing that everybody seems to be wanting. And you know what we're going to do? Joffrey, I'm going to piss off a bunch of my speakers here. Joffrey and Bradley, you guys are going to get a G as well to be putting behind you on all of your live streams as well. Never get me on a microphone when I'm in a good mood. Just giving away, everybody gets. So let's see.
Everybody gets a car.
A very, very good question. Ooh, this is a trick question. I don't know if I should do a trick question because that might not be fair. So this isn't going to be the question. I was going to say, what was the first app of GrooveFunnels? But that's not going to be the question because the trick question is it's really GrooveCart. And I think that people would have been putting in different answers. So let's see. Let's go to if I do something, I want to do something. I was going to do something, but the people would have had to know me for a while. So I want to do something that anybody that's been on this stream today would be able to get. So I'm going to have Joffrey and Bradley ask the question. because I want to reward the people that are here on the stream, not say something like, what year did I create Evergreen Business System? Because some people might have just heard of me right now. So Joffrey, Bradley, I'm going to have you guys ask a question, somewhat easy, somewhat difficult, something that not everybody's just going to rush to, but maybe there's 5 to 10 people on the stream that if they were taking notes from the last hour and a half that you guys were on, come up with a nice question so we can reward everybody for paying attention that was on the stream.
Okay, I think I've got the question.
I've got one too.
And since you know the question, well, then we might have to give away something else, Bradley, after. So since you know the answer, Joffrey, we're going to ask you to look out for the correct answer.
Okay, great. So let me just freshen up the comments here. Okay. All right. So here is the question. There were 3 words that started with the letter M that I used. And so there's 3 words that I use with the letter M. You have to give them in the right order. What are those 3 words? Something, something, and something in the groove. 3 words that start with the letter M.
So remember, we have a 10-second delay on the live stream, so that means we're not going to see anything for a while. We got a winner.
Unbelievable.
9 seconds. Robo reply. Yeah, he wins everything. That's why his name is Robo Reply. He actually came on the stream yesterday. He's an actual person. He's not AI. I think it might just be cheaper to make this guy an employee, Donna. I mean, at this point, he's going to need a 1099 at the end of this. So Robo Reply.
Well, but somebody on the bottom here, Mike, says friggin' Robo.
Yeah, Dr. Jim Emerson. All right. So Robo Reply, we're going to ask you to participate in this next question. But if you win, we're going to give it to somebody else, just so that you can have a little bit of fun. But we've got to let somebody else win. All right. So
this is what Robo Reply says about a job, though. Did you see? Oh, wait, it just
so Robo Reply knows how to win. Just email prizes at groovedigital.com and we'll get you that $350 gift certificate. Now, Bradley, this next one, Donna, should we do the giveaway from somebody that purchased yesterday?
Yeah, why not?
So every day you have to be the person that purchased yesterday has to be present now. So, and we do this every single day. So here's how this works. Michael, give me a random time yesterday, down to the minute.
I would say 7:45.
AM or PM? Okay. So Donna, whoever purchased an upgrade closest to 7:45 PM is going to be getting, but they have to be here live to claim. And then we'll do another question with Bradley because this isn't a question. So whoever purchased closest to 7:45 PM, we're going to find out, and then we're going to give you 5 minutes to say I'm here. And if you do, you paid $13.97. We're gonna PayPal you $1,500 back. So that gives you back your purchase plus $103. Why? Because that's the way math works. Okay, so that's that. We're going to announce that name in just a minute. And once we get that name, then we have the name.
Sarah Kaufman Bradstreet.
Sarah Kaufman Bradstreet. If you are here right now in the stream, or if anybody knows Sarah Kaufman Bradstreet, or if you want to be kind and start hammering her on Facebook and sending her instant messages that she'll probably wake up to tomorrow and be like, "What? Oh no, I wasn't live." So now anybody that upgrades today, we're going to do this again tomorrow. Here's the deal. You have to upgrade today by going to groovefunnels.com/upgrade. And if you upgrade today, be on the live stream tomorrow when we come up with a random time to see who wins. So we're gonna wait to see if we're gonna do our next question. And Sarah, you got 5 minutes. So Bradley, you got a question now. We're gonna give away a $100 coupon for the Groove Gear store, groovegear.com, where you can get all the fun Groove gear. So what's the question?
All right. So if you were listening closely to Dub, who spoke the last hour, he said a lot of great things. But one line he said, that I actually repeated when I first came on with Joffrey.
Yes.
He said, when you're sort of searching up what you do in your life and you're looking for whether it's work or things you want to be involved in, it's not just important to fit in, it's important to blank. So it's not just important to fit in. You don't want to just fit in. You want to blank. It's a word.
It's not just important to fit in.
Whoa, we've got a winner.
It's important to blank. Belong. Jim Emerson said belong. Was that the answer?
That's the answer.
So Jim Emerson, who was the person, Dr. Jim, was the person that said friggin' robo. He seeks his revenge and gets a gift certificate. What was the number I said? $100 gift certificate in the Groove Gear store. Dr. Jim Emerson, you simply need to send an email to prizes at Groove Digital, prizes at groovedigital.com. Let them know that you were the winner for the question. State the question that Bradley gave you and the answer. And our team is putting that into a spreadsheet to know that that was you. All right. And have we heard from...
looking out for Sarah. Don't see Sarah.
No, so I believe she has like 2 minutes left. And that's it. So guys, it is 1:54 p.m. Deb goes live here at 3:00, and I've quote unquote rented out this studio here to actually shoot a couple of videos. So I'm going to have to bounce and actually get these videos. Donna and the video team are waiting for me to get these video assets over to them to rally the affiliates, do some commercial bumpers in between speakers. And we're dealing with a little bit of rain here, as you know, it's Florida, and when it rains, it pours, and I cannot shoot when it rains. So we're gonna have to wait for that rain to settle, and then I've got to get this done, and hopefully it stops raining in the next hour. So I'm gonna turn it back over to you, and Bradley, Joffrey, you guys are just awesome. Look at you, like two just handsome dudes over here rocking it for Groove. I have to say, some of the best looking guys we've had there as a tandem. So thank you very, very much. And we're going to peace out here from Wellington, Florida.
Awesome, buddy.
For the next time, I got to make some videos. All right, and over here we'll do a wide shot. We'll give a big goodbye to everybody. There we go. Wrong one.
There we go.
Take care, everybody.
Hey guys, and everybody at the top. Awesome, man. I love it.
You know,
back in here.
You know what's hilarious is that, it's the thing. The groove takes you where it takes you. Like that just, where did that go? And I was just before Michael came on, and I was just saying, how valuable it is when you are connected to the groove, that everything the energy changes. And if you ride with it, you're good. If you're not, I could have been here like, what the heck? This is my time. I didn't get that. If you're not paying attention. But now look what happened. Then you're involved. I'm meeting Michael. We're making up questions, and he's making up contests in his head, which is just incredible. I love that. He was totally just going with it. That was awesome. That was pretty incredible.
So this is the thing that's really cool, right? As you mentioned about being in the groove, right? So here's what we're going to do. We're going to get creative. We're going to be in the groove.
5 minutes now. What do we got? What's our deal? We got.
Not to worry, because here's what we're going to do. We're going to craft in the groove. We're going into you and the groove theory. We're going to bring in Jasmine.
Yeah.
In a little bit too, and we're going to actually have that conversation of groove theory, groove mindset, right? How that works together. It's going to roll into, and I would love you to stay on if you can, once we roll into what Jasmine is going to be sharing, because here again, this concept of being in the groove versus making the moves, right, is so key. So here's what I'd love you to do. Share the basic philosophy of groove mindset. And based on your experience, how we play, how we get it, how do we use it?
Absolutely. So just with a little bit of background. So Joffrey and I know each other from Canada, and growing up there, where this is quite a while ago, and I was the only kid that looked like me. I was the only kid in my area with the sweet fro. So there's cultural differences that were happening, but I had a great time growing up, a great neighborhood. But through that, of course, there's things that happen in your life, right? There was some challenges with my siblings, have some disagreements. My parents divorced, and those situations that they add as you're growing up to kind of a sense of where's your grounding, right? Where's your community? Where's your sense of being calm? I had a bit of anxiousness in that. And so there was a sense that as I was going through my journey, part of me, I was kind of like holding my breath a little bit, kind of thinking, when does it begin? When do things settle in? When does it kind of make sense? So that's kind of a bit of a backdrop. Now, my sort of starting into it all was I was on the pathway to becoming a doctor, because my whole father's side of the family, I'm going to be a doctor. And I'm a smart kid. I was an athletic kid. I had a great life growing up, but there was this underbelly of wonder in terms of what would happen. And so along that way, in terms of the groove aspect, I wasn't connected to the groove. I was bouncing around thinking that I've been told that these things, if I do these things, then I'll be significant. And not that anyone was laying it on me, but that was just what the culture, that's what we know. We have these broad strokes, these linear paths that can work, but they can leave you dropping out of the cracks, and people sort of going, well, this isn't quite me. And so in all that happening, I happened to, this gentleman came across, a guy from, obviously from Canada, and he showed me street dance. It was before Wayne, a guy named Colin, and Colin Blutoff. And he actually, first at a high school event and then later at university, he came and he said, I know this dance called street dance. And again, understanding that it didn't exist in Canada, it wasn't there in that level. You couldn't see it on TV and stuff. And he starts locking at this high school party. And then next thing you know, he's popping at the campus and university. So my head explodes, my hair goes higher. And I know what is happening. Well, what that started a journey on for me, for whatever it would be. Like, it's interesting for everybody's got something different how the groove will speak to you, right? Because I skied, I skateboarded, I did a lot of things I loved. But for whatever happened, when I saw that, it resonated with me really deeply. And it wasn't about what he was doing, it was something behind it. And it was drawing me, I believe, to a grounding, to a freedom that I was looking for, that I was not able to experience in the other pathways I was on. So that sort of began my journey with the groove. And I initially was surfaced with it. I wasn't quite connected. I was thinking that this next thing would put it all together. If I just got this thing, that gig, if I went to this city at Toronto, started traveling across Canada, I got to New York, got to LA. So all this was happening. A bit of me was searching for a community. A big essence wanted that stability, and that I've always loved family and that whole thing. I love people. I love community. I love gatherings. I love expression, all that good stuff. And also I was looking kind of for the answer. You know what I mean? Yes. So as I traveled this way, I was bouncing through. And then what started to happen, just in a nutshell, was my wife and I, this is, over 20 years ago, we started a gathering because I wanted that community. And I also wanted to be surrounded by this culture that made me tell my dad, I'm not going to be a doctor, which was devastating. Okay. So I then started having gatherings on our rooftop. We lived in Hollywood on the hills, had a pool, all that stuff, invited people over. And, we had legends come by, Shabadoo and Pop and Taco and all these people that people may not know their names, but these are legendary dancers, along with people coming up. And it started to grow. And then I got to a studio and I called these things Groove Nights. All these decades ago, called it Groove Nights. And I started in my ignorance, I loved everything. So back then, people were kind of isolated in their dance styles and what they did. I liked it all. I bring lockers and poppers and breakers and freestylers. But they all were cemented around the idea they loved to get down and freestyle and show who they were at the core and be vulnerable enough to do that, courageous enough to get in the center, not trying to show off, but just groove. And as I watched that exploded into a lot of things, which is a longer conversation, into my career, developing groups, creating things for television, having a successful company that ended up going off Broadway, which got me into choreographing from television to theater on the highest levels. But what I started to do is I began to orchestrate highly level complex productions. And through this process, this taught me this ability that I must be grounded in the groove. Because what I mean by that, and I'll say the statement now, one of the central statements of what I start launching into people, when I work with people in activation sessions, when I have gatherings and experiences through my art, through gatherings, through whatever it might be, I say it's not the move, it's the groove. And it's so funny, right? GrooveFunnels. I say it's not the move, it's the groove. And what I mean by that is that if you live your life or do business, or if you dance based on moves, you're going to run out of moves. And it's simple, but it's just something people don't think about. You run out of moves. Or if you sit there trying to memorize all the moves you need to have to do everything, then you're going to get stressed and burned out. It's like trying to carry the weight of a week of ideas, and you're not just focused to where you're at, right? Or if these moves you plan in a certain order don't go in the way you planned, then you freeze and you're paralyzed and you don't know what to, like Michael Filsaime came on. I'm like, what do we do now? That wasn't planned. I was supposed to be talking to Joffrey, but you can freeze up and just don't know what to do because you're making it about the move. And what I did initially on, so I can speak from place, when I was first getting in it, I was stuck with the moves. I was in what I call a move mindset. I was leading with moves. I was holding my breath, hoping that that move that I just did would sustain me to the next move, keep the friends around to the next move, or keep me successful to the next move, keep me going till they laughed again. I was not resting in something larger than myself, something larger, a larger groove. That's what I call this endless groove that's rolled up from the beginning of time with these multiple expressions to each one of us. That's there in the quiet, the chaos, and everything. You've got to sit in that, because ultimately, one of the things that's so amazing about this culture, and why I use so many analogies from the street dance culture, is that you are trained. I call myself a freestyle activator, and I'm a groove orchestrator, and I have all these aspects of groove mindset, groove theory, the Groovealoos, Groove Night, that I have these experiences. But you start to realize that in this culture, it trains you to be in this place of what I call a freestyle lifestyle. It's part of what I show people through this. And what I mean by that, and I work to help people, whether they're dancers or dentists, it doesn't matter. Whether they're artists or entrepreneurs, it doesn't matter. How to access that ability to truly freestyle. That means that I don't mean a choreographed solo. I mean to be there. And then, now there's a lot that goes with that. But what I'll say is the beautiful thing about this culture is that it doesn't accept copies. You can't get in the dance circle and keep imitating people, because you'll be rejected after a while. It's like, hey, you're just copying that guy that dances in here. And you're just, we all imitate initially. Yes. But at some point you step into who you are. And the way that happens is through this process. And just as a little piece of it is that the culture, because of how this dance culture was been, when you're dancing as opposed to other styles of dance, specifically street dance culture and hip hop culture, it is not about choreography. There's a line in our stage play that we did in New York, and it is, sometimes life isn't choreographed. Sometimes life isn't always choreographed. Sometimes you have to freestyle. And so what happens is when you are in this culture, and it relates to life, right? You go, and now I got to go to Japan. I'm dancing in Japan. And then I'm dancing in this battle in a garage in this guy's house in Pasadena. And now I'm in New York in a big club. And now and right away, it's not like I get to decide, oh, wait a minute, I didn't have the right clothes. My shoes are wrong. I don't like this song. Hey, I don't know these people. No, the circle's on, go. And the beautiful thing about this culture too, it's an entry point. What I love about what I've found in this culture is you got to train, you've got to get better. Those things are I call them moves. They are valuable, they're important. Moves are, when I say it's not the move, it's the groove. Moves are your training, your knowledge, your charisma, your personality. Hey, Dove said something great. You talk about passion. He said, passion's not the thing. Passion's not the thing. I can be passionate about, GrooveFunnels today, and then passion. I can have my passions about my phone right now. Passion is a move. You see, passion is important, but it's not what you lead with on everything. There must be a grounding and a groove you're in. And so in this freestyle ability to live life, that now as you're training, you don't wait for perfection, because that doesn't really exist, right? We sort of should know that. Yeah. As soon as you are training, and the thing about, like, again, that I've experienced through the culture that I've been involved, there's other styles where you train, you practice, you perfect it, and then you present it. And it can still be obviously beautiful and amazing. But in this culture, you just start learning, let's say, how to pop. You just start learning how to pop. You just start learning. You've learned just barely anything. And then someone says, hey, you, I want you to go dance right now against that guy here. He's a legend. Go. You're like, what? And that's just the way it is. You're as much time as you spend training, you are in the circle. And that's what I've lived through. And that helped me. And believe me, I struggled. I was still on the surface. I wasn't in the groove, meaning I'd be dancing and thinking, oh, if I do this now, or I'd see someone on the side, I'd go like, oh, he's here. Let me do this now. Because I was in this, I was not in, I was on top. I was on top. I was on the surface. I wasn't connected.
You're making a big distinction here, I think, that people can really leverage. You know, there's a thing about, you said you were on the top. You're making the moves, right? You've been making the moves, the training, the development, all that kind of stuff, right? And it's sitting on the top, but you weren't in the groove. And that transition is probably one of the hardest things. It's funny because the underlying concept here is being able to confront things, right?
Yeah.
And then to get into things, right? So then if you look at this, Bradley, like in the concepts that you're talking about, right? Like talking to the people that are tuning in here, we've got 154 people that are viewing this right now, right?
Yeah.
These people that are either new to this whole experience of digital marketing. There's people that are new with the software, obviously, right? But these things are really the moves. How do they make that transition from being on top versus that transition in the groove with their business, with their philosophy, with their passion, and putting it into their business today to win?
Yeah, you know, it's really interesting because it's like with GrooveFunnels, it's just amazing, ridiculously amazing, and I'm still learning it as you know, as it's being unveiled. This amazing tool, a set of tools, more than one tool, many tools, but they are ostensibly in some regard a move. They're moves that you're going to have, right? And even as again Dub said, they're going to keep adding. So what we've got now, we're like, oh man, I love GroovePages, and then next year they make GroovePages X5, you know. So it's going to change. So they are moves along the way that, yes, it's important that you do your best to dive in and train and learn, or you have someone in your team, like an Andrew, you know, you have someone in there, like that's in there, like really analyzing it because that's their mastery. That's what their craft, they naturally just love to do this. So you do the necessary things. But the groove itself goes back to a groove reminds you of your why. Why are you even in this game? What the heck are you doing? Because the grooves are the why you hear all those essence questions. And at the same time, the groove, I believe, as you connect to it, is guiding you to know more about that. So in terms of the business itself, you've got to still on the outside, you can have the greatest technology for anything. You can have the best sneakers, the best sprint shoes, but you're not going to necessarily be, beating Usain Bolt if you haven't practiced. You know what I mean? If you haven't got in the game. So, and you haven't had a desire and a sense that not just I want to be great, but I cannot not run. I have to run, and this running that I do brings me something. And I think if I can get other people to understand how to run. So the actual groove, I would say this: when you understand that the groove, it leads you, and it's a little bit more of a long conversation, but into the groove mindset, discovering the groove mindset, which is really a larger awareness of everything that's around it, speaking to your core, that's activating your imagination, that's just vibrating you from your toes to your froze. You know, like you got the hair like me, it's just getting you going. And this groove, then, if you're paying attention, it's going to, like Dub said, take you to the place you don't want to go. Because in my way of wording it, it's taking you into the circle. Because there are these circles, and I say this relative to the idea that you need to go through these processes to have your why, to step more to who you are designed to be, because you cannot keep imitating. So then when you do your company, what you do, all those things you've been developing as you've seen your skills, your moves, but then that underbelly of why, you meld those together. And in that circle aspect, I want to share this one thing. There's a circle. You've seen the circles in dance, right? Yeah. You go to a wedding, there's a circle. You go to a gathering, there's a circle. Maybe you're in a dance circle, or maybe it's the actual ability that you're at your work and you're in the middle of a press conference, or you're in a board meeting. They're all circles, right? And in that circle, there's a tendency for most people to stay on the edge of the circle. Now, we have to have the edge. It's important that people, like how Donna was hitting that cheering button, you need people cheering, you need people giving that closure that contains this beautiful energy. The groove sits at the middle. It's this incredible energy that's waiting for the next person to step in there. Now, you don't step in there when you're not being, doesn't mean you jump in just because it's there. It should guide you in when it's your time. You're on this edge, and there's a tendency for us to lose our identity on the edge where we're tempted to imitate. When you stay on the edge of this circle, you can do great things. You can be successful, but you are actually staying in a place of imitating yourself or others until you step into the circle. But then when you understand that the center is that valuable, then you no longer look at it like, oh my gosh, I'm so afraid to public speak. I'm so afraid to get in a dance circle and move. I don't know how to dance. I'm so afraid to speak in front of the president about this idea. It's like, no, this is part of my process. This exchange, it does feel different. It does feel different in the circle. It's not like, oh, it's nothing. No, it feels different. You step on that stage, it feels different. Oh, ooh, what is that? What is that? I'm going to react to that. Okay, how am I reacting to that? Oh, that made me feel okay. I'm going to start to, now, a circle. The idea of the circle, whether you actually have a physical circle, the idea of a circle is the idea that you're not turning around. As you're there, you're taking in, you're not this, right? You're taking what's happening. You're looking up, you're looking down. There's a different awareness that grows in you, and you allow yourself to go through that process. Because I'll just say this, because I know, there's so much to say, but I want to really leave this one tidbit, is that what happens when you are thinking of doing something, if you are thinking that I've got to do this to prove who I am, right? Then, if like I said earlier, I got to do this move and it's got to keep me in their favor until I get to the next move, right? When you start to understand that by you diving in, and it's going to be challenging, and I love how Doug put it too, you're going to get in there and you're going to bang and forth. You're going to, but if you understand, you're growing, you're stepping into who you're designed, I say who you're designed to be, then ultimately, whatever level you're at, when you do your thing and step in there, that now you're driven by the grooves guided, you're grounded in the groove. You're not just on the surface, just trying to float around. You're going, who am I? I'm finding this out. Then what you do is a gift. You're offering something. Offering doesn't mean it's just something, nothing. You're still offering something you believe in, but now you're offering something as opposed to I'm proving something. I'm now going to offer. So with this whole company, I've got something that I believe I want to offer. And what are the moves involved? Well, I've got my personality, I've got my team, I've got this technology. Oh my gosh, this technology combines it all together. Wow, wait a minute. But now what am I going to offer through that? You've got to still believe that's important and know that you can say, I have nothing to prove. I'm offering this, and you're going to find the people that vibe with you and they go, I want that gift. That's something I love. And if they don't, the criticism, who cares? You can't worry about a gift, right? Who cares if they go, I don't like that, it's blue, I wanted a red thing. It's a gift. But if it's your identity that you think that's there, which it's not.
Oh my gosh. So then this is also a way, Bradley, that like people get so personally impacted, right? Because they're actually, it's still a move factor. It's still, even Doug was talking about the ego factor, right? There's a transition where the person actually becomes the offer, the gift, right? And it will attract the people that it needs to attract. As I said earlier this morning to somebody in this call, that you are the perfect mentor for the person that relates to you.
Yeah.
And so it's in this gift that you're talking about, that once you are actually really in the groove, the gift that you're offering through your business, through your experience, through your wherewithal, know-it-all, wisdom, and experience, people will gravitate to it or not, and not to concern that. Keep moving forward.
And you know what's crazy is, so what I love about how everybody has their story, and we've all got we've been through things, we have excitements and ups and downs, but it's beautiful. Like, as I think about how the groove has communicated to me, I again was on this pathway to be a doctor, and I love my father. He passed away, and I didn't fulfill that. But through going through that process, I was able to see how that was a linear process that was not going to allow me to find the groove. And it was a sort of there's a lot of things that we know are broken in the system, right? We have people now. That's why people will pay money to get their kids into school, because they think they have to get them in that school or they're going to be broke and homeless. But they don't really believe in it fully, but they don't know what else to do. But I want to see that as I went through Fuller longer, I remember I went to this conference. I'll just share it briefly. And I was there, and there was this guy speaking, and he was sharing about some stuff that I loved. It was more about how the world began. And when he finished, I had a question for him, and I asked this question, right? And I walked up towards him, and I got on the mic with the line of questions. I said, "Hey, let me ask you this question." I finished the question. The guy goes, "Hey, are you an engineer?" And I go, "No." He goes, "Are you sure?" And I'm like, "What does that mean? Are you sure?" I go, "No, I'm a creative director. I'm Groove Orchestra. I produce and this and that." He goes, "Because that's an engineer's question. That comes from the engineering mind." What was really weird is I went back to all my schooling, and I remembered even though I was going through that, I decided not to go along that path. But I remember how much I loved math, and how much I loved math, and how much I just ate it up, every kind on high level math in university. And I went, "Oh my gosh, engineering! I never thought about engineering. Maybe I would have found myself there." But I realized the group just showed it knew me. Like, I know who I am. I have that ability. And I looked up engineering, and it says orchestrating, architecture, design, things that I do anyways. And then further along in what I do with the Groovealoos and with the stage shows and things I've been able to work with and collaborate with great people. One of the lines in a show we did off Broadway, at the very end, because it was based on a true story, the words are heard as I'm walking forward with the group is, "I may not have become a doctor, but maybe I still help heal people." And it brought this whole thing full circle as to, again, that idea that even Dove introduced. When you realize what you've been your whole life, my whole life has been community, belonging, gathering, pushing people, myself looking to find a place where I find grounded. I'm losing the anxiousness, knowing who I am, knowing what I'm designed to do. And now all this from teaching at universities to performing is all amalgamated into this idea and this passing on. And for something like this, you've got to get to those places in your life where you spent the time and you continue to spend the time. It never ends. The circle never ends. Mm-hmm. Just like Dove said, if you say, "I know that," well, you've got to know that there's more to know. It never ends. And as you're learning your ability to freestyle, which is a process of I say this, you are who you are is most often who you spent the most time practicing to become. Who you are is most often who you spent the most time practicing to become, meaning you can practice how to become adept at the freestyle idea, which is the idea of truly being present, truly knowing when the moves are there. You've done the work on them, but you're not leading with that move. Right. And then they come up where they come up. Because right now I can't hold I have 1,000 things I want to say to everybody right now. 1,000. If I try and hold them and go, okay, if I can say this, then this and that, I can't do it. I have to trust that they're in me now, because I've built a lifestyle and built relationships. The circle itself represents the relational quality of any business, of any life, of any gathering, of any family. The circle represents that too, and I'm big on that. I'm thankful that I've been able to work with people to create, quote, cultures and communities that have affected people. And even now, as I do other Groove experiences, that's what I'm about, so that people get to that place of that. But you've got to allow yourself to go through the process and know that it's so valuable. And if you see it as an opportunity, man. And when you're learning the freestyle, I actually to say to people, freestyle isn't just doing whatever you want to do, right? Freestyle is not just, I going in the middle of a dance circle and I bang my head on the floor, right? No, it's not connected to who I am. What I'm doing is connected to who I am, but I have to build that foundation. Freestyle is connected to foundation, but I leave a layer of sand on that foundation so I can glide along it and jump on and slide back on it. But I know what that is, but I'm not thinking about the foundation while I'm freestyling. You know what I mean? So there's a different way of approaching it, so you see that. So yeah, there's a lot. Obviously, I get excited about these things.
But you know what? Here's the thing,
yeah,
Bradley, that like there's so much that you've put in here. And by the way, the comments that we're getting here, like there's just one after another, a perfect fit for you. Absolutely. Someone's referring to Dragonfire, says you are Dragon.